Hi there, I go by Vokayuko, and this is my first attempt at a long video. I have condensed roughly 80 hours of gameplay into 4.5 hours for all of you, and as you can tell by the title and the thumbnail, I'm going to be getting every single Cyberpunk 2077 achievement, including Phantom Liberty. So this build that I used was actually going to be the main focus of the video before I changed it to all achievements. So I'm going to be linking that down in the description alongside every mod I ended up using and the guide I used to help me through this video. If you guys want to show your support, by the way, please leave a like and subscribe. I would very much appreciate it. I'll never be ungrateful for the support. So if you decide to do that, thank you truly. Quick little background info for you. Edgerunners has been in my top 5 animes for the better part of 4 years. Cyberpunk has been in my top 4 for 4 years, and Phantom Liberty has been my favorite expansion of all time for the last 3. Anyway, I hope you enjoy the video, and no AI was used. So the run started off as any other would. I make a character. It takes me a solid 30 minutes because I'm a perfectionist at heart, and I end up selecting my base stats alongside I will be doing this on hard mode. Now, for what it's worth, you don't actually need to do this on hard mode. Every single achievement can be acquired through the easiest or the hardest difficulty. The game doesn't care. You'll get the achievements no matter what. The only reason that I choose hard mode is because I feel like it is the definitive edition of Cyberpunk. It is the most balanced and it's arguably the most fun. So on screen now are actually a couple of the achievements that are missable, and you'll find these down in the Steam link below. But if you guys are more curious on how to actually do these with visual representation, I'll be providing you with the visual and more detailed explanations when we actually get to the part where we can unlock them. So to summarize the opening section of Cyberpunk, we have to help out that bartender named Pepe with a debt he owes to a guy named Kirk. Kirk is the guy in the blue tracksuit sitting across from us, and to pay off his debt, we are going to have to go get a car that just so happens to be incredibly exclusive and high-end for a client that he has. On the way out of the bar, we end up running into Padre, who's a character from V's past and will become a recurring character. We end up getting an option to use a street kid dialogue, which is my dialogue option of choice. If you do this for yourself, it will be different. You'll either have to pick Nomad or Corpo dialogue, but regardless, it is one of the missable achievements that I showed you at the very beginning. We have to do that 10 times, so this is 1 out of 10. After we get into the garage where our car is being held, we end up actually opening it up with Kirk's really shitty device. But hey, I mean, it worked, right? That's all we really care about. But of course, in Night City, nothing can be easy, and we get introduced to one of the best characters in the entire game, Jackie Wells. But before any of us can actually take the car for ourselves, for whoever may want it, we end up getting busted by the police. After a really quick beating from the police, we actually get on a first-name basis with Jackie as we are officially introduced to him. And with that, we end up moving in with Jackie as we become friends, and we get a nice montage showcasing all the stuff that we were doing together over the last 6 months. And with this, we are also introduced to a new character named T-Bug on our very first official mission. This is basically just a glorified tutorial mission. We learn about the stealth mechanics, the ability to do lethal takedowns versus non-lethal takedowns, how to hack, how to use distraction quick hacks. You get the idea. It's basically just setting up the game. So after finding the person we were tasked to find in the first place named Sandra, we give them up to the trauma unit. After a job well done, we end up back in the garage where Jackie actually needs to borrow our car for a date. And as a nice guy and a nice wingman that I am, even though I'm playing as a woman in the game, we allow him to borrow the car because it's Jackie. You always let Jackie borrow the car. Now, while we're driving on the way back from the mission, we actually get ambushed on the street itself, and my aim is the potentially worst in Night City. I don't know how I'm a merc. I don't know how I'm getting paid, but either way, we end up actually averting the situation. We don't die. Our car does end up sustaining some damage, though, which Jackie says he has someone that can buffer that out. Upon getting back into Watson, we actually end up getting our very first instance of seeing Max Tack, basically the pinnacle of the enforcement for Night City. And a quick little fun fact for all of you, Max Tack actually is basically just stable cyberpsychosis. They are essentially all cyberpsycho, but they are mentally sane enough that they aren't going and being, well, insane, as it may sound. Now, I'm going to be talking about cyberpsychosis a little bit later on when we can actually discuss it a bit more in depth without spoiling too many things too early. But with that, that is our first official mission fully complete in Cyberpunk 2077. Upon waking up in our second day of Cyberpunk, V ends up mentioning that they may need to go see a Ripper doc because of a potential neurovirus they caught. Upon heading down the elevator to the bottom floor, we end up meeting up with Jackie, who mentions Dexter Deshawn offering us a gig. We get our car back and drive over to the Ripper Dock, where we're introduced to Misty, Jackie's girlfriend, but also introduced to one of my favorite characters, Victor Vector. This is V's Ripper Dock. Now, while we can't afford it yet, we end up explaining the situation needing some new cyberware because of the Dexter Deshawn gig, but we also need our virus cleaned. And with this, we are introduced to the cyberware menu and tutorial explaining cyberware capacity and also showing off all of the different systems that we have. Unfortunately, we can't use most of them yet. However, we will get there very shortly. And after that, we end up leaving Victor's little shop that he has, and we find Jackie being spiritually awoken. I don't know how else to describe this. After leaving the shop, we end up getting contacted by somebody named Regina Jones. She's one of the many fixers we'll come across in our journey through Night City. She'll be providing us with our first set of gigs, and she ends up giving us a task for dealing with people who are suffering from cyberpsychosis. She doesn't want us to kill them, and for what it's worth, the achievement that's tied to this isn't entirely based around killing or not killing them. Just do whatever you feel is correct. So up to this point, I was just taking care of all of the early game cyberpsycho sightings that I could do, and also all of the gigs that were available to me. That's right, I actually did every single Watson gig in the game before I even talked to Dexter Deshawn. The explanation for this is simple. I wanted my hands on the build, as I've never done a Netrunner build. I've never used quick hacks, and I very rarely use guns. In my 6 to 7 different playthroughs I've done of this game, I've only really done melee. I've done monowire, mantis blades, katanas, even knives. I've never really used guns. So this helped me get some experience with the build, and more importantly, I'm just a completionist. Even if this wasn't an all achievement video, I would have done this regardless. So meeting up with Dexter Deshawn, he ends up explaining the gig to us. We need to get a prototype tech. This is a biochip. Our job is simple. We just need to grab it. He ends up mentioning that this prototype tech belongs to a corporation. That corporation just so happens to be Arasaka. One Metal Gear explanation later, and we end up with an option. We can either go get some Militech equipment from Maelstrom, or we can go talk to the client who originated this entire gig to begin with. I opted to go to Maelstrom first. So I end up meeting up with Meredith Stout. She's a corrupt Militech agent. Now, this isn't tied to any achievements. It's purely optional. I just think it's a pretty entertaining scene. So she ends up holding us at gunpoint while we take a lie detector test because she wants to know who we are, who we work for, and why we contacted her. So after we pass the exam with flying colors, we end up getting a chip from her, and she claims that there's Militech money on it. And we'll find out very shortly that, well, there's a lot more than just some money on it. And so after meeting up with Jackie just outside of the Maelstrom's hideout, we have to go in and actually personally ask them about the drone. We end up getting into contact with a person named Dum Dum, and we bring up the Flathead, which is the name of the Militech equipment that we need on this mission. So he shows us the way inside. After a little bit of dialogue, we get to see this thing in action, and Dum Dum ends up inserting a chip into his head, and this thing is insane. It's clear that we need this for our job. The leader of the Maelstroms, Royce, ends up showing up after that demonstration and puts a gun in our face. We end up giving him the Militech chip from Meredith Stout, and he accepts it. So do you remember how I said we'll see very soon what was actually on that chip? It was actually a virus, and it ends up hacking the entire hideout. After that hacking situation, we have to do some shooting, we even do some monowire cutting, and on top of that, we're met with our first major challenge, which is Royce himself. And I'm not gonna lie, it was such a challenge, I actually ended up dying, which is definitely not fun, but it's okay. We ended up spinning back, and we immediately got our revenge. So after that entire confrontation, we end up walking out of the hideout into Meredith Stout with an entire convoy behind her, and she mentions the Flathead, but it's missing, so it must have fallen off of the truck. Like I said, she's very corrupt. Heading over to Lizzie's nightclub, we have to do the second half of this mission, which is meeting up with the client named Evelyn Parker. So during this conversation, she asks us if we know what we're grabbing, and we mention that it's called the Relic, the Secure Your Soul trinket, which Arasaka developed. After that, Evelyn introduces us to somebody named Judy, who is going to be giving us the Braindance editing tutorial because she is a pro Braindance editor herself. So after this tutorial, we end up calling T-Bug, to the dismay of Judy because she's not happy that we're involving somebody else. After some convincing, Judy reluctantly agrees to let T-Bug in on this brain dance, and we get our first look at Adam Smasher, who we'll be seeing a lot of in the future. After we get all of the information, T-Bug disconnects and lets us know she'll be back with us with a plan, and Judy warns us that she sees us as walking, talking corpses. While a very ominous omen in hindsight, we are currently outside of the afterlife with Jackie, and we are on Cloud 9. While sitting at the bar with Jackie, we catch a glimpse of somebody named Rogue. She'll be important later, but right now she's just a background character. After a brief explanation of how you get a drink made after yourself in the afterlife and what it means to be a legend in Night City, we have a cheers with Jackie and go see Dexter Deshawn. During the meeting with Dex, we meet T-Bug in the flesh, and we get provided an information shard that outlines this entire mission from start to finish. Dex and T-Bug end up leaving just me and Jackie in the room after we went over the plan, and Jackie asks if it's go time, and because I'd already done every gig, it absolutely was. We get dropped off just outside of Konpeki Plaza by a Delamain courtesy of Dex. We end up having a close call with the metal detector because it can see the flathead. After that close call, we end up in our room. And so after helping guide the flathead through the entire building, we find the netrunner that is controlling the security system and take them down. And after one quick break, we have a jump cut to the big moment. So we take the elevator up to Yorinobu Arasaka's room. One quick scan later, and we find where the relic is being held. We end up finding the button that controls the safe, and we send it through the floor where we find the relic. And we also get an unexpected visitor. We end up finding a space that we can use to hide from whoever it is visiting us, and we end up inside of it. Not only is it Atom Smasher and Yorinobu himself, it was also the Emperor Saboru Arasaka. And here we get our first look at Takamura, the bodyguard of the Emperor as well. After sending Atom Smasher and Takamura away, he and his son have a very long conversation that ends up erupting into something much more than just a conversation. And we witness firsthand the murder of Saboru Arasaka from his son's own hands. After a moment to compose himself a little bit after murdering his father, he ends up ordering for the hotel to go on lockdown, claiming that his dad was actually poisoned. Someone had murdered him. While trying to find us a way out, T-Bug ends up getting found by a netrunner, and she ends up dying. Before she died, she managed to find us a door onto the terrace where we then shimmy across to try to get to a ladder, and we come face to face with an Arasaka security drone. We end up making the decision, while it sprays absolute hellfire on us, to jump down through a window to avoid dying. After the fall, we end up realizing that Jackie is bleeding at a very, very quick rate, but he does not care. He mentions the relic is losing integrity, which means that the case that it's in is compromised. After a very brief conversation with Evelyn, she ends up telling us that the only way to fully preserve the relic is for one of us to insert it. After one quick prayer, Jackie ends up coming to terms with the fact that he's going to slot this relic in. He knows that he's on borrowed time at this point with his injuries, and so he inserts the chip. And while methodically going throughout the building, dealing with as much security as we can, we end up in an inevitable gunfight that ends up potentially harming Jackie even more than he already is. After a quick conversation with Jackie inside of the elevator, where clearly we know what is about to happen to him, we end up in the garage. And as our Delamain waits for us, they basically give us a warning that we should not waste any time. So we sprint to the car as there's Arasaka forces currently raining hellfire on the vehicle itself. And just when you think that it can't possibly get any worse, we face down with Atom Smasher himself. After barely escaping with our lives from Atom Smasher, we end up fighting some Arasaka drones that are tailing us as we drive away. While riding the high of escaping and actually securing the relic, we have to come to terms with the real reality and the truth of what is happening to Jackie in the car at the moment. And so in one of his final dying words, he gives us the biochip and says we need to hold on to it for him. And unfortunately, as we get the biochip inserted into our head by Jackie himself, that is the unfortunate end to a partnership, but more importantly, a friendship between V and Jackie Wells. We were partners from the very beginning of the game. We were together for 6 months doing gigs. We even lived together at one point. Jackie was there when we bought our first car, when we got our first apartment. And that is it. Our one big chance to make it to the big leagues, to be known as the Merc duo. It all comes crashing down as we speak. We end up telling Delamain to take his body over to the Coyote Bar for his family to grieve properly. After the very heartfelt and emotional moment we just had involving Jackie, we are in the No-Tell Motel going up to Dexter's room up in 204. And after we get up to the room where Dex is, he's currently watching the news, freaking out because we just witnessed the Saboru murder, but more importantly, we are the culprits behind it as far as everyone else is concerned. Dex lets us know before we make our next move that we should go get cleaned up. We have a bathroom over to our left, and so when we enter the bathroom, we are met with a very different outcome. Turning to leave, we open the door, and then we are struck in the face by the hustle that he keeps around him. And just when you thought it couldn't possibly get worse, we end up staring down the barrel of Dexter Deshawn's weapon. And in one swift motion, he also kills us, which means that we are with Jackie and T-Bug and the people that have died as a consequence of this large gig. After a quick title card, we end up waking up in August 20th of 2023, and we get one of our first achievements of the playthrough. Still unsure of where we are, we step up to the mic, we pull out a guitar, and we give the fans what they are here for, which is an absolutely amazing performance. After the show, we end up actually getting confirmation of our name, which is Johnny. Who is Johnny? We don't know yet, but we get stopped by somebody named Carrie who seems to know this Johnny person. After a very quick conversation that doesn't seem to go very well, we meet up with Rogue. Do you remember her from the afterlife when me and Jackie were sitting in the bar? This is that same exact Rogue. And after stepping into the helicopter and taking off, we fly around and we get even more confirmation that this is not the Night City that we know. This is a Night City from 2023. After flying over the top of Arasaka Tower, we end up taking over the turret and lighting up a bunch of people, including some turrets. After securing our landing zone, we end up looking into our bag and seeing that Johnny has brought along a nuclear weapon. We receive help from someone named Spider Murphy who ends up hacking into the door. After getting into the elevator shaft, we end up starting up the nuclear weapon and we send the elevator down the shaft as the bomb is getting ready to detonate. And while Rogue is warning us that we need to get off of the building before this bomb ends up going off, Johnny says that he is not done yet and he needs to feed this into the subnet. He wants everybody to know about what he has done here at Arasaka Tower. After using one of my favorite guns in the game, we end up going through a little bit of the Arasaka Tower to find the subnet access point so that we could broadcast what we came here to do. After we start uploading our virus named the Liberator into the subnet, we end up seeing the news is discussing our plans and everything that we are currently doing. And while we try to escape Arasaka Tower before we end up in the explosion, we end up coming across a very familiar face known as Adam Smasher. After escaping from Adam Smasher, we end up on top of the building, once again with our helicopter where we grab Rogue's hand so that we could try to get pulled up, but unfortunately she does not have the strength to do so, and once the shots start coming, she has to let us go. Who was firing the shots? None other than Adam Smasher. He ends up saying that he told us one day that he would end us, and as it stands, that is exactly what has come to fruition. And after a brief cutaway, we end up on a stretcher being towed away from Arasaka Tower, where we look up and see a bunch of flames, seemingly as though we finished what we came here to start. We awaken to being interrogated, and we end up seeing the Saboru Arasaka once more alive. We end up seeing the aftermath of the explosion, and the person next to us mentions that her husband died, but there are fates worse than death. And after a very brief questioning from Saboru asking why Johnny did it, Johnny responds that he wanted to end the madness that Arasaka brings to the planet as a whole. And after Saboru ends up getting a bit philosophical, talking about how the dead are very loud and oftentimes they're very humbling to listen to, we end up seeing something called the Soul Killer being primed and commencing an engram transfer. Afterwards, we end up awakening in this very different looking space, a space very unfamiliar to us, something that you could never even conceptually think of. And we find somebody who looks a lot like Johnny here in this cyberspace. After talking to what appears to be Johnny, we end up in this weird sort of system reboot screen where we awaken to having this metal sheet, a TV, among other things on top of us. After barely forming even enough energy to crawl out of the hole that we found ourselves in, we end up passing out after seeing Dex and Takamura. We end up awakening to see Dexter pleading for his life as he found our body, but Takamura does not care. He ends Dexter right then and there. And Takamura, who is now reporting under Yorinobu, ends up finding us and claiming that we are his father's killer. And after some bouts of being awake and being asleep and passing out, this, that, or the other, we end up seeing that Takamura needs our help. And after injecting a air hypo, we end up receiving a gun. With the help of Takamura himself with his car, we end up taking out almost all of the motorcyclists who we still don't know who they are. After one of them ends up jumping and leaping onto our car with mantis blades, we get a closer look at what it is we're fighting, and it doesn't even look human. After crashing our car, Takemura ends up pulling us out of the car, but we see the thing that is currently still alive. That thing that was trying to kill us was actually an Arasaka assassin. And after ordering a Delamain to pick me and Takemura up so that we could go to Misty's Esoterica to go see Vic, we end up passing out. We awaken very briefly in the Delamain itself, where it is explaining to Takemura that it has a life support system that we need to be plugged into, but he's afraid that he could kill us if he messes up. Now, thankfully, he did not mess up and kill us. We are still alive, but we end up finding Vic. We end up at Victor's shop where he puts us on the operating table and we go through emergency surgery. After bouts of going in and out of consciousness, we see that Takemura has actually fully recovered already, but we are still not doing too hot. After awakening for the final time, Vic ends up asking how we're feeling. We explain the entire Johnny situation to him, but he ends up mentioning that we were not dreaming. Those were in fact memories, and that those memories came from the shard that we inserted into our head. Vic ends up mentioning that we don't have a lot of time left, and by that he means maybe a couple weeks at best. Victor ends up explaining that on the chip itself was a construct of Johnny Silverhand, and even though we inserted it into our head, nothing had happened until we died. So Dexter ended up using a pretty low caliber bullet, which thankfully didn't get rid of all of our brain. However, it didn't stop the relic from activating because for what it's worth, we did die. So the relic sent off nanites to fix the damage. It's a lot less of fixing and more like it will be inevitably consuming, as yes, it did repair the damages that we ended up sustaining from the bullet, and that brought us back to life. However, by starting the process of repairing, it also started the process of consuming, and there's no way to stop it. Eventually, Johnny's construct will take over our brain and we will die. So after Misty ends up bringing us back to our apartment, she ends up telling us about the prescription that she's giving us, the omega blockers, which will help alleviate the symptoms of Johnny and allowing them to sort of be sidelined a little bit. Not permanently, but enough that we will find some peace. The opposite, I'm not even going to begin to pronounce because it is a big word that I'm not certified to say, but it essentially does the exact opposite of that. It, instead of relieving the symptoms and helping keep Johnny at bay, it accelerates that process and allows Johnny to take over quicker, effectively turning V into Johnny and allowing her to go out on her own terms a lot faster. After trying to fall asleep, we end up getting our very first instance of seeing Johnny and how this engram has quickly personified him. After a brief confrontation with Johnny, we end up discovering that our movements are linked, and Johnny quickly pieces together that it must be the chip that we have in our head. So now seems like a pretty good time to mention this, but the chip is keeping us alive long enough that the engram will take over. However, if we remove it, well, we're gonna die. We actually get a visual representation of this when Johnny tries to rip it out of our head and we pass out. So Johnny wants our body because he wants to get back at Arasaka for not only entrapping him in an engram against his will, but also because, well, they're still around and they have a lot of power. We try to take some of our meds that Misty gave us to alleviate the symptoms of Johnny, and he ends up smacking the bottle out of our hand and telling us to simply stick some iron in our mouth. Before some more backyard therapy from Johnny can commence, we end up getting our hands on the omega blocker and we finally get some relief. So after that entire bout with Johnny, we are officially done with Act 1 of Cyberpunk 2077. We can also now open up the entire map and do all of the achievements just like we planned on. So after grabbing our car from the garage, we end up getting rammed by a rogue Delamain vehicle, which ends up putting ours out of commission. And so I did what any responsible person would do with $400,000. I bought a brand new car instead of fixing the old one. Why would I do that? And not far down the street from Delamain HQ, I end up finding a corpo getting his ass handed to him by the police, but more importantly, I get one of my next achievements, which was using Street Kid dialogue 10 times during a single playthrough. Again, this is a missable achievement as there is limited usage for these specific dialogue choices. I ended up putting a piece of cyberware on every single part of my body, which was yet another achievement. So I just want to give a quick shout out over to the Edgerunners Tour mod. This is a completely cosmetic mod that you can just go visit some parts of Edgerunners in the game itself. It's really nice. I love Edgerunners. Edgerunners is the entire reason I bought Cyberpunk back in 2020. 2022. I love Edge Runners. I love Cyberpunk. They're both in my top 5 of their respective categories. I love everything to do with Edge Runners as well as Cyberpunk. So I just wanted to include this mod. Again, it's fully cosmetic, but down in the description, you'll find the link for it. I went back and actually got the achievement for all of the gigs and scanners over in Watson. I also decided to go and get all of the gigs and scanners done in Westbrook, but notice I didn't say the achievement pop because we actually need some story progress to unlock a secret gig, so no achievement yet. So I ended up taking a little break and doing some hacking. If you couldn't tell, this is not Cyberpunk. This is actually the Edge Runners collab over in Wuthering Waves that unfortunately has ended as of this video uploading. I ended up losing my 50-50 just as a little fun fact for you. So if you guys didn't pull Lucy either, don't worry, neither did I. I'm very sad about it. I ended up doing every single city center gig and scanner alongside an achievement for crafting 3 legendary items, so that was pretty good. This is a lot of progress really quickly. So I ended up getting yet another achievement. This one was for getting melee kills. Super easy, super quick. Also, just to give all of you a heads up, in Gig Psychofan, this is a Padre gig, you will eventually get a gig that allows you to go and get Johnny's pants. These are missable. I just wanted to throw that one in there. And in case you guys ever decide to do this for yourself, you know that these are in fact missable. Make sure you pick these up. They're going to be next to his bed inside of a suitcase. Make sure you get them. Otherwise, you'll have to replay the entire game or save state. I ended up getting every single Badlands gig and scanner done as well. So the next 4 achievements are going to be really quick back to back to back. But the first one was doing the distraction hack 30 times without getting caught. The second one was detonate grenade demon, upload that, get 3 kills with it. The third one was using a sniper, do a 2-in-1, get 2 kills with 1 shot. And the final one was using Berserk, do a superhero landing and kill 2 people. So up to this point, we are sitting at 17 achievements, but we cannot get any more as a result of just needing some story progress. So I ended up sitting down with Takamura. We ended up discussing all of our potential options, which ended up in us having to go find Evelyn, or try to anyway, and talk to Rogue in the afterlife. And after making one of my favorite characters uncomfortable, because V is a really nice people person, we end up finding this weird thing outside of where we just were with Takamura, and it ends up turning out to be tarot. Misty explains it to us. Basically, it's a higher power trying to tell me what I need to do in the future. Obviously, if you believe in tarot, then that's the whole point of tarot. We ended up talking to Victor. I don't think I got a clip of it, but he mentions that it's actually the biochip doing it. So the relic is actually causing visual fragmentation, and that's what's leading to the tarot. So that is yet another thing we're going to have to go do. But before we do anything else, it is time to tackle one of my favorite side quests, but more importantly, one of the most emotional side quests in the game. It starts by us calling up Mama Wells, and she gets mad at us because V just completely ignored her after Jackie ended up passing away, but she lets us know that there will be a ceremony held for Jackie and his entire life, and she wants us to show up and be there. Obviously, we end up accepting because Jackie is one of my favorite characters in the game, but more importantly, we need to have some closure, and V obviously wants to do that in the most respectful way possible, which leads us into getting the key to his garage, which is where we go and try to find something to bring to the ceremony. So on our way over to the garage to find something, we end up running into Misty and doing a little bit of catching up, and she ends up letting us know that basically her and Mama Wells does not have a great relationship, and she doesn't think that she should even be at the garage itself, let alone go inside of it or go to the ceremony. After doing a bit of scrounging around in the main part and not really finding anything that I thought would have been fitting for Jackie, we end up in his back room where he ended up sleeping, but more importantly, he had a mandala. The reason that this is so important to Misty, but also to us, is that Misty ended up telling Jackie that this could have helped him out, and she didn't think he took it seriously, but evidently he actually did. After that very emotional conversation, we ended up finding a bottle of really, really, really expensive and rare tequila, Jackie's favorite. So after we end up finding the bottle of tequila, we have a conversation with Misty in the main part of the garage where we convince her to come to the ceremony. She had just as much of a right to show up as anyone else showing up, and she ends up agreeing. And at the ceremony itself, we ended up getting a really touching story from Mama Wells, a fun story from Victor about how Jackie whooped his ass in a fight, and we even gave a speech of our own about Jackie and his ideals. Just after the ceremony ended, Mama Wells ended up talking about Misty pretty negatively, so obviously we had to let her know that Misty was very important to Jackie. And after we let her know that Misty was very important to Jackie, she ends up mentioning that we are a very kind person, but more importantly, we end up getting a motorcycle that Jackie owned, and we make a promise to Mama Wells to never get a scratch on it. After getting the keys, we end up walking around, sharing some shots with some friends, and more importantly, friends of Jackie himself. We reminisce about the times that he was alive and still here, and that concludes this very emotional and one of the best side quests in the game. And in very stark contrast, now we're on a roller coaster with Johnny. This is one of my favorite quests in the game because it's super goofy. It's not really long. It's not important. There's no achievement attached to it, but man, is it fun. And then we end up finding a very familiar, if you've ever seen Edgerunner's logo on the wall, including a brain dance that I cannot show because I'm pretty sure Netflix would copyright the shit out of my channel. It was essentially one of the opening scenes in the anime, but regardless, it lets us know that it was a cautionary tale that David Martinez ignored, and then it asks if we will as well. And so to summarize, we end up asking El Capitan about David because Edgerunners took place about a year before the main storyline of Cyberpunk 2077 when V was in Atlanta. Obviously, we know what ended up happening to David. He's a legend in the afterlife, which could only mean one thing. And after some time, we end up getting contacted directly by Falco, the cruise driver, also at one point a merc and a street racer, but that's besides the point. He ends up telling us that the crew is gone. David's crew does not exist anymore, as pretty much every single person except for himself and Lucy are gone. They're dead. There is no crew, and there's no business for us to be sticking our nose into. He also mentions that V and David actually have a lot more in common than we may even think, and basically just lets us know that there's no point in trying to find them. There's no point in trying to contact them or dig deeper into the situation. But due to our curiosity, he ends up leaving us a memento of sorts from the crew from that era, and it ends up being David's jacket. And it looks absolutely amazing. If you guys have never used this jacket in-game, by the way, it is a really good-looking piece that they definitely took their time implementing into the game itself. Back on track, though, this is the final tarot card that I ended up needing for the achievement, so there's yet another one to cross off the list. Also, just wanted to include this side job real quick, just because I think it's pretty funny, but Kirk ended up feeding us false information again, but as you can tell from the clip, he ain't looking too good. He's dead. Yeah, I don't know how else to say that. So we end up meeting up with Judy as we are basically done with everything up to this point, and we need some more story progress, and this is how you get it. So we end up explaining the situation. The relic in my head is basically killing me very slowly, and we need Evelyn to at least try for some information on the relic itself. So she ends up letting us know that we should probably go check Clouds, as Evelyn is a doll and, well, she used to work at Clouds. So as we start getting up into Clouds, we end up talking with Johnny, who ends up mentioning that the tiger claws seem to have their claws, if you may, in the building, but also potentially in Clouds. And so after taking a data port test, we end up with two results being Sky or Angel. And I'm just here to tell you there's no achievement for this, so you don't have to worry about it. This has no consequence. Pick who you want. An emotional conversation later, and I'm down $10,000, but we did get information on Evelyn. So before we end up tackling that, I end up finding an access panel to interface with, and I got all three of the sequences in one go, which is yet another achievement. Also, a very quick piece of advice, if you guys are doing this on your own as well, and you need to do that, if you exit the interface before the timer runs out or you fail it, it actually resets it and the pattern. So if the pattern looks bad or you mess up one of the patterns, you could just restart it completely. There is no cooldown on it until you either finish it or you fail it. So anyway, we end up meeting up with Tom, who was apparently really close with Evelyn, and who ends up explaining she had an accident and needed a brand new faceplate, which obviously is not what we were told she was here for. On the way to the office that we're supposed to be going to interrogate the guy that runs the place, we end up finding out that Johnny was correct. The Tiger Claws have interesting motives, it seems. Basically, they're selling the data that they get out of the booths from Clouds. We end up finding Evelyn's booth that she ran, and we find a very disturbing holographic image of Evelyn and what ended up happening to her, which we'll get more into that in a little bit when we actually find out what happened. But this is what ended up being the accident Tom explained to us was. So upon meeting up with Woodman, he actually tells us what happened to Evelyn, and basically higher ups above him ended up actually letting him know that they want her gone. Recycle her, which means killer. And he didn't do that. He actually sent her to a Ripper to look at her faceplate to get a brand new one. And he tells us that the Ripper was named Fingers over on Jig Jig Street. So upon exiting Clouds and heading down the elevator, we actually get our first instance of the tapeworm side job, which involves us and Johnny. So during this conversation with Johnny, he ends up explaining that he doesn't want to kill us anymore. He actually wants us to live. However, he still needs us because he wants to get back at Arasaka still. He does end up offering a solution to the problem, or at least a potential solution to it. So for a more in-depth version of how Soul Killer works, obviously we know that it creates engrams, but the way that it does this is by killing the user. It ends up digitizing the psyche, and then it gets stored onto an engram. So every single one of these engrams from the Soul Killer project are actually held in one place, and that place is called Mikoshi, which also just so happens to be where this ends up operating out of. So he wants to destroy Mikoshi, but he also wants to get at Arasaka. So how is he going to do that? It's not a bomb, it's actually somebody named Alt Cunningham. Regardless, though, that is the end, at least, of this small little section. So we'll get more into Tapeworm and what this means for the future in a little bit. So after that conversation with Johnny, we end up calling up Judy, and we let her know that Evelyn is actually not at Clouds anymore. She is at a Ripper dock. And we tell her that we're going to head over there to find her. And funnily enough, look who's here at the Ripper dock. It's Judy. So after reluctantly agreeing to have a conversation with me and Judy, Fingers ends up talking quite a bit. He ends up mentioning that Evelyn was rolled in here on a gurney as opposed to willingly coming in. And, well, she isn't there anymore. She's actually on her way to becoming an underground brain dance megastar. He also lets us know it has something to do with a moth of all things. After we end up leaving Fingers' office, we have to comfort Judy as she basically kind of blames herself for Evelyn going back to Clouds and ending up in this very bad situation, but we let her know and reassure her that we will find Evelyn. After that, we end up coming up with a basis of a plan to find Evelyn, and we use what we got out of Fingers, which was that she is going to be in an underground brain dance. So we end up finding a dealer of the XBDs, and we buy a Death's Head XBD, which we then go and analyze so that we can find out where it was recorded so we can go and ambush them. After clearing out most of the warehouse, we end up finding Evelyn, and to say that she's not looking great would be a bit of an understatement. She has a cable that is recording all of the BDs that they're shooting, and, well, she's not looking great. So as we get guided by Judy to save Evelyn, we pull the cable from her head at the right time. We end up saving her so she isn't getting her brain fried or anything like that. And as far as we can tell, there's no damage to her brain, to her spine. There's no hemorrhaging or anything like that. So we end up carrying her out, taking her to the elevator, and we take her to Judy's car. So at Judy's apartment, she ends up explaining that Evelyn has kind of calmed down a bit, but she's not really awake. She's not dead, but she isn't really saying anything. And when we try to talk to her, she doesn't respond. She doesn't move. She doesn't really do a whole lot of anything. And even Johnny points out that it isn't looking great. So as far as we can tell at this point of the game, Evelyn is catatonic, and after finding out pretty much nothing from Evelyn for very obvious reasons, I don't feel like I need to point out again, Judy ends up mentioning she actually scrounged around the data that Evelyn had and provides us with a BD that is actually going to be very useful to us coming into the future. So upon editing the BD, we end up finding out that the Voodoo Boys actually were the people who ended up ordering Evelyn to record the BD that we used as a basis for our gig with Jackie, with T-Bug, that was orchestrated by Dexter Deshawn. So Evelyn ends up mentioning the biochip by name, but the person that she's talking to says that's none of her concern. Don't even think about it. So obviously that didn't end up happening. As we know, the entirety of the gig's basis was the biochip, and we ended up actually using the video she provided with us as our guide into the building itself and to help us find the biochip. Obviously, the Voodoo Boys did not like that she was meddling around with the biochip, so they sent a netrunner to attack her and try to kill her, which didn't end up working, but it damaged her faceplate, which then caused her to go to the Ripper dock, and then that also ended up causing her to get involved in XBDs, the underground stuff, and, well, now she's in this catatonic state. So all of what's happened at this point is because of Evelyn. That's why Jackie is dead, T-Bug is dead, Dexter's dead, Johnny is currently infecting our brain. It all stems back to Evelyn doing more than she was tasked to do. So Judy ends up showing us another BD that she ended up getting from Evelyn's data that she scrounged around with, and basically the Voodoo Boys knew that Johnny's psyche and engram was on that biochip that Yorinobu had, and they wanted it so that they could try to get into contact with Alt Cunningham. After we have a very quick conversation with Johnny about the whole situation and why the Voodoo Boys may want to get into contact with Alt, he ends up mentioning that he doesn't know why they want to get into contact with her, but everything seems to be leading back to her, and that's why we need to find her as quickly as we can. So before we end up leaving Judy's apartment, we end up thanking her for all of her help because evidently we needed it. We needed the information about the Voodoo Boys, about Alt, about literally everything that we ended up discovering, and on top of that, we ended up saving Evelyn, so she thanks us for that, and even mentions that maybe if Evelyn had gotten to know us, maybe that gig wouldn't have turned out the way that it did. So we get into contact with Mr. Hands, the fixer down in Pacifica, and he basically tells us that it's hard to arrange meetings with the Voodoo Boys because they just don't really care. They don't want anything that we can offer them, and therefore trying to get meetings with them and trying to talk to them is damn near impossible. Mr. Hands mentions he's going to try though. So in the meantime, while we wait for Mr. Hands, we end up heading over to the afterlife and we remind Claire of Jackie's recipe. We end up buying all three of them, and I miss you, man. And so after a person that we will eventually meet and get a lot closer with passes us by, we end up getting to the person that we were actually here to talk to, which is Rogue, the queen of the afterlife, the queen of the fixers, some may even say. So we end up asking her about Anders Hellman and if she can find him for us, as he had a very prominent role in the relic creation. So after we pay her $15,000, which definitely ate into my bank account a little bit, we end up waiting around for an entire day, and then she ends up providing us with the information that we need on Hellman. So to summarize, Hellman is actually associated with a Kangtao subsidiary, which is a Chinese corporation, so that he can stay hidden away from Arasaka as he wants nothing to do with them. This means he's on a convoy, which means that we can actually get him out of the convoy and interrogate him and do whatever we need with him. The bad news is this extraction site is actually going to be within the Night City airspace, and just outside of Night City, the Kangtao have an airspace that they can also cover, but the good news is there is a solution. It's called the Jackson Plains. She ends up mentioning that we're going to need someone that knows the area, and by name she mentions Pan Am Palmer, the person that we saw walking away very mad at Rogue just a little bit earlier. So Rogue ends up letting us know that Pan Am actually messed up a job previously, which we'll find out more about that job in the future, but regardless, she ended up losing her car and also the goods that she was meant to deliver. And so after kind of reluctantly anyway, we end up agreeing to help out Pan Am getting her ride back and also the goods that she was meant to deliver in the first place. So we end up calling up Pan Am and we actually explain the situation and that we are willing to help her, and so she ends up giving us a location that we should go meet her at so that we can actually get this job done. Upon meeting up with Pan Am, we end up explaining the situation, that we know where her car and the goods are and that we need her help. And after some reluctance, she ends up accepting our deal, but we have to get her vehicle back first before she does anything to help us. And so while we're on the drive over to Pan Am's former nomad camp to try to get some assistance before we do this job, she ends up asking why we need Anders Hellman from the AV, and basically, we explain that we need intel and that we are on borrowed time. And so after doing some venting about Rogue, Pan Am ends up telling us about Nash, who was her partner that ended up taking the goods from Rogue and also her vehicle. And so we end up learning that Nash was actually a Raffen this entire time, which is basically someone that has been ostracized out of their clan from the Nomads, and then they form up a team, and you get the idea. They're not great people. So to summarize, it's very heavily implied that Rogue knew this about Nash, that he was a Raffen, and did not inform Pan Am, which would lead Pan Am to being betrayed by both Rogue and Nash. So Pan Am wants to get her vehicle back, the goods back. She wants to do the deal for Rogue without Rogue's involvement at all, as a sort of revenge to her. And then she also wants to take care of Nash, but to do that, we need her vehicle first. And so upon reaching the Nomad camp, we end up finding out that the assistance that Pan Am wanted can't help out, as they have to do some things with some generators, which obviously Pan Am is pretty pissed off about, rightfully so. Now, while they couldn't help us directly, they indirectly help us by telling us we can actually go pull some stuff to bring on this mission, including a rifle and a box full of equipment. And so after loading up the trunk of the temporary vehicle that Pan Am ends up having, we go to the ghost town where the Raffens plan to meet up, where we find, well, nothing, to say the least. So Panam ends up suggesting that we use a surprise method with some power and some lights and stuff. So we end up finding a breaker, but there's no power in it. And so she rolls the car around to the back where we have the substation, which actually powers the intersection. And by opening up the hood, we end up connecting some jumper cables to it. And unfortunately, this means that our car, the temporary one anyway, is dead. Add that to the body count. And after we do a little bit of waiting, the light show begins, and it actually works out incredibly beautifully. All of them are confused. And so we end up finding the person in all of the confusion, the gunfighting, everything that actually has Panam's car key. And of course, in true fashion, we get that back immediately. Unfortunately for us, we don't get to drive it. She immediately wants the seat back, which, I can't really fault her for. And so because Nash did not end up showing up, Panam, even though she got her car back, is not totally satisfied as she wants to get Nash. After we end up agreeing to help her take out Nash and basically the entire hideout, a lot of fighting ensues, but at the end of it all, Nash does in fact die. And so after that entire fiasco, Panam ends up calling Rogue to gloat that Nash is actually dead. And upon asking about the merchandise, Rogue basically says that she got paid already. None of this was actually important, and Panam was wasting her time as she was chasing down a vendetta that did not need to be squashed in the first place. So after that, we end up driving away to actually go give the merchandise to 6th Street, who originally ordered it. And we get a warning from Rogue, it seems, where she basically says that we were stupid for killing Nash. We end up sharing some drinks with Panam at the nearby bar, and we actually get to talk about Anders Hellman, which was our part of the deal that we made with Panam. She helps us after we help her. She actually ends up mentioning she already has a plan, a very basic draft of one anyway, but she needs to sleep on it to really think it over, so we end up renting a room. So after we end up sleeping through the night, we meet up with Panam in the garage where she explains the basis of the plan. Her plan basically as follows anyway, is that we are going to break into the power collection unit. We're going to override everything, so we're going to dial everything up to 100 so that it overloads, and as a result, that's going to be an EMP, which will then take the AV down. And so on the way there, we end up actually getting one of Johnny's funniest lines. It's very funny, but the reason that this happens is because we connected to Panam's car via personal link, and she even mentions she thinks we may have a virus on the implant, which isn't totally wrong, to be honest with you. So after we end up setting up being able to connect to her car so we can use the turret on it, Johnny ends up pointing out that we actually aren't totally different given the fact that we're trying to actively hunt down a corpo. One time skip later, we end up dealing with the power plant security force, which are a couple drones, and we get some more experience with the turret on top of Panam's car. But more importantly, we end up actually getting into the power plant itself, and we start overloading the terminals, which causes something to happen with the relic affecting not just me, but also Johnny. After that, we end up driving up to a ridge so we can avoid the EMP blast, but Panam's detonator doesn't seem to be working. In the end, it does, but the AV is actually still running. And so to avoid failing our entire mission, Panam pulls out a comically large Stinger rocket, which she uses to lock onto the AV. It connects, and that forces the pilot to either have to crash or attempt anyway a landing. After that, while we're driving over to where the AV plans to land, Mitch and Scorpion are actually on comms saying that they're going to go to the AV, which is obviously really bad. They don't know that it is a corporate, very highly secretive AV carrying a high-value target. We end up running into some resistance in the form of drones that we try to shoot down, but the gun ends up jamming. Panam goes up to try to fix it, and as a result of this, she ends up catching a stray bullet from one of the drones. We do some scout work to see the extent of the damages, and as it stands, every Aldecaldo that ended up actually going to this AV, other than Mitch, is essentially dead. They are gone. After some fighting, we end up coming face to face with the pilot of the AV himself, and he has Mitch at gunpoint. And so to avoid any unnecessary violence on Mitch or the pilot himself, we try to convince him to give us some information so that he can walk free. This doesn't end up happening, and it kind of amounts to nothing, and Panam ends up shooting him as a result of trying to, well, evidently kill Mitch. After that whole experience, Mitch ends up confirming that Scorpion and everyone else that was here is in fact gone. They are all dead. He ends up letting us know that the people we actually want ended up taking the Aldecaldo's vehicles, and so we track down the vehicles ourselves. One firefight later, we end up coming face to face with the one that we actually wanted this entire time, Anders Hellman. After we knock out Anders, we end up calling up Takemura, who we end up telling we're going to bring him to Sunset Motel. He says that he's going to come to us and that we should keep him there until he arrives. And so after we end up heading outside with an unconscious Anders, we see the entire Aldecaldo's clan, or at the very least a large part of it. This is also the first time we end up seeing the leader of the Aldecaldos, Saul, who we've heard about very briefly anyway during this entire quest line. He's actually not that bad of a guy. He's just a bit rough around the edges, but deep down he does care for every single person in the Aldecaldos, and that includes Panam. This is also a good time to mention that if you want to learn more about Saul, Panam, Judy, Carrie, River, definitely go experience all of their quests, as they are not just achievement related, but they're also just really good quests that also lead to romances depending on the type of V that you are. This is also a good time to mention, I'm not going to be showcasing all of those, as that would just inflate the video to being like 5 hours long, and honestly I don't think many people here really care. So if you guys want to go experience all of those quests, I would recommend doing them for yourself. They're absolutely amazing quests that dive more into the relationships that V can have, and more importantly, it gives you a much deeper lore aspect for the world of Cyberpunk 2077, and it's absolutely worth every minute of it. And so when we actually interrogate Anders Hellman in the motel itself, we end up telling him that the Silverhand construct is actually in our head. The biochip is currently sitting in our system, and as the creator, we ask him if he can just take it out or find us a solution in any way, shape, or form. And after a quick analysis, he ends up letting us know that it's over. We can't do anything. We don't operate independently of the chip anymore. And due to the programming being that it was intended to be used on an already dead person, it's meant to get rid of the brain, and it will do that no matter what. And that is currently what is happening to V, and Johnny will eventually take over our brain, and we can't stop it. We are on borrowed time officially from the creator of the chip himself. Basically, the only thing that he can do is give us the blueprint so that maybe somebody else can try anything, but unfortunately, that is all he can provide for us in terms of information. And we leave him to Takemura, who is less than happy to see him. And after we leave the room where Takemura and Anders are currently hashing out all of their differences from the past, we end up having a relic malfunction again, and this triggers the second activation of the Tapeworm side quest, where we discuss with Johnny the chip, us, and how it feels to be combined into one body. He gives us a very funny explanation as to how he ends up feeling about it. And after a very long and actually pretty important conversation with Johnny, we end up hearing the more in-depth version of why he hates not just Arasaka, but corporations in general. He mentions that as a result of basically the most late-stage capitalism you can think of, it has caused Night City to spiral into a thing that not even the corporations can really control themselves, and he wants to end that cycle. So after everything that we just got done doing, we ended up getting some more progress that we can make on the achievement side of things, which is kind of the whole point of the video. So this first one is getting every single gig done in Haywood. The second one is going to show Family Heirloom, which is actually what I wanted to address. This is where you can get your final piece of missable Johnny gear. It's pretty hard to miss it, but it is technically, for what it's worth, missables. The next achievement I ended up getting was all of the gigs and scanners in Westbrook, followed very closely by all of the ones in Santo Domingo as well. After that, we got one that we've been working on since the very beginning of the game, but this was every single Cyber Psycho in the game. The next achievement was shooting a grenade out of the air with a revolver. Just use the Sandevistan. Speaking of Sandevistan, we ended up doing all of the kills we needed, which was 50 total with slowed down time. And the last one I ended up getting was killing somebody that just killed me after I revived with a second heart, which puts us at 27 achievements, almost halfway done. So now is probably a good time to mention that we are done seeking out most of the achievements, as basically everything we have left up to this point is essentially just given to us. A lot of it is story related. Some of the stuff in Phantom Liberty we'll have to go chase out, but other than that, it's mostly just story stuff. So now we get to lock in and experience some really good quests. So with that being said, we start off in the chapel down in Pacifica so that we can try to set up a meeting with Brigitte. But the person we actually encounter says we have to go to the butcher shop to find Placide. And so after we end up at the butcher shop itself, we find Placide in the back of the building, and he lets us know that we're not discussing the job here. We got to go to his spot. And after we follow Placide, we end up sitting down at a desk where he very aggressively takes our personal link cable and shoves it into a data port, where he ends up finding our biochip. He asks us what this is, as he has no idea what it is, and we explain to him very briefly that we need to see Brigitte, and that's why we're even here in the first place. It's the biochip. But before we can actually go and meet Brigitte, he ends up giving us a task, a job, you may say, and we have to go find a van inside of a mall that the animals have actually taken over. To save us some time, I ended up sneaking around, finding the van, and while I was doing that, we actually ended up encountering a netrunner that is currently working within the confines of the mall itself. And so this is a data flow map of Pacifica, and if you want some very brief context, Pacifica was meant to be its own thing. They wanted to disassociate from Night City as much as they could and be their own city, and so they have their own subnet that Netwatch absolutely does not want them to have. So Netwatch occasionally tries to fuck with them a little bit, and evidently we caught them on a very good day, or I guess a bad day, however you want to look at it. And so we end up tracking him down within the mall itself, and we actually come face to face with the Netwatch agent. And so to briefly summarize the conversation, this is Bryce Mosley. He's a Netwatch special agent. He ends up explaining that Netwatch ended up enshrouding the subnet with ice, and it's actually frozen Brigitte in it, and that our whole job was to get them out. We were going to unfreeze them. He ends up also letting us know that we are what the Voodoo Boys call a Ranyan. We are disposable flesh, essentially. And basically, we were never meant to actually meet up with Brigitte. We were always planned to die. The Voodoo Boys didn't give a fuck. They were going to use us and then kill us off, and that would be the end of it. Brigitte never has a conversation with us, but clearly that is not what ends up happening. I decided to side with the Netwatch agent, as most people do. It's pretty generally conceived that this is the best option or outcome, and it does not affect anything. This does not change anything. It just changes how the mission ends up finishing, but the mission will always end in the same way, and we'll get into that when we actually get there. After leaving the mall and coming back to the place where we ended up leaving Placide at the very beginning of the mission, he confronts us and asks us what we did. He doesn't know what ended up happening in the mall because we disconnected from the call, and so therefore he thinks that we have kind of turned on the Voodoo Boys. Obviously, this is a bit hypocritical, seeing as, well, we were going to be killed at the end of the mission anyway, but regardless, we end up actually meeting up with Brigitte, and we talk about the biochip. She ends up telling us that in order for her to even be able to begin to help us, that we need to go to something called the Crypt, where we'll give her access to said biochip, and then after they get all the data that they want and need, then she'll try, and I say try, to help us. And so after we end up following Brigitte into the crypt, we end up seeing a very elaborate setup, but more importantly, we end up learning why they wanted this gig to be ordered in the first place, as she was the one that told Evelyn about the relic and the video and this, that, and the other. Basically, she wants to use Johnny as a bargaining chip of sorts to find Alt Cunningham. I mentioned Alt Cunningham a bit earlier in the video. If you remember, it was during the conversation with Johnny, he brought up Mikoshi and Alt Cunningham being his ticket to getting back at Arasaka. This is the mission we actually go and get to meet her, so we end up getting dunked into a tank of ice so that our body doesn't overheat while we go into the cyberspace. It's here where we meet Brigitte, but more importantly, it's also where we end up seeing some memories from Johnny himself, which includes, but is not limited to, seeing Alt Cunningham in the flesh. Now, I can't show this entire mission and this entire interaction between Johnny and Alt, seeing as that would probably be pretty bad for YouTube. I'd have to put that on a completely different website. But regardless, we end up seeing that Alt and Johnny have a very personal relationship, seeing as they are lovers. And even if they argue and fight, it's clear they do care for each other. While having a conversation with Alt, we end up getting ran in on by some thugs who end up stabbing Johnny in the stomach, and they end up also grabbing and taking away Alt. And after that whole scuffle we ended up having where we got stabbed, Johnny ends up getting saved by this guy named Thompson, who brings him to a Ripper Doc named Milt. So Thompson ends up explaining that he saw pretty much the entire thing. The people that took Alt only wanted her. Johnny just simply was there as a casualty of sorts. This is also where we learn that Thompson is actually a media person. He's just looking for a story, and this might be the story of his career. We end up finding out the people that wanted and ended up getting Alt Cunningham were actually a part of Arasaka, and the reason that they wanted Alt in the first place was because she is the original creator of the Soul Killer technology. And so Johnny, wasting absolutely zero time, heads to the Atlantis to find Rogue so that they can get through Arasaka Tower to find Alt Cunningham. And so after some very quick searching from Johnny, we end up finding Rogue in the top floor of the Atlantis nightclub next to Santiago, who is one of the leaders of the Aldecaldos clan. It's also here that we end up learning Johnny and Rogue have a pretty rocky relationship, to say the least. Johnny ended up cheating on Rogue a couple times before they fully split off from each other, and Rogue is rightfully very pissed off about that. After agreeing to pay them triple the standard rate, we end up getting them on board with the plan of storming Arasaka Tower for Alt. And after we try to leave, we end up getting ran in on by a bunch of Arasaka agents who we have to clear out to get through Atlantis. After getting away from Atlantis and finding a spot to actually get a plan set in motion to storm Arasaka Tower, Johnny ends up suggesting that they start up a very large show and they create a bunch of noise. This ends up causing a riot to break out, but it also gives the crew a chance to get within Arasaka Tower. It's also here that we learn that Thompson is actually planning to record this whole thing, seeing as he is a media. And it's here that we end up finding Alt after running through the whole building, dealing with all of the forces, and Johnny disconnects her from the subnet without making sure she wasn't going to be dead when that ends up happening. And the unfortunate reality is that this is actually where Alt ends up dying. It's also here that we end up seeing the extent Thompson is willing to go to get footage to the media. Seeing as Alt is dead, his justification for recording her is showing off the truth of Arasaka, and Johnny doesn't really care. He just starts beating the absolute shit out of Thompson. And after that entire experience, you got to remember we're still in cyberspace, and we actually get to have a conversation with Johnny about this entire situation. He ends up explaining that Thompson didn't care about anything that was going on. He just wanted Alt for footage and for a media story, and even if she didn't die from Arasaka's doing, he most definitely would have just killed her outright. It's also here that V ends up getting on Johnny's case a bit about the whole thing with Alt. The fact that Alt and Johnny were a couple, the fact that Alt is dead, and she also is the one that wrote the Soul Killer AI. Johnny ends up explaining that Alt isn't actually dead. Even though we saw her body, she fled into the net. Alt herself made contact with Johnny in this form and said that she was being captive inside of the Arasaka subnet, but she was not able to be hurt by them. And after all of that, she ended up telling Johnny to just not come looking for her, to just let it go. Her reasoning for this was actually that enough people had already died for pretty much nothing, and she didn't want any more people to die as a result of Johnny trying to save her. And so after that very deep and very important conversation with Johnny, we end up face to face with Brigitte, who lets us know that they got what they needed out of the engram, being, well, Johnny, and that enough of it was uncorrupted that they could contact Alt. I may have failed to mention this because I felt it would be more fitting to just show you, but this is the Black Wall, one of my favorite parts of the Cyberpunk universe, and this is where we're going to contact Alt. Brigitte mentions that very few have actually gone beyond the Black Wall, and the few that have never returned until now. All of the stuff that you see coming off of the Black Wall, all those weird shapes and stuff, that's actually AIs trying to get out of it. So this will be one of the only times this video that I give you an in-depth context to something that we're looking at. The Black Wall is one of my favorite pieces of the lore. It's so cool, and the intended purpose of it is also just really interesting. So strap in, it's time for some lore. So within the Cyberpunk universe, there are two versions of the net. There is the old net and the new net. The new net is the net that we know. The reason that there are two different nets is due to one Raish Bartmoss, an absolute legend netrunner who is the entire reason the Black Wall even exists. Now, he isn't the creator of the Black Wall. It's actually the exact opposite. He ended up creating this virus called the Rabbids virus, and what this virus was set to do upon his death was to hack every single corporate data fortress and upload everything onto the net for every person to see. The Rabbids virus itself actually went a bit insane, and it did more than it was originally planned to do. And so, after it infected almost 80% of the net, it triggered AI to go rogue. Netwatch could not counter these viruses or the AI that it would end up making go rogue. So their idea was to create something called the Black Wall. To summarize, the Black Wall is actually actually a big firewall. At least that's what most people believe. It's not actually a big firewall, it's an AI itself. And one may see the logical fallacy in this being the fact that an AI holding back a bunch of rogue AIs could inevitably one day go rogue itself. And that's exactly what the Voodoo Boys think is going to happen. They believe that that is a future that is not totally out there. And so they want to get ahead of the curve. They want to make favor with these rogue AIs. And that is exactly why they want to get into contact with Alt Cunningham. And that is the end of my lore dump. I did not include everything. Once again, go check out the wiki for more in-depth on the data crash, the Rabbids virus, Raish himself, and also the Black Wall if you're interested. But that is it from me. So if you're only listening to the audio, thank you for that, by the way. But if you guys are, we already came into contact with Alt, and as a result of meeting her, she ended up having to kill Brigitte and all of the people that were with us in the net. The reason being is that NetWatch ended up getting involved due to the fact that we sided with them, put the chip in our head, it had a tracker in it. Alt ended up taking care of that by destroying the subnet, and so therefore we end up meeting her face to face, or face to data? How do you want to describe this? I don't know. Johnny ends up explaining to Alt, very briefly anyway, that we need her to hopefully help us out and keep V from just straight up dying, as Johnny doesn't want us to die either. She ends up explaining that she cannot help us because she needs more powerful technology to actually do anything for us. It's also here that we end up learning that the soul killer we know is hardly anything related to what she developed, seeing as Arasaka have kind of ran with the format and made it their own thing. Alt ends up mentioning that if we were to get her into Mikoshi, that it would be enough in terms of technology to provide a solution to us, but that she would absolutely make it cease to exist. And seeing as Mikoshi's not very good and Johnny has already expressed disdain, we end up reaching an agreement. So the solution that Alt ends up providing to us to save V's life in return for allowing her to destroy Mikoshi is she would run Soul Killer on V, which would create an engram for her to then insert back into our body, which would save V's life, and it would also get rid of Johnny. Now, while this suggestion on paper sounds good, it would also bring up the moral dilemma of V would essentially lose their soul, kind of like Johnny did. The consciousness being uploaded into a data format and then stored on an engram, it does what it says it does. It kills the soul, and even Alt points out that things do change when you do that. And so after that conversation with Alt concludes, we end up out of the subnet, seeing as Alt ended up closing it, and we get our look at what happened to all of the netrunners that were with us, including Brigitte. This is in the flesh, confirmation that they are in fact dead. And so after we sneak out of the crypt, we end up face to face with our final enemy of the mission, which was the first person we ended up meeting during it, and that's Placide. So this is the part of the mission that I briefly touched on a little bit earlier, but if you side with NetWatch, you end up having to fight your way out of the crypt. If you don't and you side with the Voodoo Boys, instead what ends up happening is you just walk out of the chapel. The result ends up being the same either way. You end up in the third instance of Tapeworm, at least for me. This, I think, can be as early as the second instance of it. But regardless, we end up having a conversation with Johnny. Now, I had a bug end up happening, so I had to load my save, which didn't save this part of it. So the reason I'm skipping through all the text is just that. I had a bug and I had to reload the save. But regardless, we end up asking Johnny what it felt like to be dead. He mentioned he had no sense of time, he couldn't move, so he felt locked down, but he also mentions that he felt fear and cold and a void, but he doesn't know if that was him and his death or ours, which really shows how connected we are at this stage of the game. So after we got in contact with Alt, we dealt with the Voodoo Boys, we had a very deep conversation with Johnny, we end up getting an unknown caller ID from somebody who is calling herself Songbird. Now, if you know, you know, but if you don't, you're about to. This is the thing that we needed to access and begin Phantom Liberty. And it's here at the Dogtown border that we see that it's heavily guarded and we don't know how to get through it. So we head to the side to try to find Songbird to hopefully guide us through, where we end up having these weird seizures and we start convulsing as well. And it isn't just happening to me, it's also happening to Johnny. It's affecting him. And it's here we actually get our first look at who we were talking to and who invited us into Dogtown, and this is Songbird. And so it's here that we can start to piece together some stuff about Songbird. So we know that she knows about the relic, but on top of that, she can feel, not just feel, but she can interact with Johnny. She ends up actually getting rid of Johnny, at least temporarily anyway, and we find out and clock her as being a netrunner, and she is a damn good netrunner at that. She ends up explaining that she was able to hop onto the cognitive process of the chip itself, and that's how she's able to see what we do, and that's how she's able to interact with Johnny. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, why is she see-through? It's actually because she's not here. She's currently on the plane that is carrying the President of the United States. So to summarize this conversation, Songbird contacted us due to the fact that she can use the relic as leverage for our help. The reason she needed our help in the first place is actually because the president's plane that she's also on is currently hacked and is set to land in Night City. It's not supposed to be. So the next thing she ends up giving us is a upgrade of sorts to our relic. The relic now has a perk path. This is tied to an achievement, so we will have to get everything in the relic perk path that we can, and that is a guaranteed thing that you'll do if you just play through Phantom Liberty. But regardless, the reason that this is important is because the stuff in it is actually pretty useful. It's not stuff that is only applying to Phantom Liberty, and that's why a lot of people, myself included, recommend that you should do Phantom Liberty the second that you get it, so that you can keep the relic perks throughout the entirety of the main game, or well, what's left of it anyway. So we end up sneaking by everything, just using a side path so we don't have to go through the main border, seeing as we aren't allowed in Dogtown at the very moment. We end up getting some dialogue that explains how Songbird is such a sophisticated netrunner. It's because she's been doing netrunning since she was the age of 13. So after we pry into Songbird's past a little bit, she ends up asking us outright why the Konpeki Plaza heist. Why did we do it? And it's here that we end up explaining that it was actually because of a friend. The gig was important. He wanted to make it to the big leagues. And, well, unfortunately, as we all know, that friend, Jackie Wells, did not make it to the big leagues, at least in the way that he was probably hoping. Should mention, by the way, if you've never played Phantom Liberty, it is my personal favorite expansion ever. I love Phantom Liberty. I don't know if I've mentioned that yet, but aside from the 2.0 update that came with it, it was just a quality hike in every facet of the way, from side jobs to gigs to just the way that the map felt laid out. It was in all ways, shapes, and forms an improvement over the base game. And part of me wishes that there was a future or a timeline where Cyberpunk came out and the quality was of Phantom Liberty quality and the game wasn't broken and they didn't have to spend so many years just simply making the game good and playable, and that Phantom Liberty could have came out and done even more, but that's a different conversation for a different day. And so it's here we actually learn about the origins of Dogtown and how it came to be by a person named Kurt Hansen, who was an officer from Militech who was tasked with taking Night City at the end of the Unification War. He didn't manage to get a whole lot, but he got enough, and that small amount that he ended up getting was what later would become Dogtown because he just ended up staying around alongside his unit. And so after we end up in Dogtown itself, we end up walking through it, we find a construction site, and we do a little bit of puzzle work and an elevator ride up to the top where we see the president's plane. And it's here that a panicked Songbird ends up mentioning that something is coming for the plane, and it's actually 2 missiles, and she has to let us know just before she gets disconnected from us that we need to find the president. And just after we almost get hit by the plane itself as it comes crash landing into Dogtown, we get to see the beautiful open shot, also followed by the title card, CD Projekt Red presents Phantom Liberty. So it's at this point that we move into overdrive. We get back into contact with Songbird, who lets us know that she's okay, she landed safely, and she ended up getting President Myers into a safe room just before she actually did her own ejection. She also warns us that Hansen has already sent some of his people to the crash site. So after we do some sneaking around, involving some shooting, involving some platforming, climbing a big-ass ladder, we end up face-to-face with the crash site where we see a bunch of Hansen's people currently raining hellfire on the crash site itself. So we end up climbing over a crane to actually get to the crash site, which when we look at it, isn't looking too good. There's a bunch of people around, and it's also just engulfed in flames, so we have to do a lot of fighting. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. I think you end up fighting like 20 enemies straight up up until you get to the plane itself. Once we're actually inside of the plane, there is a ton of bodies, and even Songbird is concerned that we might have been too late. So we end up getting to the safe room at the back of the plane, where we're greeted by Rosalind Myers, the president of the NUSA, who then proceeds to beat the absolute shit out of us with her gun. So after that intense beating and still being held at gunpoint, we end up explaining that Songbird hired us and that our name is V. Before we can actually leave, though, we end up in an explosion that knocks the president to the ground. She ends up recovering very quickly and in very spectacular form ends up taking the front line, and we end up fighting even more people. Again, this is another probably 30 people we end up having to fight. So after that intense engagement, we end up contacting Songbird, and she asks what's going on. We assure her that both me and the president are still alive, where she makes the suggestion that there's a vacant building over on Elizabeth Crest. On the way over there, we actually get to have a conversation with Myers, who ends up explaining that Hansen had help from somebody deep within Washington. It wasn't just some spring of the moment type of thing. It wasn't some like regular old hacking situation. It was traceable all the way back to Washington. And speaking of traceable, the president actually has a chip in her head that is a tracker so they can see her position at all times, which she then suggests we get rid of it. So after we cut into her neck with a piece of glass that she very quickly sterilized, we end up ripping it out as soon as we see a drone. So now is probably a good time to mention Myers is not a pushover. She has combat experience. But regardless, we end up at a parking lot in a building, and we end up taking an elevator down into something that looks a lot like a museum. There's a bunch of Militech logos everywhere, and the way that Myers explains it is this actually looks like one of Hansen's warehouses. And so after we end up grabbing a ton of ammo, which should be an indicator that we are about to do something that is going to use a lot of it, we end up hearing some footsteps, some rappelling, and we end up in a combat situation once again because they actually ended up finding us, even though up to this point I'd actually not gotten caught. Regardless of if you get caught or not, you end up having to do this big fight, and there is, again, a ton of enemies. This DLC is a lot of enemy density, and it's so fun. But regardless, Songbird ends up getting into this thing called the Chimera. She ends up hacking it, and this thing is a menace, to say the least. And after she ends up clearing out all the enemies with said Chimera, she ends up having something happen. She loses control of the Chimera, and even to a point, it sounds like she's actually in pain. And so, after that whole situation ends up happening, the Chimera comes back, except it's no longer on our side. So we try to escape from the Chimera that is now not under Songbird's control, and we end up finding a gate. We shut the gate, but the Chimera ends up proving that we are fighting on its terms, not ours. So after we do some more running, we go under another gate. We find some escalators to go up. The Chimera shoots out this big beam of energy that ends up melting the surrounding area. We let Myers know that the elevator finally got down, but the door won't open. When we try to open it, it ends up shooting us down, and it shoots the elevator down the shaft, sending the president with it. It's at this point that V ends up noticing something is actually being held up by a cable. We drop this onto the Chimera itself, which then creates this gigantic hole in the ground, but the Chimera ends up actually dragging us down with it. And this is our first instance of actually getting some quick time events in the game itself, and we try to grab this beam. We end up seeing some cables that we try to grab to slow our descent so that we don't just fall to our deaths. The cable eventually ends up snapping under our weight. The Chimera tries to crush us with its gigantic claw. We roll out of the way, and then this gigantic thing ends up actually crushing the Chimera through the floor, which sends us with it. We roll unconscious, and then Myers ends up waking us up. That was an intense sequence, I must say. Myers ends up assuring us that the injuries she sustained weren't anything to write home about, that she ended up getting extremely lucky, especially after that fall. But of course, nothing in Night City can be easy, so the Chimera springs to life once again, giving us one of the best fights in the game. It's really fun, it's really hard too, and we end up on top of it to finish this thing off. We end up opening up a hatch to reveal the core of the Chimera. Myers tosses us a grenade. We shove it into the core hole. We jump off the Chimera, and we turn around just in time to see it explode beautifully. So now is a good time, by the way, to mention that there are no missable achievements outside of the endings of Phantom Liberty that you can get. So we've gotten 2 guaranteed achievements for defeating the Chimera and saving the president. Regardless about that, though, we end up getting into this tunnel so we can try to find a way out of the building that we were in. And Myers suggests that we try to call Songbird because we still don't know what happened to her. She ends up not getting back into contact with us, and this is when Johnny ends up reappearing from his little hiatus he took from the beginning of the expansion. After that, though, we end up trying to piece together what could have happened to Songbird, and V ends up suggesting that it could have been a demon, it could have been tripping some defense protocol within the Chimera's ice, it could have been a multitude of things. This is also when Johnny ends up suggesting that she's going to feel like absolute shit if she's still alive anyway, because what ended up happening to her ended up happening to him. He describes it as feeling like he's underwater, and when he tried to surface, it was some sort of like suffocating sound ended up pulling him back in. And then when she lost control of the Chimera, it turned from water to boiling tar. And so after that conversation with Johnny, we end up in an elevator with Myers where we end up having this relic malfunction happen, and we explain to her exactly why we're even on this mission, and it's the biochip. So Myers knew about the relic gig, that someone stole it on the same day Saburo ended up dying, but she didn't know that we actually inserted it into our head. And so we explained to her that Songbird offered up a solution to the problem of us dying in return for our help in regards to the president. Once we arrive at the safe house that Songbird ended up suggesting we go to, we don't find her, which is another cause for concern. The president ends up suggesting that she should switch clothes into something a bit less overall presenting, because it's pretty easy to find out who the president is based off of the clothing and the fact that, well, it's the president. We end up having a conversation with Johnny where we both agree something is up, something is not correct, and we're not getting the whole story, seeing as how many things have just not panned out for us. We end up cracking open some cold ones with the president, a sentence I never thought I'd say in my life, and we end up listening to the radio. On the radio itself, we end up hearing Kurt Hansen getting interviewed and kind of spilling out some propaganda that the NUSA is actually framing him and that he has nothing to do with what is going on in Dogtown. That ends up getting cut short, though, when we hear some footsteps approaching the door and we're not sure if it's Songbird or not. It ends up not being Songbird, so the president opens fire on them. So after we take care of the bodies and we end up back in the room, the president suggests that we should definitely just get some rest. It's been a very long day, to say the least. After we end up waking up, we have a conversation with Myers about Songbird and how she still is nowhere to be seen. We still don't know what fully happened yet, so it's just speculative, but she ends up suggesting one man for this job, and that is Solomon Reed. Solomon is actually a sleeper agent, and we learned that 7 years ago, he and Songbird were together on a team, and he's been in hibernation ever since. Myers ends up telling us that there's actually a secret comms channel we can use over in the Capitan Caliente, which is actually pretty close to where we're staying, and that the access code is 0931. In order for Solomon to trust us, we need an FIA database file put onto us, and we need something to show that we work for the government. So Myers ends up giving us a token and letting us know that that database is going to get covered by the time we actually meet up with him. She suggests that we take the oath, we skip it just because we don't even know what it is that we're swearing to believe in. On the elevator down to the bottom floor, Johnny ends up letting us know that it was actually a really good thing that we didn't swear to that oath. And this is also where we learn that Johnny was once a military member. This isn't the last time that Johnny's actually going to talk to us about the military and his service and everything that ended up coming with it. That will be things that we discover later on. We also end up receiving a call from Mr. Hands, the Pacifica fixer, who ends up letting us know that he doesn't know how we got in Dogtown's border, but he actually has made a register for us in the system, so now we can leave and come back whenever we want. We don't have to go through the whole platforming and sneaking in. A little bit later, we also meet up with El Capitan so that we can get a thing that we need for achievements, which is a new activity called vehicle contracts. A while later, though, we end up outside of the Capitan Caliente, where someone named Ronald Malone ends up actually explaining that the owner is, well, he's not alive anymore, so they ended up shutting down and boarding up the building. We end up finding out that a fuse box is actually connected to the door, so we do some apprentice level electrical work and we open the door, which gives us access to the Capitan Caliente. After a short search, though, we end up finding the telephone we need to call Solomon, and we end up getting a very good detailed look of the new models that they ended up adding to the game with Phantom Liberty. Getting back on track, though, Reed answers the phone and tells us that we should meet him over at Andrew Jackson basketball court during the daytime. So while we walk over to the basketball court to meet up with Solomon Reed, we end up getting another warning from Johnny. He basically says the people that we're working with are trained sociopaths. They aren't really our friends, even if they try to be. We also end up learning more about Johnny's life in the time in the service, and he's actually a deserter. So to, as concisely as I can, summarize this entire part of Johnny's lore, he was a deserter during the Second Central American conflict. The reason for this is in the same event that he lost his arm, his friend died saving his life. And then on top of that, it actually came out that the cause for the war was completely fabricated. They basically were fighting for nothing. So Johnny and pretty much every single soldier that was active at the time ended up deserting. So this entire event of his life was pretty much like one of the big catalysts for his hatred for corporations and politicians alike. So after that conversation, we end up getting a gun to our chest from the Solomon Reed. He ends up interrogating us, so we have to show him our token to make sure that, we're legit, that the president actually sent us, and he takes a lot more precautions than we do, that's for sure. And you can definitely tell that there's a large experience gap between us and Solomon himself. He ends up telling us about the black Thornton in the street in 3 minutes in the front seat, and that's where we should head. So before we jump in there, this is actually how you get relic points in the DLC. These are just Militech operational data terminals. They serve the purpose of giving us optional relic points so that we can actually max out the relic. We're not going to get all of them through the story, so this is how we get the rest. After we jump in the car, we see our first look at who Solomon Reed actually is. He has a classified belonging to section, and he is a very menacing guy. He's pretty bulky too. He ends up pointing out that the business that we're involving ourselves in isn't ours. There's no reason for us to get involved. We're a freelance merc that was born in Haywood, and on top of that, our commission was received last night. After asking us the one thing he kind of wants to, which is why are we even here, we end up telling him that Songbird ended up hiring us. And just judging off of the early impressions, it seems like he's a bit hesitant in her involvement in this entire situation, even saying that she's a magnet for trouble. He ends up asking where to go, and so we tell him the abandoned building on Crest Street on the 8th floor, so he takes off. On the way to the building itself, we learn that Reed is actually a bouncer in his day-to-day life so that he can pay the bills because the government doesn't pay him, not even under the table, for being a sleeper agent. And it's here that we realize some of Hansen's people have actually been tailing us this whole time, so after a very quick fighting brawl where, again, there's a ton of enemies, we end up driving away and we kind of figure out how we may have been found out. Reed is actually pretty understanding of this. He mentions that our idea of going through the metro is actually pretty smart, and he would have even done the same, just that the execution needed some work. Again, showcasing that we might be in over our heads. And Johnny might be right. Our difference in experience might end up costing us very gravely. So after taking out some of Hansen's goons down on the first floor, we find out that they didn't make it up the elevator, and we end up telling Reed that we should have wiped those camera recordings. We apologize, but again, he's actually pretty understanding. We end up getting up to the room ourselves, and we see that Myers is actually doing okay. Reed ends up mentioning that he's going to arrange passage so that the president can get back to Washington, but first, Myers needs to fill him in on the situation. She mentions first that Hansen isn't working on his own. Someone from Washington is actively assisting him. Songbird ends up getting brought up, and we basically say the most likely scenario is she ended up hitting some ice while she was controlling the Chimera. Reed doesn't really buy this as an explanation for what ended up happening to her, though, considering it's Songbird. She's pretty legendary at this point. Myers ends up mentioning that Songbird and V actually have a unique bond and that we should still be trying to find her so that we can see if she's even alive at this point. We also end up learning that Arasaka tried to kill Reed, and it took 6 whole months before he was even able to do the most basic of tasks, and Myers completely avoided telling us this. Reed asks us if it's worth it for this entire job, the pay that Songbird promised, and we tell him we didn't sign up for this job because of money. We signed up because of something different. It's here we end up explaining that Songbird offered up a solution to curing us of this relic that we have in our head, and so it's not money related, it is literally a matter of life or death. Reed appreciates the fact that we told him this and that we're not in it just for the money, considering he only knows us as a freelance merc, so we shake on it that we are going to help each other and we're going to, at least attempt anyway, to find Songbird. He suggests that we need contacts and informants within Dogtown that are willing to provide us with information that we need, but to do that, we need to build a reputation and gain the trust of of said people. First things first on his agenda, though, he needs to get the president back to Washington, so we have to wait 2 full in-game days for a call from him where we actually get to continue the story. And during this call, he ends up saying that the president did in fact get back to Washington pretty quickly at that, and with no real issues going forward. He also mentions that Alex, who is a former team member, is in Dogtown deep undercover at a bar called The Moth. Before we get back into Phantom Liberty, though, I ended up finishing up Panam's quest, which is necessary not just for the achievement, but also for an ending. We have to go through the whole thing, and then at the end of the game, we can decide what to do. We'll be able to call up the Aldecaldos and get an ending for that, so that's pretty good. Getting back into Phantom Liberty, though, we end up ordering a drink at the bar that we were told to go to by Reed from the bartender named Daphne. It's here that Reed ends up calling us, letting us know he's on his way. He'll be there very shortly, but he needs to explain something to us, and it's kind of important because we're going to have to deal with it ourselves. Basically, Alex was never told this, but the cover story about Reed was that he sold out to Arasaka. So, for the better part of 7 years, as far as she knew, he was a traitor to their entire operation. And it's here we actually get to see the effects that this cover story actually had. Daphne ends up mentioning that there's a very short list of people that they don't serve, and he's on it. And after she ushers everybody out of the Moth, she ends up holding Reed at gunpoint and even blames him for why she's stuck in Dogtown for the last 7 years. And it's here that Daphne does this really weird but really cool thing where she reveals her cloaking technology. This is actually Alex. We end up showing her the coin from the government to prove that not only is Reed not a traitor who ended up selling out to Arasaka, but more importantly that we're working together and that we need her help on a new mission. Reed ends up explaining to Alex that he was told that he needed to go to ground level. He had to become a sleeper agent to gather information, so she was fed a cover story that just wasn't true. She's very clearly pissed off, rightfully so. She got lied to for 7 full years, so she ends up taking a smoke break outside where we offer to go talk to her in Reed's place. Once we're actually outside and talking to Alex, we mentioned that an FIA agent went missing and we need her help to find her. And it's here we learn that they don't even contact her, pretty much at all. We also mentioned that we're not actually a part of the FIA, and so she wants to know what kind of leverage they had on us, and we tell her that it was actually just a one-off thing, and then we're done. She wants to know why we're even here. What are we hoping to get out of it? And we mentioned that we just want to survive. The woman that we're after offered up a potential solution to our problem. We end up telling her who the woman is, and by name, it's Songbird. She doesn't seem exactly excited or thrilled by that name because, well, Songbird is also on the short list of people alongside Reed that they don't serve at that bar. She ends up mentioning that we didn't get the full story out of Reed in regards to the operation that happened 7 years ago where Reed disappeared and Alex ended up being sent to a bar to do undercover work for the government. She ends up agreeing to help us out, but in return, she wants some conditions to be met. She wants a full retirement. She wants to be done with this entire business. She wants nothing to do with field work or anything like that. We end up letting her know that Reed could do that for her if that's what she wants, and she happily obliges, so she tells us to go tell him that she's in on this mission. So back inside, we end up talking about Songbird and that we don't even know if she's alive. So Alex ends up suggesting that we might need a netrunner for this. And she has just the person that she can call, being Wilkie Slider. She ends up letting us know who this person even is. Basically, it's a renegade voodoo boy, also a murderer. He's just not a really good person, but he is really good at what he does. So she ends up letting us know that he stays over at a would-be spa over in Luxor Heights. And Reed mentions that they're going to do some catching up and he'll meet us there. So we get the coordinates and we head off. After we leave the bar, we end up having a conversation with Johnny about Reed and Alex and what he sees in those two. He actually went through something similar himself. He ends up mentioning that he sees it clear as day that any sense of friendship that they may have will fizzle out. Maybe it isn't right now, but it will eventually happen. It is inevitable. And he mentions that it's mostly due to the fact that Reed just didn't tell Alex anything. After we end up waiting for Solomon just outside of the Voodoo Boys' hideout, he mentions that everything seems to be okay between him and Alex now. The Voodoo Boys actually put up some guards just outside of the main area where we're supposed to be going, so Solomon suggests that we find a vent or some sort of alternative way. After some platforming and some scaffolding, we end up inside of the air shaft. We do a little drop down, and then we end up where we need to be, which is the main server room. And after we we tried to do it kind of silently, it didn't work out, so a lot of fighting ensues. This is pretty par for the course for Phantom Liberty. After that, we find a gate that we then push up and we go through to find Slider sitting inside of a pretty sophisticated looking room. And it's actually here that Slider mentions that we brought death to Brigitte. Do you remember her from just before we got into Phantom Liberty? Yeah, he ends up mentioning her because obviously he's a voodoo boy. Besides the point, though, we end up actually trying to strike up a deal with him. And if you couldn't tell, he's blind. So he mentions that the cyberspace is the only place he actually has any vision. And it just so happens that we need to use the cyberspace to actually find the person that we're looking for. We end up mentioning that the relic in our head is actually how she made contact with us. And so he offers up to look at it so that he can try to piece it back together and even locate her through it. And after he ends up connecting to us, he ends up having something happen to him. He jolts like he just experienced a bunch of pain. And we ask him what he saw. He mentions the Black Wall. He ends up mentioning that Songbird used Black Wall protocol to connect with us. So I've already explained what the Black Wall is, what it hides, and why it even exists in the first place a little bit earlier in the video, but basically to give you the rundown of this conversation, he ends up mentioning that Netwatch kills any single person that messes with the Black Wall because obviously if a rogue AI were to get out, the net could end up falling or a potential apocalypse scenario could ensue. We end up mentioning to Reed that messing with the Black Wall is insanely risky business for every person involved, and he ends up mentioning that, well, Songbird being allowed to poke holes in it is even worse, so Slider needs to track her down. He ends up employing some scare tactics, mentioning that now that Slider has gotten involved and seen what Songbird used to connect with us, that if they find out about Songbird, they'll find out about him. He even throws in that he'll be off of the FIA's hook as well if he helps us out here. After reluctantly agreeing, he ends up making a connection with us, and we see just how far and how dangerous this connection actually is. We end up getting into contact with Songbird, who sees Solomon Reed and mentions that it's actually a good thing that he's here and that we're working with him. We end up bringing up the fact that she used the Black Wall to talk to us, and she mentions that Black Wall to Relic was the only way to get into contact with us after the hacking of the SF-1, being the plane that the president was on. She mentions that Hansen's people tracked her down after she got into the Chimera, so now she's being detained. It's also here that we see the effects that this Black Wall connection has on Slider because it is actively killing him. But before he ends up dying and the connection gets severed, Songbird mentions the Black Sapphire. Hansen is hosting a huge party there and that we need to crash it and she'll find us there. And before the connection gets fully severed, she ends up mentioning that she did not forget what we agreed on. We end up yelling at Reed to jack out Slider so that he doesn't die, but it's too late. Slider died from this connection, just further proving the extent that this Black Wall stuff has on the human body and the human mind. We end up mentioning that we got into contact with Songbird herself and that she's mostly okay, but he suggests that we get out because the Voodoo Boys might still have some people hanging around. Once we got out of the Voodoo Boys hideout, we end up mentioning to Reed that Songbird seems happy that we ended up teaming up, and he mentions that that means she trusts us. We tell him about how she ended up getting detained by Hansen, and it just so happens that Hansen's throwing a party over at the Black Sapphire where she is. Reed ends up saying that we probably don't have anyone inside that could just open the door, so we can't just barge on in, but that he's going to try to pull some strings together, run through contacts with Alex, and that we should do the same. And at this point, we end up mentioning that we may know someone that could help us named Mr. Hands. So after we call up Mr. Hands, he mentions that the place is inaccessible and we can't just walk in uninvited. But he may be able to pull some strings and give up an arm and a leg to actually help us out here. He ends up telling us that thanks to the gigs we've been doing for him over in Dogtown, he actually has a position of power and that he's happy to return the favor, so we should go meet him at the Heavy Hearts. While waiting for Mr. Hands, I ended up getting another achievement where we bought every car that was available to me. So meeting up with Mr. Hands, I'm going to summarize this as quickly as I can, but basically he sort of just wants political power. That's his whole thing. He wants control of Dogtown, and to do that, obviously Hansen's in his way, so he's willing to help us because we're kind of his ticket to exploiting whatever he can find to gain traction in Dogtown itself. So he gives us the blueprint to the building itself, and sends us on our way. After that, we end up calling up Reed, letting him know we got the data shard from Hans with the blueprint, and we send it to him. He also says to meet him at the Moth. When we actually get to the Moth itself, we end up having a relic malfunction that leads into us actually going unconscious. It's here we end up telling Reed that these relic malfunctions happen quite often, and it's only going to keep getting worse until inevitably we're dead. It's also here we end up having a very serious conversation with Reed, where he explains the situation a bit more in detail from 7 years ago. He mentions that they tried to kill him, and the way that they did that was an ambush. It was an attempt on his life 7 years ago that landed him in the ICU, where he just ended up waiting to die. He was waiting for someone to come and finish the job. He then mentions he was actually betrayed by the people at the FIA. All of this because of a ceasefire. He was the price to pay for peace. And even though he was betrayed and set up to die, he has kind of gotten over it. He ends up comparing it to a scar. And over time, after, so many years, it becomes less of a scar and more of just an itch on your hand. He ends up taking us to an elevator to show us some stuff from his past and also the team's past in its entirety. And he mentions that this place, the bar, was actually built on top of their safe house, which was kind of ironic. And while he was working to get the power on, he ends up mentioning a car bomb blew up one of his people, another one was poisoned, and a third person just shot in the back of the head while trying to buy a pack of cigarettes. And a couple other people also just ended up vanishing without a real trace. It got to a point where they were all waiting to die from the Arasaka agents, so he made a decision, and this decision was, well, obviously the catalyst for the ambush on his life, but also the cover story, and that's what ended up happening 7 years ago. This is also where he ends up revealing that Songbird was kind of the whole reason for that ambush. It was her final mission. While he was trying to get out of Night City, she was on comms directing him on where to go, and she led him directly into a trap, and that trap was the ambush that almost took his life, and her final mission was to make sure that happened, and then she would also go home. We end up asking if this is genuine concern for Songbird or revenge that he's planning out, and he mentions he doesn't have revenge in his body. It doesn't exist. Songbird is one of his people, and he's willing to go through everything even though he was betrayed. He also ends up mentioning that he hasn't fully recovered from the betrayal with Rosalind Myers because every single mission file that he dug up involving Songbird was all greenlit, including the Black Wall, all greenlit by Rosalind Myers, the president of the NUSA. Everything Songbird has done, basically her entire time in the FIA, all commanded by one singular person. After that whole conversation, Alex ends up explaining how we're going to get into the Black Sapphire. While it is the most heavily guarded place in Dogtown, it's not airtight. So she ends up letting us know that with a top-of-the-line diving suit, we're going through a flooded tunnel system that is also conveniently super toxic. At the end of said tunnel, we'll actually reach a terminal, we'll jack in, breach the cameras, and this will give Reed his time to get into the building itself. And so we're going to take 2 different elevators up to the top of the building, and that's when Reed is going to open up a passage to his side for us. After that, we're going to meet up, we're going to dress up really fancy, and we're going to rendezvous with Songbird. Alex ends up giving us her pistol named Her Majesty and says that it's been itching to come back to some active duty, and of course we'll oblige. Reed ends up asking us after all of that what Hans wants in return for getting the blueprint to us, and I mentioned that, well, Hansen's in his way and he wants power, and that is it. While we wait for Reed to prepare for the mission, we end up doing one very quick achievement, and we're back to the main stories. So we start off by opening the door that gives us access to the tunnels, and then we swim through them after putting on the dive suit. After a pretty long swim through the tunnels, we end up where we need to be, which is the control room, and this is where we're going to have to take out a couple guards to be able to get access to the cameras so that we can find Reed. We end up jacking into the PC, we check through every single camera until we find him. After making sure Reed has access to the elevator and is safely able to get up it, we go up ours ourselves. We take out a couple guys, then we're in the elevator heading up, and at the very top of the elevator, we end up finding our prize, which is the sniper. So we take him out and we jack into his sniper, and this is where we actually get to one of my favorite scenes in this entire game. I love this mission a lot. Basically, we have to guide Reed through this next section. I won't be including everything as this section is like decently long. It's a solid 6 to 7 minutes just by itself, but we end up assisting Reed through a multitude of tasks. We hack an elevator to, completely get rid of a patrol. We take out an enemy sniper. We do a couple double kills. It's a really fun section of this mission. At the end of this section, Reed ends up pushing down a bridge that we use to go across so we can go to the elevator that gets us to the top of the building. It's also in the elevator itself that Reed ends up noticing V is a little bit on edge and asks what happened. And, well, we kind of briefly mentioned the Arasaka incident that we ended up going through at the very beginning of the game. So before we can actually go to the party, I hope you like green and scaly because we need some new clothes. So we end up putting on our brand new fashion sense and we walk over to the party. Our most gracious host, Johnny Silverhand, gives us a bow, and we have to go meet Reed at the bar. At the bar itself, we end up coming up with a very on-the-spot plan because we both know pretty much nothing about where Songbird is, so we offer up to walk around and see what we can find. Reed ends up showing off a bit of his skills and his experience by mentioning that Kurt Hansen is over in the corner to his right, and that didn't take very long at all for him to find. And if you needed more proof that Night City and Dogtown are very corrupt by the people that are in power, well, Kurt Hansen is anti-law enforcement on paper until he starts rubbing shoulders with the NCPD commissioner. After sharing some drinks with some of the people here, we end up getting a message from Songbird herself, and she tells us to look up, and that's when we see her. And it's here that this is our first appearance with Songbird in the flesh, or I should say what's left of it. She ends up bringing up Slider and saying that she was the cause of his death. And we tell her that the Blackwall connection itself is what actually killed him, not her. And she's also lucky she didn't die from it too. After that, though, Songbird ends up stuttering, and we see that this is the reunion of Songbird and Solomon Reed. She ends up mentioning to Reed that she's made a lot of mistakes very clearly, and Reed ends up assuring her that it's not totally her fault. It's actually every person involved's fault for everything that has happened to them as a crew up to this point. Before we can all leave the building and sing Kumbaya, Songbird ends up mentioning that she's dying, just like we are, and Hansen has the cure, not just to her issue, but ours. She's being killed by the Blackwall from all of her meddling with it, and we're dying to the relic, but Hansen just so conveniently happens to have some tech that could be our saving grace. She ends up mentioning that while she's inside and working on some stuff, she's going to help us get that exact tech. We're going to steal it from Hansen. Speaking of Hansen, it's here we actually get to see him in the flesh, and he mentions he's never seen us around and that he does not forget a face. So we end up shaking his hand, we introduce ourselves as V, and our cover story, as of now, is that we haven't seen Somi in years and that we're just trying to catch up a little bit. And after that interaction, he ends up telling Songbird that they gotta go because there's some political people who want to meet Songbird, but just before she walks away, she ends up touching our relic. And just like that, we're back to comms with Songbird. She ended up reestablishing the link that she had with us by simply touching the relic. She ends up explaining that being nice to Hansen is simply just a way of getting closer to him so that she can get the device that will save not just her, but also us. She ends up mentioning that she can't explain everything yet, it's just too much, but she does give us a little bit of a plan. The neural matrix is secret tech that uses AIs from beyond the Blackwall, and that is what our key is to survival. Songbird and two other runners have worked on this tech in the past, and that is exactly what Hansen needs. That's why he has such an innate interest in Songbird. And here we actually get into the meat of the plan. They're going to be working side by side, so we need to steal the access codes, get the runners out of the way, and then on top of all of that, we need to impersonate them so we can meet with Hansen under the guise that we are those runners. She ended up leaving us some more information as well inside of the glass that she was using to drink some champagne, and it's actually a little data chip that we have to go give to Reed. We end up meeting up with Reed downstairs at the bar, and we mentioned that Songbird actually has communication with us again through the relic. And it's here that he ends up explaining that he's starting to piece together the story of what's happened so far. He's seeing patterns. The SF-1 ended up crashing over Dogtown, a very specific place, and it just so happens that this very specific place happens to have some very forbidden tech that would save not just our life, but also Songbird's life. And we've suspected that this was an inside job from the very beginning, and Reed knows who did it. And that person that did the inside job was Songbird. He ends up coming to this conclusion based on the fact that Somi ended up saying that she was dying. He believes that she made a deal with Hansen to trade the president's life for access to this tech, basically committing high treason so that she could save herself. So you may be wondering why she even bothered to contact us at the very beginning of Phantom Liberty then, and that's because she's spinning a deal with both sides, i.e. me and Hansen. If one of the plans that she wanted to do ended up falling through and not working, it's okay because she had a backup. Let's say I failed, she still had Hansen. Let's say Hansen fails, she still has us. It is a win-win for her. Reed ends up mentioning, though, that judgment calls and situational assessment is not her strong suit. It's always been just thinking a couple steps ahead. And that's exactly why we're in the situation now where we have to rescue her. So after that big exposition, we end up mentioning that we can't really trust her and we don't know what to do. He mentions that staying alert is a good thing. It's not a bad idea, but he knows Songbird well enough to know she'll try as hard as she can to be fair about this entire situation. He ends up saying that he isn't convinced Songbird is to blame for everything because in this trade, nothing is as it seems and that there is a very far pit that you have to go down to actually get the answer that you want. So after we end up getting her out of this situation she's found herself in, then we will decide what to do. After all of that, though, we end up explaining the plan that Songbird has provided to us, being that we have to show up as a pair of runners after stealing their identities. It's here that we end up seeing who these runners actually are, and that's Aurora Cassell and her brother, Amiric Cassell. I definitely butchered that. So how are we going to steal their identities, you may be asking? Great question. Alex is already prepping some scan tech that we're going to use to scan them and their personalities so that we can really spy it up. So Reed ends up mentioning that he's going to scan one of them and we're going to scan the other. And to do that, we have to start by simply buying some chips and going to the roulette table that they're currently sitting at. After we buy some chips and go to the table for ourselves, we end up meeting up with Aurora, who introduces herself and her brother, and we end up buying them some drinks to kind of help break some of the tension a little bit. So Alex ends up mentioning that she can't get a hold of Reed, so we try to stall for some time, we break some of the ice, and we learn a bit more about Aurora and her brother. Alex ends up coming back to us a couple minutes later mentioning that Reed is gone for now and that we are going to have to do both of these scans because it's now or never. So after a bunch of questions, a bunch of conversation on both of the twins, we end up getting what we need, which are these scans. But to finish this, we need one final piece to the puzzle, so we go all in. The brother is a little bit hesitant to go all in considering he doesn't even know our name yet, so we end up telling him that our name is V and that we're Afterlife affiliated, and that's when we put it all on red. He ends up putting everything on black right after us, and we end up winning. It hit red. Hansen ends up showing up and telling them that they have a job to do, so he sends them away from the table, and we end up having a conversation with them. He first ends up mentioning that Reed is FIA. He knows this, and that by process of elimination, we must be as well. He ends up mentioning the president and how we're likely the ones that got her out of Dogtown, and that by doing that, we should be sent back to Night City in body bags. After a little bit of a conversation about the whole thing, he ends up saying that he's going to let us and Reed walk free of this place in one piece and that it's a gesture of goodwill. Before we can leave, though, he ends up mentioning that Songbird came to him on her own. She was tired of breaking international laws on the president's whim. She had to get away from it. He ends up mentioning that breaching the Black Wall jeopardizes not just the net, but also all of humankind's safety. So he tells us to pass this on to President Myers, and that Songbird does not work for her anymore. She works for him. And that if she doesn't stay out of his business, the world will know about all of the stuff that she's done with Songbird. On the elevator ride down to the lobby, we end up getting into a conversation with Alex, who overheard that entire thing. She mentions that if the NUS president gets ousted for breaking international laws with the Black Wall and everything else, that the NUS would find itself in another war, and the country would very likely fall as a result of that. After that elevator ride, we end up getting escorted out of the building by the guards that Hansen keeps around, and we let Reed know that we got both of the scans of the runners ourselves. We end up explaining how we managed to get out of the building and that Hansen came over, he chatted with us, he made some threats, said that he knew about Myers' involvement with the Black Wall breaking international law, and that Songbird is essentially his bargaining chip with the entire NUSA government. Reed ends up letting us know that he and Alex are going to have some work to do. They have to analyze all of the data from Songbird, and that may take a day or two, so we just have to wait. So while we waited for Reed, I ended up getting 2 more achievements. I finished up El Capitan's new activity, and I also got every single fast travel in the game. I also went and did my most wanted achievement. You have to get all the way up to a tier 5 within Dogtown itself, and this is also a good time to mention that in 2.0 2.0, they ended up adding the ability to get ran in on by Max Tack afterwards because they assume you're cyber psycho. So after Reed calls us, he lets us know that we should meet him and Alex down in the basement of the bar. So we head over there, we shoot the shit a little bit, but now it's time to actually get to what we came here to do, which was get a plan. So the briefing is as follows, as quickly as I can anyway. We have to save Songbird from Hanson. She's infected by the Black Wall, just from something beyond it because of all of her meddling with the president. The thing that she wants is the neural matrix that will also help us. For more relevant information, we are going to be impersonating as Aurora and her brother. How do we do that, you may be asking? Great question. Here we go. Aurora and her brother work for Militech, so they know the security protocols in and out. They're selling Hanson access codes. Hanson himself doesn't actually know about the neural matrix. He just wants data from the secret Militech NUS research project. Seeing as we already have the scans and their behaviors, what we need to do is get the twins out of the equation, which is exactly what we're about to get into now. They're driving a rental while they're here in Night City, and our job is that we're going to track it, we're going to hijack it, and we're going to do that from the rental firm's tracking system. After we do that, we're going to kidnap them, get them out of the equation, meet up with Hanson ourselves, posing as Aurora and her brother. The meeting itself is going to involve us selling him the access codes that the twins were originally going to give him anyway. We're going to meet up with Songbird in the lab so we can give her codes when we need to. And at the end of all of that, someone is going to be killing Hanson. The order to kill Hanson, by the way, comes directly from President Myers, seeing as he tried to, kill the president. So after that briefing, we end up meeting up with Alex specifically to talk about Charon Exotics. This is the rental service that the twins are using to get around Night City, and that's exactly what we need. We need to find the Charon Exotics station so that we can hack it, so we can trace the car, and then, get on with the actual mission itself. She ends up giving us a little doodad that'll pop the locks on the doors so that we can take complete control from the trunk itself. She also mentions when we're near a station that they're not concealed, so it shouldn't be too tough to find. Songbird ends up contacting us while we're running over to do our job, and she ends up giving us 3 relic points, and she also gives us some coordinates. She wants to meet up, but just us. She doesn't want anyone else around. I also ended up getting the achievement for all gigs and NCPD scanners over in Pacifica as well. The conversation begins by us meeting up with Songbird at the location, and she mentions that the place she's about to show us means that she trusts us because it's very important to her. The reason that this place is so important and special to her is because it reminds her a lot of Brooklyn, which is where she was originally from. After a pretty long, reminiscent conversation about the past, we end up getting to why we're actually here, where we ask Songbird to just be honest with us about this entire situation. And it's here Reed ends up being proven correct about the entire situation, as Songbird openly admits to helping Hanson in regards to the Myers situation. She does mention, though, that the missile hitting the plane itself was not in the wheelhouse for what she anticipated happening, as that was not the agreement. Her original goal was that she would down the plane, we would save the president, and in all of that confusion, she would go grab the neural matrix from Hanson, and we would get out scot-free. Nobody gets hurt, but obviously that ends up changing. So she ends up confirming that Hanson does not know about the neural matrix and what it actually is, but that if he gets his hands on it, she's basically as good as dead, which we've already discussed with Reed and Alex before. So this is just further confirmation about that. And it's here that she ends up mentioning that to Myers in the NUSA, she's just another weapon for reaching beyond the Black Wall. And she also mentions that she basically doesn't have choices to make for herself. Her life is essentially dictated by the NUSA and by proxy, the president. So I want to make a quick mention, by the way, that a lot of people within the community view Songbird as a mirror representation of V, and this conversation kind of proves that in the sense that she was willing to do whatever it took to get out of her situation. The Black Wall is actively killing her, and on top of that, it's stripping away her memories to the point that she doesn't even know what her mom sounds like anymore. She even goes as far as to say that she feels like she's surrendering to someone because she loses control. Now, this should start to sound very familiar because it is a direct mirror as to what is happening with us. Just like Songbird is willing to go through extremes to get out of her situation, we are doing the exact same thing. Our memories are being altered as if we're Johnny himself, so far to the point that we've experienced those memories as if they were our own, just like Songbird is losing her memories to the Black Wall itself. Now, while their situations are similar, a lot of people view it as more of a dark mirror representation, seeing as Songbird mentally is much different than V, and we're going to get more into that when we actually start going through all of the endings to Phantom Liberty. But if you want to find out more about this stuff, go look it up. It's very interesting. A lot of people have explained this a hell of a lot better than I do. Getting back on track, though, with the conversation at hand, Songbird ends up mentioning she doesn't trust Reed because Reed is the whole reason she's in this situation to begin with. Due to a botched Militech incident with Songbird at the helm of it, Reed ended up showing up to her door and basically saying, serve the country or Netwatch is going to deal with you. And obviously, considering she was 19, she didn't have much of a choice. She ends up mentioning that she wants to get away from everything, including Kurt, the NUSA, and Reed, and that Night City was simply just a pit stop for her along that escape route. Obviously, things didn't end up being so simple and everything got complicated, so she couldn't just up and leave. She ends up saying that she's fleeing, she needs to get out, and to do that, she needs us because the situations we find ourselves in are very similar and that she can relate to us better than anyone else can. So her plans for this mission are completely different than ours. She wants to get the neural matrix, and while Hansen is being dealt with, she needs our help to skip Night City because she cut a deal with a black clinic with rippers that can access the matrix itself using an algorithm to create a prototype for the cure, but she needs to be there. So when they finish, she's going to send word to us that it's done and that the relic is not going to be a problem for our life anymore. After that conversation, though, she ends up letting us know that we should call Reed and fill him in on the situation. So we tell him that we're good to go. We're greenlit and that meet with Hansen is happening. And we also explain that the situation with Songbird is not looking great. The tech is the only way she gets to survive after all of this. He ends up mentioning that this is just even more of a reason to focus on the mission that's in front of us so that we can get our hands on the cure. And I opt to not tell him about everything. It doesn't matter at the end of the day, but just know that you can, if you want to, tell him about Songbird and the conversation in its entirety. And one romance option plus the achievement later, we're back to Phantom Liberty. So I ended up going over to the place where the transceiver was. We killed a couple people in some different ways, but we ended up jacking into the receiver itself where we ended up downloading the encryption key. Or so we thought. We ended up actually having to call Alex to let her know that the entire encryption data wasn't on this specific receiver and that we'll need more. However, because I have 20 intelligence, I was able to actually just do it from here, which gave me the encryption key with nothing else attached. So a couple hours later, Reed lets us know that he ended up getting the encryption key, and he also tells us that we're going to need some new chrome for an implant that will accommodate the behavioral imprints that we stole from the twins. So he sends us a clinic that we have to go run to. Getting to the Ripper doc, she's a bit apprehensive at first, but lets us in, and who do we see upon getting there? None other than Reed himself. So part of the reason he's here is because we didn't actually tell him about the deeper part of the situation with Somi that we had during that conversation a little bit earlier. So he's trying to figure out what she had to have gone through to want to resort to treason. So he thinks that Songbird has been trapped, not just for a couple months, but years, and it's all because of Myers, who he ends up calling a sore loser who is trying to avoid it by any means necessary, which involves the Black Wall and Songbird. So we end up mentioning that there's very likely a prison cell that's prepped and waiting for Songbird because obviously she committed treason, and Myers wants to see Songbird again, which I don't think I need to explain how those two things are correlated. While Myers may not forgive Songbird for what she did, that doesn't mean that Reed is the same way, even though he works for Myers. His idea is that we stow away somewhere safe after getting her, we ask her some questions and try to get on some common ground. And then, once he actually gets those answers, he's going to help her disappear completely from everyone everywhere, and that includes President Myers. He even mentions that he has contacts in Europe where he'll try to find the best clinic to put us back together, both me and Songbird, once we actually have the cure in our hand. Now, we know that she has another plan in mind, but Reed doesn't. However, due to pattern recognition and having experience with Songbird herself, he knows she has another plan. He just doesn't know what it is. After that, though, he ends up letting us know he has something for us, and this is something that the best minds in DC have cooked up, and it's called the Icebreaker. This is meant to be used against other netrunners, and it'll be fed into our system after we get the implant. When we use it on Somi, or if, it'll knock her out. To summarize how it actually works is when we're both connected to the mainframe, if we choose to activate it, it will knock her out in under a minute. If she detects it, it doesn't matter. She's by herself and she can't stop it. That's how aggressive this tech is. Anyway, for what we're actually here for, after the anesthesia ends up kicking in, we take a scalpel to the face, we get our face entirely ripped off, and then we get a new one. This is our new faceplate with the technology that we actually need. The Ripper ends up uploading the Icebreaker while we wait. Did I mention the doctor also had an assistant? It's Dr. Johnny Silverhand, ready to let us know that the operation was a success. Johnny ends up asking us what it feels like to be a traitor, and, well, we end up asking if we even have a choice. And he is at least glad that we haven't turned yet completely to the side of the government. Johnny ends up saying that he believes they're both telling the truth, that maybe they're skipping out on some details, but the motivations are there and they have no reason to be lying at this given moment. He describes Songbird as a walking, talking nuke that keeps making mistakes and doesn't know which of those mistakes is going to cost her her life, and that survival is all she has at this point. He also mentions that Reed and him are actually pretty similar, and if Johnny didn't desert the army, he would have become Reed himself, living and dying by the principles that the government had instilled in them. We asked Johnny what he would do in our shoes, and he says that he's already in them, but he has no idea. He has zero clue what he would do if he were the one making the decisions for us. After that conversation with Johnny, though, Farida ends up letting us know that the implant is online, it is a successful implant, and all we need now is a behavioral imprint. After we leave Farida's shop, we call Reed, who lets us know that our access to Care on Exotics was cut, and they may have discovered us. He lets us know that not all is lost, they were last in City Center, headed our direction, so we just need to get to a vantage point near the entrance of Dogtown where we can get a trace on the runners as they drive around. Once we're on our vantage point, we have to scan some vehicles in the area to see which one is the twins, and we end up finding it after a little bit of waiting. So we scan it, and that allows us to track them to their next location where we can then grab the vehicle ourselves. So we hop into the trunk and we connect to the car via personal link, and now we have access to the cameras. After a little bit of waiting, Aurora and her brother end up coming out, getting back into the car, and we end up stealing the vehicle's controls by hacking it. A little bit of hacked vehicle driving through Dogtown later, and we drive to the meeting point where Alex and Reed are waiting to tase the twins and also do a bit more than just that. So we were told that they were going to be left unconscious, and instead of just leaving them unconscious, tying them up and hiding them away, they ended up executing them. So do you remember the conversation from just a couple minutes ago where Johnny ended up mentioning that they are being truthful, but they're leaving out small details that do matter? This is one of them, and you should start to see some cracks beginning to form in both sides, in Songbird's side and in Reed's side. So Reed ends up letting us know that Aurora has the access codes, so to download them, we have to jack in via personal link, and obviously V is still pretty pissed off about this whole situation. Regardless, we end up seeing the tech in action as Alex ends up impersonating Emmerich. After that, we end up getting our own behavioral imprint, which is of Aurora, which we then insert into our head. And as you can see, it is a lot more than just a facial difference. So while it does give you a new face and also changes your overall appearance by affecting your hormones and stuff, you are the one that has to remember who you are. You are Aurora for what it's worth, but you're not her mentally, if that makes sense. You have the voice, you have the body, you have the looks, and you have the accent and this, that, and the other, but you still are V at the end of the day. So we do a little bit of driving through Dogtown where we end up at the stadium garage where we then meet up with somebody named Murphy. He's going to be our tour guide, if you want to call him that. We end up doing a little bit of small talk with him in the elevator, but at the end of it, he ends up mentioning that the FIA plans to do something. Kurt ended up getting a tip from somebody. Speaking of Kurt, at the meeting itself, he ends up letting us know Songbird needs just a little bit more time to prepare, so we have a conversation with him. So do you remember how earlier I said that while yes, you are Aurora in voice, in looks, and you know how she's supposed to act, but you're not her? This is exactly what I meant by that. This is actually a test. He ends up asking you some questions and stuff that are meant to test you to see if you're actually who you say you are. And seeing as we're V, you still have to do some improvisation. You have to be in character. You are Aurora for what it's worth, but you're not truly her. The most important thing you can take from this conversation is that Kurt actually wants to expand into Western Europe. Before Kurt ends up asking any more questions, Songbird ends up showing up and letting us know that the mainframe is ready and we can begin. So this feels like a pretty fitting time to mention, but if you want to get every single achievement in Phantom Liberty in one playthrough, save your game right now. So when we actually go to interact with the neural matrix during this mission, we're going to have to make a couple of decisions that will determine which ending we get. And if you want to get every single ending like I am right now during one singular playthrough, you need at least one save so you can reload it and get the other endings so that you don't miss out on them and have to go through the whole game again. So we'll have to do this for the base game as well if you plan to recreate this with one singular playthrough for every achievement, but regardless, for Phantom Liberty's sake, Firestarter before the neural matrix, save the game. That's how you can do this. So once we're actually inside of the lab with Songbird, it's here that she explains her plan. She wants to hack the local net, she's going to override the defense systems, the whole stadium is going to become hostile, and we're going to slip out while it's absolute chaos. She also already has a route planned out because she checked the stadium blueprint. After we jack into the neural matrix with our personal link, we end up getting the ability to choose which route we want to go. If we betray Reed, we can get 3 endings. If we betray Songbird, we get 2. So the first set of endings we're going to be doing is where we side with Reed, which means we betray Songbird. So something you're going to notice is Songbird isn't talking a whole lot, and then she gets the neural matrix and it happens. She ends up mentioning to Kurt that we have a problem and that she can handle the one down here, and now it's time for her to use the black wall and absolutely tear through the stadium. Before we get to that, though, we see Alex die to Hansen, and just before we end up biting the dust as well, the icebreaker gets through to Songbird, and this is where we have a major turning point. The icebreaker ends up kicking in and slightly stunning Songbird, and we mention that we're trying to save Somi because the black wall is consuming her mind. So I haven't actually explained what ICE is in the Cyberpunk universe. To summarize, it's basically a security system. It prevents things from the net infecting things that you don't want to be infected, and it just so happens that using the icebreaker on a net runner opens them up to a lot of different things. And in Songbird's case, because she ended up using a rogue AI to stay conscious after the icebreaker kicked in, well, needless to say, Songbird is not fully Songbird anymore. She is at least partially being controlled by rogue AIs from beyond the black wall. And we actually get a visual representation of just how powerful these rogue AIs are, because Songbird is able to do pretty much whatever she wants. And this is exactly why during that Voodoo Boys mission, I ended up mentioning very briefly anyway, that the rogue AIs from beyond the black wall could end humanity, and that's why the Voodoo Boys wanted to get on their good side. This is exactly what I meant. They have the power to cause apocalypses. They could end humanity at a given moment if this were to get out at large. Reed ends up getting into contact with us after that entire situation, and we have to explain to him that Somi fought back, reaching past the black wall, and on top of that, Alex is dead. So we end up going through the stadium and we fight a lot of enemies, once again, just like all of Phantom Liberty at this point, and our final target is Kurt Hansen himself. It is a pretty tough fight, but at the end of the day, we are better and we end up winning, and as Reed so lovingly put it, we did that one for Alex. After we meet up with Reed in the garage in a car, he ends up taking off, and then he ends up sort of setting everything into perspective. Alex is dead, Songbird is missing, and it may not even be Songbird due to a potential rabbit AI, which I may have already mentioned that, but yeah, they don't know yet, so my bad. I hope you guys are ready for some lore, because Reed and MaxTac ended up calling Songbird a cyber psycho, and if you didn't know anything about the Cyberpunk universe, you would probably actually agree with that statement. For what it's worth, she's giving off every clear sign as to being a cyber psycho. However, the absolute legend that is Mike Pondsmith, the creator of this universe from 30 years ago, has gone on record to say you cannot go cyber psycho from getting infected by an AI. And because that is exactly what happened to Songbird, she is by definition not a cyber psycho. And seeing as he is the creator of this universe, what he says goes. Cyber psychosis, for what it's worth, is a very extensive thing, so this hasn't stopped people from theorizing that Songbird did in fact go cyber psycho with and without the AI, but that's a different story for a different day. If you guys want that explanation, I'll happily upload an entire video dedicated to describing cyber psychosis at a lore level using Mike Pondsmith as a source, but regardless, she ends up getting captured by MaxTac. So after she gets taken away by MaxTac, Reed ends up calling the president and informs her that Songbird is sitting in NC police custody, and Myers mentions she has no sway with the government. So Reed ends up mentioning that he'll get her to Langley alive. So we end up calling him out about this because the plan was originally to ask her some questions and then get her home, but given the situation, we don't even know if Songbird is Songbird anymore. So Reed ends up mentioning that we need to get on the holo and make some calls. We need to find anyone who comes to mind, but we need a netrunner that we can trust. and who's more than capable of getting within the NCPD systems. It starts up by us calling up Mr. Hands and telling him we have a job for him. So we lay out the details: MaxTac prisoner transport to Los Pedros, and we need to know the route that it's going, and can he help us? He ends up mentioning he has a contact that can get us what we desire, and it's only going to come at the cost of $15,000, non-negotiable. So we end up paying up the money. He lets us know in 10 hours time we'll be receiving a data shard with exactly what we need. So the netrunner we had to meet up with was actually Yoko from the very beginning of the game. If you remember, she gave us our first demon. Anyway, she ends up mentioning that she has what we need. So we end up sending Reed the data on the package, and he lets us know to wait for a text from him after he reviews it. After a couple hours, he ends up messaging us, letting us know he went through the data. There are a couple blanks to fill in, but nothing too serious. And he even has some contacts who agreed to deliver some equipment and even help us set it up. So we just have to go to an abandoned hotel near the route where the MaxTac convoy is going through. So once we actually get to the hotel, Johnny shows up to have a conversation with us, and he even asks us if we're trying to knock him off of his terror person pedestal. More importantly, though, he ends up mentioning that Songbird ended up buying a one-way ticket straight to cyber hell, and we mentioned that she's dragging us with her. After that short conversation with Johnny, we meet up with Reed, who lets us know he went through the intel, the convoy route, the vehicle array, and the weaponry that they're likely to have, and he also says it's not going to be easy. He ends up saying that they are called the Psycho Squads for a reason, and that's because they're almost cyber psycho themselves. Now, I've talked about cyber psychosis to death in this video. I've even mentioned MaxTac being functional cyber psychos at the very beginning of the video itself, but if you want some more lore, cyber psychosis is able to be controlled, and that is exactly what MaxTac is doing. Every single person that you see within MaxTac are formerly, or as you can consider it, functionally cyber psycho, and they are heavily medicated to prevent them from going fully psychotic and just simply rampaging around the streets. Back to the mission though, we end up setting the groundwork for the details of what we're going to do when MaxTac actually arrives. So after we do all of that, we end up talking to Reed, who mentions the jammer and how he needs to calibrate it so that the signal isn't too strong for Somi, and he gets very visibly distressed, and after a little bit of prodding, he ends up mentioning that he fucked up somewhere down the line 7 years ago, maybe it's today, but the result is that Somi could die. He mentions that he wants to save Somi, not some rogue AI parading her body around. He even goes as far as to say that he is scared. He's scared that his grip on everything is slipping away from him. We end up telling him that he can't always control everything, not always, and he ends up mentioning that it's good that we're here, it'll work out, and we just have to finish this. Johnny ends up showing up and mentioning that Songbird is half brain dead and half AI controlled, yet Reed is still convinced that Somi is trapped somewhere within there and that he is the only one who can save her. Johnny ends up mentioning that he's met people like Reed in the army who thought that they were born to hold people's lives in their hands, and it never ended well. It was always a lose-lose. After Johnny says that, Reed ends up noticing our body language, being that we enabled the relic, and so he asks if we were talking to Songbird, where we tell him no, it was just a side effect of the relic, and that the people at Langley is going to have their work cut out for them when it comes to getting rid of the relic from our head. He ends up mentioning that the jammer is ready to go, and our goal is to grab Songbird, head for the exfil point on the border, and get away, always keeping one eye on her the entire time. This next part's going to go by pretty quickly, so hopefully I get everything that I need to across. We end up waiting. Songbird contacts us via the relic and warns us that she's coming in to stay out of her way. A lot of fighting ensues after that, and we end up at the back of the truck, where MaxTac agents end up popping out, and we have to fight them. This is actually a pretty hard fight. You're fighting 5 members of MaxTac all at once. As far as I can remember, it was 5 of them. It's pretty fun, but damn is it hard. After defeating all of them, Songbird lets out a pulse of Blackwall something, and it actually causes us to go unconscious, and in this time she ends up hacking the vehicle itself and driving off, getting away from all of us and injuring Reed in the process. We go to check up on Reed, who lets us know that it's just a shrapnel injury, he'll be okay, but we have to find her, we cannot lose her. So we do just that. We end up tracking it to a massive hole in the wall that looks exactly like the truck's image. So we go down the hole, we do some scaffolding, and we find the truck, but we do not find Songbird within it. While we may not have found Songbird, we found this digital residue called Blackwall Bleed. That's That's what Reed ends up calling it, and he says that if we track it, we'll find Songbird and that we need to hurry because she could lose control at any second. She's still actively linked to the black wall. Moving through and following this black wall bleed, we find what Johnny calls the Abyss, and that is a very fitting name for what it is that we're staring down into. Before we go down into the Abyss, he asks if the Songbird that we know and love is still down inside of the Abyss itself. So, after some deliberation, we end up taking the plunge. So moving through the facility, we end up seeing a Militech logo, which can't be right, can it? So we end up getting told by Reed to find a terminal. He may know what building we're in. We connect to the terminal, and it's called Cynosure, which is a top secret military facility from the pre-data crash days. And Johnny ends up explaining that this was Militech's answer to Arasaka's soul killer. Reed ends up mentioning that Songbird has told him about this place and that it was where Militech netrunners would take a plunge into the so-called deep net. The netrunners involved, their whole goal was to bait AIs through the black wall so that they could trap and tame them. Before Reed can tell us anything more, Songbird ends up showing up and saying that we don't understand anything. We will never fully understand her, what it feels like to lose yourself layer by layer. She believes the lack of understanding that we have of her is why we ended up betraying her. We tell her to stop running and to let us help, and she brings up trusting Reed. She also ends up bringing up that they ended up lying to us. We mention that we still want the same thing and that Reed can help us, so she lets us know that he lives in a world of half-truths. After that conversation with Songbird, we're on an elevator to go down a floor to find Songbird with Johnny, who mentions that she cut the comms or something else did. We mention that the plan hasn't changed. We have to help Reed, which means we have to save Songbird before something happens to her. And then Johnny ends up asking us what happens after that. We don't even know where we're going once we're actually done with this whole thing with Songbird. Getting to the bottom of the elevator, Johnny ends up mentioning that she's establishing a link with the relic, but this time she's not alone. With no Reed, with no Silverhand, with no one by our side, we are effectively alone. Songbird lets us know this. While going through the facility, Songbird ends up mentioning that she's in control here and shuts a door in our face. Immediately after that, though, she ends up saying they see you, which proves that Johnny was correct. She isn't alone. This is also our first instance of seeing a vision from Songbird's past, seeing as we're connected through the relic by the black wall. So this is the conversation she had with Hansen about firing a missile, which was not a part of the agreement, but Kurt says that this is where she's backed into a corner with nowhere to run, and until he gets what he wants, she gets to stay right where she's at. We end up asking Songbird if she's okay because of that vision, and then she explains it. Our bond, the memory that she has, is in fragments, and the one person that she trusted and then the one who betrayed her is her only witness to these memories. Going through the facility, we end up getting another door slammed in our face, and this time we actually have an objective to open it. Before that, though, Songbird ends up mentioning that she doesn't want to hurt us and that she never did. It was never her intent to cause us pain, and that she's leaving us here. So she ends up activating the protocol to lock the facility down because this is where she believes we'll be safe. So how do we exactly get out of this situation we find ourselves in? The place is locked down, so what do? There are data terms, Alpha and Bravo, that if we connect to them physically, if we break the connection, that gets rid of the remote control, which then gives us access to open some doors. Just one slight problem, we're not a registered user, so we actually have to do some hacking. We connect via personal link to breach the data terminal. By doing that hack, we're able to disable data terminal alpha, which gets us one step closer to taking the lockdown protocol off. Songbird ends up mentioning over comms that she needs just a little bit longer. She can hold them off. While hacking data terminal Bravo, this is the end of the line ends up popping up on the screen, and suddenly we're hit with something that causes us to lose a little bit of control of ourselves, at least temporarily. We ask Songbird what that was. Before she can get an answer out, though, we end up finding the cables that keep data terminal Bravo active, so we disconnect them. And after disconnecting the data terminal, we look up to see something moving through the vents. Something using Songbird as a conduit ends up saying that she tried to stop you, but now it's too late. So the grate ends up falling on us, and we get our first look at the new enemy that we're going to be dealing with for the remainder of this mission. This thing is called the Cerberus. If the black wall effects weren't a dead giveaway, this thing is being controlled by Rogue AI, and it absolutely wants us dead. So much so that Songbird even confirms this notion. While running from our lives away from this thing, the emergency activation of the secondary data terminals ends up happening, which prevents us from accessing the other sectors, because if we were able to do that, it would just be too easy. Our second vision of Somi's past ends up showing us a group of FIA surgeons knocking her out so that they could operate on her. So after we find one of our data terminals, this one is Sierra, we hack it, and then we get what I can only describe as a very Soma-related encounter where we have to avoid this gigantic behemoth of a machine. So after avoiding that big behemoth, we end up at the second data terminal Victor, which we then hack into, which then disables the lockdown, so now we can move between all of the sectors of the facility again. So after we do all that, we tell Somi that the path is clear, that we're on our way, and something ends up replying back saying that we are out of time. Somi ends up getting control again and tells us not to listen to them. Like I said before, these rogue AIs could end humanity and cause an apocalypse. They are incredibly dangerous, and this mission is all the proof you may need for that. So our third vision of Somi's memories show us what exactly these surgeons did to her, and needless to say, she's a lot less human now. Going back to the terminal, we open the gate to Sector 3. Songbird ends up warning us that we need to run because this thing is not going down without a fight. It wants us, so we have to sprint with every fiber of our being. We end up in an airlock that almost gets breached by this thing, but it's okay. We end up staving it off, at least for now. Our fourth vision of Somi's past that we end up seeing is her being sworn into the government. She doesn't seem exactly interested in this, and given what we know of her past and what we're about to learn even more of, it makes a lot of sense. So after we go through that memory, we find ourselves at a door we have to force open where we get to one of my favorite shots in this whole game. This is the core, and Songbird is currently inside of it. She ends up telling us that she can't move and she wants us to turn this thing off. Before telling us how, she ends up getting disconnected from us. So when we go to shut down the core via the terminal, it doesn't fully work. We have to find specific functions that we have to shut down ourselves. So because we shut down some of the systems, the AI that runs this place ends up mentioning that there is a severe risk of neural damage if you're connected to the cyberspace. Our next fragment from Somi's memory is of her and Reed sitting together just after she had joined the FIA. He mentions that she just got herself into something that she won't regret, and that he'll always be right beside her, he promises. She ends up asking him if he's ever regretted joining, and he mentions he did one time but never again. She then asks if he's ever broken a promise, which he then also ends up saying he's broken one, and he never will again. The memory ends after she ends up saying that he'll hold him to that. Making our way over to the thermic control room, we end up with another transmission. The first one reads, "Are you here with me?" The second one comes in and asks, "Am I alone? It's so dark in here." And then the third one reads, "We hear you. You're on the other side. Wait for us." So these are actually rogue AIs communicating with each other. And if you actually scan this data terminal, Songbird will end up warning you and letting you know that they're trying to find another way in and to be careful. So to disconnect the neural network stabilizers, we actually have to do it manually. The monitor itself doesn't work. So the Cerberus ends up walking in once we get finished, and we have to Jurassic Park our way around it so that it doesn't just outright kill us. This thing will one-shot you. You don't get to fight it, it just kills you. So be careful if you decide to play this on your own. After doing some stealthing, we find ourselves at the thermic control terminal where we get a warning from something within it, which then uses the black wall to actually stun us temporarily before we can deactivate it fully. So we have to manually deactivate the thing. We find a window, hop through it, we find a thing that we can override, we interact with it, which then causes us to stumble after the black wall has an effect on us, which then gives us our next vision of Somi's past. So in this memory, we actually see Somi starting to freak out a little bit while connected to the net, and Reed has to manually pull her out. So we are finally at our final subsystem we have to deactivate manually, and of course it would be too easy to do it from the monitor, so we have to break all of these individual server racks to get through and actually disable the whole thing. When we try to go back to the main core room, we end up getting ambushed by the rogue AI within the Cerberus, and we have to avoid it in the longest part yet. So after we avoided it there, obviously it wasn't done yet. In the main control room, it ends up ambushing us yet again. It even rips away the monitor and tries to impale us. We end up asking Somi if she can get some control before this thing ends up killing us, but to no avail, we end up at a black screen. So now we end up getting a very close look at Somi's past and some of the memories that she tries to cherish as much as she can. More than just her memories of the past, we find her in her current form actually here. She mentions that she would sometimes just open the window just to hear the sounds of the streets, but now she can't do that. She can't hear, she can't feel anything at all. We end up bringing up the fact that we've seen other parts of her memories. We've seen the visions involving her, involving Myers, involving Reed, and she mentions that she doesn't remember any of it. She ends up explaining that the black wall consumes her, everything. Every new memory that she puts into her brain, they take it away from her. We end up mentioning she hopped on our neural link using the relic's resources and the core's power to take us to a digital mind palace, and we ask her if it's even safe. She tells us that we are safe here, but one version of her is saving our life, another one is talking to us, and then another one is dying. She ends up mentioning that this isn't a mind palace. She asks us if we remember the conversation we had about her unit in Brooklyn. We tell her that we remember that entire thing, how it was her true home, but none of this is real. She mentions that she's made mistakes, done terrible things, but when she looks here, they never mattered. She asks us why we stripped her of her one last chance. So we tell her straight up that she lied, not just to me, but to everyone. Her response to this was that she never wanted to join the FIA. She mentions that we saw what she became of them and what she lost because of them. She knows the price that she's paid. She knows what she's done, but what we don't know is how sorry she is and how much of it all hurts her. We end up finding a turntable with the CD on it, so we turn it on and we get some more memories from her past, including a guy named Lucas showing up and telling her she just got her first paid run with a ton of money involved. He ends up asking her where she plans on going with all of that money because she got a lot of it, and she mentioned she was bored where she was at, but she lets it slide and we see the development of a relationship. We very quickly learn that their relationship wasn't very good though. She's been avoiding his calls for the last 3 days, and he even mentions that she was passed out in her chair and he stayed with her that entire time. She responds by saying that no one asked her, and clearly he's pissed off. She mentions that there's a brand new gig, and if it works out, she'll be the first person to do it, making history, but he ends up asking her where that leaves us before storming off saying he's done. The songbird that we knew ends up coming back asking if she lost. So we reassure her that we're also doing our best to survive, that we all make wrong turns and we all lose the way. We tell her that this can still end well for us both. After that, she ends up disappearing and we hear an argument going down between Songbird and Reed. She ends up mentioning that they're trying to take her away from everything. That includes her friends and her home, and so she declines. But now we've reached the point of blackmail. Reed ends up bringing up Netwatch. This is a situation that we've heard about, but we've never seen until now. So, using Netwatch to his advantage here, he ends up convincing, in quotations anyway, that this is the safer option is by simply following him and getting away from all of this. She ends up coming back and telling us that if she could control the future, she would have felt safer, but she ended up coming to the conclusion that she should have been looking backwards to the lessons about loss and the repeated mistakes. Once again, she ends up mentioning that she's made a ton of mistakes, too many to count. We end up reassuring her that everybody makes mistakes, including us. We even tell her that just because they're irreparable mistakes, that doesn't mean she has to stop fighting for herself. She can't change the past. At the end of this conversation, we end up giving her a hug and telling her that we're not going to just let her die. We're gonna make it out of this. Not just her, not just me, but together we are gonna get out of this situation that we find ourselves in. She ends up saying that she's gonna keep this moment as a memory. Just one. Back home, a friend at her side. That before it all goes dark for one last second, she'll know that she wasn't alone. The black wall ends up beginning to consume this, again taking something away from her, but before that, she ends up mentioning that we can find her at the core and that we need to help her one last time. Reed ends up finally getting back into contact with us, letting us know that the black wall's lockdown on comms has been lifted and that he's heading to our location as we speak. He ends up asking about Somi and we tell him she's alive. Once we actually open the door to the core, we see Somi in the distance who's connected to it, so we have to try to get her out. So we end up disconnecting her from the core. She topples over and we help her up just a little bit, where she mentions that it's a good thing that we're here. She ends up bringing up her second chance and asks if she ever even really had one to begin with. We tell her that it isn't over yet. She just has to hold out a little bit longer. She can see it on our face though that isn't true. So she ends up mentioning that she's fading and she also wants our help. She asks if she can do what she did not have the strength to. What she wants us to help her with is to kill her because she does not have the ability to do it herself. So this is where the achievements from this section of Phantom Liberty end up coming from. So if you decide to kill her, you'll get one. If you don't, you'll get the other. I'm going to be getting both, but the first one we did was not killing her. She ends up begging that we end her life. She wants us to kill her, and this is where you get a second time if you want to decide which one you go for. Again, I am not going to be killing her on this one, so we ask her to forgive us because we made a promise. Obviously, she's not too happy about this, and she even mentions that again we go with his. V ends up mentioning that she wants to believe that we're giving Songbird another chance, and therefore we will not kill her. Songbird ends up mentioning that we're leaving her to a fate worse than death, which I will explain in a little bit anyway. So Reed finally gets here and mentions that she'll get some rest, but he needs our help to get her out. So we carry her out of the entire facility. The next time we see Songbird and Reed is when we're driving to the border of Night City. While on the ride to the border, he ends up talking about the past a little bit, how he and Songbird were in a car leaving Brooklyn where she refused to turn around. She wasn't crying, but all she did was say a singular statement, which was, "It seems like you saved my life." She didn't believe it, and he can hear it in her voice that she didn't believe it. We end up bringing up the fact that Somi said that it was too late for her and that she's beyond saving, but Reed ends up mentioning that she's wrong, that the best specialists work for them, the world's top surgeons, and they'll find a way. So at the border itself, we have to get out of the car, and obviously Songbird isn't in too good of a position to do that, so we end up having to carry her out and onto the stretcher. So after we put her on the stretcher, who else but Rosalind Myers to show up and greet us? We end up having a conversation with her where she mentions that the operation was clearly a success and that merits recognition. So she ends up presenting us with an NUSA medal to commemorate this very moment. She hasn't forgotten about the fact that she offered help to us, so she tells us that Reed will fill us in. We end up asking her about Somi and if we'll be able to talk to her after she recovers, where she gets very quiet and mentions that that will be impossible. Getting back over to Reed, he ends up talking about a situation he had with her where she asked him if he would always be by her side when she fucked up. He said that he would, and she brought up the fact that she lost all of her friends due to the fact that he recruited her. She ended up giving him a warning about becoming her enemy. We sit down next to Reed and tell him that if Myers is lying, if she doesn't save Somi, that we just sent her into something that is far worse than death. Reed, on the other hand, has full faith that the FIA will save her and that she'll be all right. So after all of that, we end up back in our apartment where we have a conversation with Johnny and where I get to explain this ending to all of you. So for starters, this is objectively the worst ending in the game. Not just Phantom Liberty, but the entirety of Cyberpunk 2077. Alex is dead. And Somi is effectively a slave to the Blackwall, and she's no longer just a netrunner for the government. On top of all of that, this also proves that Reed is a naive person when it comes to the government's true intentions. Even Johnny says that. He's being naive because he's just following in the principles that the government has instilled in him. Regardless of all of that, though, this was our achievement, the King of Pentacles. So, after a quick reload of our save, we are now on to the second half of this mission, which involves us fulfilling her request and killing Somi before the government can turn her into essentially a lab rat. We end up telling her that the decision has always been hers and that we have to respect it. So we pull the plug, she thanks us and says that she's sorry for everything. After that, she ends up slumping over, and I think we can all tell by this point she doesn't have much time left, and all we can do is sit down and put our head in our hands and wait for Reed. After Reed ends up getting there, he realizes Somi is dead, and he asks if we were too late, to where we tell him that she had every right to choose her last wish, and that just so happened to be death, which we honored. Now, the rest of this is actually very similar to what we just went through, so a lot of it isn't going to be here, except Reed is very obviously pissed off at us. On the ride to the border, he ends up mentioning that he didn't get to her first, and he hates that. He hates that we were the one down there. It should have been him. He personally believes that if he was down there, he could have convinced her that life was worth it and that everything would have been okay. During our conversation with the president, we mentioned that she is the reason Somi is dead. The president pushed her past the black wall and off of a goddamn cliff. We mentioned that she would have rather died than fall back into the hands of the FIA. The president responds by saying that death is never the answer and that if she was in Somi's shoes, she would have chosen life. So we tell her that truthfully, hopefully one day she'll understand not just us, but also Somi and Reed. And of course, because Rosalind Myers can never be wrong, she ends up mentioning that she probably knows more than what we actually think she does. So during our conversation with Reed, where we sit down next to him, we tell him that maybe the only way to save Somi's life was to become her enemy. He ends up saying that he failed her, and so to try and do something, we end up mentioning that Somi didn't blame him, and neither should he himself. His final concluding thoughts are that he hopes that Somi has found peace. So this explanation for this ending is actually a lot quicker than the previous one because Somi is dead. There's nothing else to say about it. Obviously, Alex is still dead, which is a problem, and Somi is now dead, which obviously sucks. The other thing that changes, though, is we don't get the cure from the FIA as if Somi was alive. So I haven't really mentioned this, but there is an ending at the end of the base game if you go through Phantom Liberty with certain steps involved that allow you to get an ending that we do need for an achievement. We'll get more into that when we actually get there, but because Somi is dead, we failed the mission, we don't get that cure, so this is not one of those saves that we can use. Regardless, after our conversation with Johnny, once more we get an achievement, the King of Cups. So that ended up taking a while, but now it's time for the second set of endings, which involves us siding with Songbird and betraying Reed. She lets us know to signal Alex that the defense systems are primed and ready to turn on Kurt's forces, and after we signal to Alex, she ends up taking care of Hanson. So what you're about to witness is exactly what Songbird said. It took a lot out of her to be able to do all of this, and it is right here that we get a very visual representation of that. And one EMP later, we are no longer Aurora. We're back to being just V. So after that massive explosion, she mentions that she lost control, like I said earlier, and the black wall, the stadium, and the Matrix, it was a little bit too much, even for a lifelong professional netrunner. Looking up to see a very pissed off Alex, it's time to fight a bunch of people. So I actually had to edit out about 5 minutes of fighting just because of how many enemies are here. The enemy density in Phantom Liberty since the very beginning, I believe I mentioned it as well, has been cranked to the absolute max, and it's so much fun. I've already mentioned I love Phantom Liberty. It's my favorite expansion of all time, and the 2.0 update really had its chance to shine with it because of how many enemies they put in front of you at every given moment. If you've never played Phantom Liberty or Cyberpunk post 2.0 update, I absolutely positively recommend you do that. After all of that, though, Songbird is guiding us, and we notice that she's not doing too hot, and even she admits that she bit off a lot more than she could chew in one single sitting. So after we go through a maintenance shaft that Songbird pointed out, we end up in the tunnels where we see some drones. So after doing a little bit of sneaking around, I ended up getting caught, so I killed all 3 of the drones, and we made it to where Songbird explains the next part of the plan. She mentions that she's already arranged for 2 cars to pick us up. One is for us, one is for her, and that should, in theory anyway, make it harder for us to get tracked. So after we kick open the sewer grate, we actually get some more insight to just how much of an effect this black wall stuff has had on Somi, because she ends up hurting her ankle from barely a slide down, and we have to help her up a little bit. Once we're actually at the cars that she arranged, we mentioned that we finally got out, but she doesn't feel safe until she's out of Night City airspace, which is kind of funny because she's going to be on another plane, especially given what happened at the beginning of Phantom Liberty, and you'll see what she does. So once she actually confirms her path out of Night City, she mentions that she's going to call us and actually send us the coordinates to go and meet up with her as well. Before she leaves, though, she ended up saying thanks to us. So before Songbird has a chance to actually get back into contact with us, Reed calls us to say that we're a disappointment to not just him, but also to Song and even to ourselves. He says that we're helping a traitor who took a potentially lethal swipe at the NUS's president. We tell him that Somi just wants to fly free, and he responds by saying that this isn't just something that we can settle anymore. Songbird has gone to war, and she took it on her own country, and that the FIA is going to find us both. We have nowhere to run. He mentions that we'll be seeing each other soon, and he expects us to mend the situation then. Not long after that, Songbird herself ends up contacting us via the relic, and she doesn't sound very good. She obviously is going through a lot given the situation that we all saw at the stadium, but she lets us know that she's sending us the coordinates of where she's at because she already has a car ready for us. Once we get to the coordinates she's provided, we find her in the back of the van, and she doesn't look too great, but she is alive. She mentions that she's starting to lose some of her senses, her sight is getting worse, and that it's even getting harder to breathe. She ends up asking what took so long, and we mention Reed called us. So we explain that there were some threats in there, a bit of lecturing, and she refers to it as negotiating by the book, and that's what the government calls it. We end up mentioning that it didn't really feel like negotiating, more so just Reed going for the jugular and making some threats. Songbird ends up agreeing that he's unrivaled in doing that. So she's actually autopiloting the car, and she ends up explaining her plan to us. So this plan relies entirely on us due to the fact that Songbird is currently not in the best of conditions. But she ends up mentioning that the Black Clinic from before we even did Firestarter is actually on Luna, which is, well, that's the moon. She already has a flight lined up to get her there, but it was her last resort. She doesn't exactly like the idea of doing this. She even admits to herself that, well, she's probably going to end up being a lab rat once she's there. The AI within the neural matrix, they're going to extract it, and then out pops a prototype cure for us. She ends up making a promise to us that once the cure is ready, she'll contact us. So she ends up mentioning that space flight means we need to go to the spaceport, which conveniently there is one in Night City. It's called NCX, and that's where we're headed next. So clearly she's not in any position to just walk on into the spaceport because she'd draw attention from the entirety of the FIA. So we're going to stride in, we're going to head to the Tycho terminal, we're going to find a side door to open for her. She ends up mentioning that the terminal is actually being renovated, so there's going to be a lot of cover, but more importantly, at least in theory, there should be less security. Since she has to do things with the Black Wall to communicate with us via the relic, I offer to give her my personal so that it can take some of the load off of her, which she then replies that it doesn't really matter. This is all a little bit too much to begin with anyway. She ends up mentioning she's wronged so many people, but she can't help wondering if it's avoidable. Hurting others is just an optional thing. We end up saying that we don't think so. There's no way around that, and she ends up agreeing with us. So the autopilot ends up shutting off, and Songbird needs a booster immediately, so we have to inject her with it. After catching her breath, she tells us she doesn't want to die. She can't help but regret. And unfortunately, she doesn't finish that thought. Instead, she leads into, "Help me ditch this town." So we end up comforting her, and we tell her that the meds are kicking in and that it's okay. Obviously, she's not in any position to autopilot the van, so she asks us if we can drive. A short drive later, we're sitting outside of NCX, and Songbird mentions we can't be bringing in any weapons, so we have to leave them with her. Once we're actually in the spaceport itself, we have to go through security, who deactivates our combat cyberware. He asks us to look into the camera so that he can scan our face to make sure we have a profile, and Songbird ends up telling us to stall him a bit so she can hack into the biometric database. Once she's done, we end up looking into the camera, and we're good to go. We can send ourselves inside. After we do some sneaking around in the main hall, we end up finding our way into Tycho Terminal, which is the service shaft. So once we're inside, Songbird tells us we need a new plan because orbital security was sniffing around the van and she had to leave. She lets us know our path should be going to the roof and we can get there from the construction site elevator. A bunch of sneaking around like a true spy later, we get our prize, which is the elevator to the rooftop. So getting up to the roof, we actually have to find a way to get Somi up onto it as well. So we have to improvise a little bit, and we end up finding a fire hose that we're going to use to pull her up. We end up dropping it off to the side of the building where she starts to climb it, and the relic ends up malfunctioning, and we almost drop her. Songbird ends up asking what's with us, and we remind her that, well, she's not the only one dying and needing the assistance of the neural matrix to cure us, because the relic is still in our head, and it is still absolutely bad for us. So she ended up bringing our weapons with her, and on top of that, we have our cyberware back. She ends up complimenting our work downstairs, saying that we were like a super spy ghost, full pro, and we remind her that we had her as our pro support. While walking with Songbird along the rooftop, she ends up mentioning that she's getting some signals over on the NUS frequency. She also mentions that in 45 seconds and no more, they're gonna be here, so clearly Reed wasn't bluffing. So before they actually land, we end up finding a grate that we lift open and we both crawl inside. So while we're going through the vent hiding from the FIA, we end up seeing a very familiar face. We actually see two, not just Reed, but also President Myers. We end up eavesdropping on their conversation, and Reed mentions that the cover has been blown on a couple of their secret agents that were actually placed within the spaceport. Reed ends up telling President Myers that he doesn't need any more support. He has this under control, and she immediately claps back by saying, no, you lost control a long time ago. So this next conversation that we end up eavesdropping on, Myers leads it with the fact that Reed obviously still cares for Somi, but he has a duty, and that duty is to serve his country. And this is where we get more of that sort of naive aspect from Reed. She ends up bringing up the project that Somi was part of and how it has to stay under wraps. None of it can leak, because if it does, it would destroy the NUS, and that was the Cynosure stuff we went through in the previous route. At the end of the conversation, she ends up telling Reed that she authorizes any and all action to be used, and that involves potentially killing Songbird. After a bit more sneaking around, we end up on an elevator that's going to take us down to the main hall where we can get Somi to her shuttle. While taking the elevator down, we end up getting an evacuation notice, and that's because the FIA is here in full force. It is an assault team, basically. So I took the liberty of editing out 10 minutes of fighting, but when I said assault force, I meant it. This is an entire barrage. It's a massive firefight. After we get to the top of the elevator we arrive in, we end up finding our next threat, which just so happens to be a helicopter, and yes, it is equipped with turrets. So after sneaking away from the helicopter, we find ourselves in a closed down store where Songbird is looking a hell of a lot worse for wear, as if it wasn't apparent that she's very clearly not doing too hot. So when we open the shutter to leave, we actually see the power that this thing has firsthand as it mows down two people in front of us. After avoiding being turned into Swiss cheese, Songbird mentions that she's hopping the train now straight to the launch pad. We end up finding a control tower where Songbird mentions she'll be bringing a train in, but of course it can never be that easy. We get ambushed. So after another 5-minute long firefight, we end up at the control tower with Songbird. So she ends up mentioning that she's going to fire up the control panel to bring the train in. And after another firefight, we end up finding Songbird in the control tower being shot at by the helicopter. Seeing as the situation is called for dire measures, Songbird mentioned she has to look past the wall. And so we offer us as a proxy. We're going to be her backup when she does this. She ends up uploading the Blackwall demons, which ends up taking a lot out of her. But remember, we're here, we're a proxy. It's also here that we get our first hit of that Blackwall power. We end up taking out all of the people that were trying to get into the control tower, and that includes the helicopter. Mind you, we did all of this with a singular pulse wave. That just shows how powerful the Blackwall actually is, as if you needed more evidence of its power to begin with. Now, Somi's not doing too hot. She mentions that ended up hurting her, but we had to do it, and she absolutely killed it. She saved us. Now, I'm not including audio, but there actually was dialogue being spoken very faintly. You couldn't really understand it, but it was actually the Blackwall, and we mentioned to Songbird that even though we can hear it, that it's just the Blackwall. We're right here. She has nothing to fear. So we end up using the Blackwall to eliminate every single threat that was in our way to the train, where we put Songbird down and we let her know that this is probably as good as it's going to get. So now is the time that I should mention that Songbird is a pretty controversial character in the sphere of cyberpunk. A lot of people like her, myself included, and a lot of people dislike her, and you're probably wondering why. And it's this conversation she reveals that the neural matrix is a one-time use. It's a captive AI from beyond the Blackwall that needs continuous evolution to exist. She's going to free it and end the process. She'll execute her commands, and then it will disintegrate and it won't come back. It'll be irretrievable, which basically means that Songbird ends up getting cured, and we're kind of just left to kick rocks. We ask her how long she's known about this information, the fact that it's a one-time use, and she mentioned she discovered it in Cynosure. She started delving into it, and, well, the rest is history. So you could probably see why a lot of people don't like Songbird. She used us. She used the relic to essentially extort us and offer up a cure that she knew we would never be receiving. And a lot of people end up disliking Songbird for that, just on the grounds that even with her past, even with the affliction she has, it doesn't really matter. You can't just use people. And while I do agree that you can't just use that stuff as an excuse to, extort people, you also have to look at it as she was doing whatever it took to survive. If you can recall from earlier in the video, I mentioned that a lot of people within the community, myself included, view Songbird's situation as a very dark, twisted version of V's story, where you're trying to do whatever it takes to survive the affliction that you were given. In our case, it's the relic. For her, it was the black wall literally eating away at her. Now, the dark twist ends up coming from the fact that, well, obviously, V doesn't just openly extort people. While, yes, we do use people to get things that we want, we also use ourselves to get things that they want. Does that make sense? It's a give and a trade. This obviously is a lot different than what Songbird views it as, because for her, it's not a give and a trade, it's one or the other. She was willing to extort people, use the people she cared about, and even leave them to potentially being killed if it meant that she got closer to her achievement, which was curing herself. So the first ending we're going to be getting is tied to the achievement, the King of Wands. And so we're going to pick up Somi and let her know that we're almost there. Before we can get to the shuttle, though, out pops a very familiar face. It is one Solomon Reed. We end up having a standoff with him after we put Somi down so she doesn't get caught in the crossfire. We end up mentioning that we're not going to be giving her up to the government, and so we both draw our weapons, but we're ever so slightly faster, and this is the official death of Solomon Reed. Johnny shows up and mentions we didn't have a choice, but we do have a choice when it comes to Somi, because if we don't hurry, she's going to be joining him next. We end up setting her down in the shuttle, and we tell her that she's bound for the moon and that she's going to be getting away from everything. While we fasten her into the chair, we end up mentioning how it must feel nice to be able to just drop everything and leave it all behind, which obviously we don't have the luxury of doing. After we connect her to the shuttle for diagnostics, we leave her with one final word, and that is happy trails of the vapor variety. After that, we leave the shuttle so that Somi can go to the moon and get the cure that she's been searching for a very long time. So we go to the observation deck to watch the rocket take off, and our hope is that she ends up happy. We end up having a conversation with Johnny while the rocket gets prepared to take off, and he mentions that the only difference between he and Somi was that she had some luck. We mentioned that the difference wasn't luck, it was the goal, and for Johnny, that was applause and to please the crowd. He mentions that he could have done more, he could have been different, and he also mentions that maybe it was that he was convinced he couldn't make it out alive. Maybe it was the difference of determination that she had to follow through all the way to the end that Johnny didn't. After that, though, the rocket is ready and we watch it take off with Somi inside of it, ready to go to the moon, where she will be getting her cure to the thing that has been killing her for a very, very long time. So just like before, while Johnny and V have their conversation post-ending, I'm going to be explaining it for all of you. So for the vast majority of people, myself included, this is actually the best ending. In the other route, as you all know, Alex died, and in this one, she didn't, and she actually gets her retirement. Now, while we may not have found a solution for our problem, we managed to cure at least one person, that being Songbird, and it is confirmed that she does survive, and she did actually cure herself. So if you decide to keep this save after you get this ending, you'll end up with a main job later down the line after you get a message from an unknown number. The message itself contains something along the lines of, go to the place I mentioned reminds me of home, and this home is the place we had the conversation with Songbird before Firestarter. When you go there, you'll end up finding a container. Within the container is a pin from the lunar city of Tycho, and you'll also get the Quantum Tuner cyberware, which is absolutely broken. As far as I know, it has never been nerfed, and it is absolutely insane. I highly recommend it. With that, though, the King of Wands achievement pops, and we are done with this ending. So now it's time for the next ending, which I'm not gonna lie, makes me feel like an absolute piece of shit. So this ending starts by us calling Reed and asking if he still wants Songbird. He asks what our price is, and our price is simply one thing, and that is to survive. We explain that there's only one dose, one cure, and Song was going to keep it, and she hid that fact from us. We mentioned that we need the cure, and we also need some rippers who know how to use it. So Reed mentions the rippers in Europe and Langley are at the top of their game. They'll pull the data for us, operate, and that is the deal that we agree to. So the explanation for this ending is pretty simple. We're giving Songbird back to the FIA and seeing, as I've already discussed, what they actually plan to do with her, which is essentially turn her into a slave to the Blackwall and experiment on her as a lab rat. It's not looking too good for her. Outside of that, though, there isn't really anything other than the fact that this ending is actually tied to another ending we can get at the end of the base game, which was added after Phantom Liberty. When we get there, I'll explain that ending in a lot greater detail, but for this one, that's basically it. This was a very short explanation because this is a very short ending. So I think it goes without saying that this will be my save going forward. I have to use this save to get that ending at the end of the base game for the achievement, but just know that if this was a playthrough I was not getting all of the achievements for, I would have never done this ending. I dread it every single time I do it. Reed ends up flying off with Songbird, and the conversation we had with Johnny is much shorter in this ending. With that, though, we get our achievement pop. The King of Swords has been achieved, and we are officially done with Phantom Liberty. Had to go back and actually finish up every gig in Dogtown, so we're sitting at 43 achievements, 75% of the way done. So do you remember how I mentioned I'm going forward with the entire rest of the game on this save specifically? This is the conversation you need to have in order to get the ending at the end of the base game after Phantom Liberty. So about 24 hours after that mission, Reed will call you and lets you know he's heading out of Night City. He wants to meet up one more time face to face. So getting to the meeting spot, Reed lets us know that he's needed in DC and he's going to be driving all the way there. He's going to use the drive to get through every problem that he feels like has developed in the recent time, and he needs us to solve one that obviously we can't follow him into DC for. So he brings up Somi. He asks, up in Space Force 1, she called us and not him, but why? We mention it's because we both had the same death sentence hanging over our heads and that we'd understand her. We also tell him that he hasn't contacted her in 7 years, and he says that would have been impossible because of the role that he was assigned. After that, we end up telling him straight up that his problem is he doesn't just let go. He keeps torturing himself with stuff he can't change, control, or affect, and it's actively hurting him, and he just needs to let things go. Figure out that, and you'll have a solution. He ends up appreciating the honesty from us, and he mentions that when the surgeons are ready, he'll ring us up and we'll be good to go. So after he pulls off in his Thornton, Johnny ends up showing up, and needless to say, he doesn't have high hopes for him. So the way that Johnny sees it is there's really only one outcome from this entire thing, and I can't say that without probably getting my entire channel taken down. You can read the subtitles if you're watching the videos still. So after waiting 24 hours after that conversation with Reed, he'll end up calling you and letting you know that the neurosurgeons are ready, and you can actually go and get the ending right now, or you can save it and pocket it for the end of the game where you're actually getting all the other endings, and you can do them all together, which is what I'm going to be doing in this video. So after all of that, Phantom Liberty is officially out of the video, at least for the foreseeable future, and we're back to the main story where we have to meet up with Takemura. So to summarize this conversation, because a lot of it isn't totally necessary, Oda, who is Hanako Arasaka's bodyguard, is coming to meet up with us so we can try to explain the situation to him. The reason for this is because Takemura wants to actually get into contact with Hanako herself. So, needless to say, Oda did not believe us when we told him we witnessed Yorinobu kill Saburo. He's much more concerned about Hanako being safe, and he mentions a parade. So because of this, Takemura says that this could be our chance at actually getting into contact with Hanako herself. He mentions that we're going to need a precise map at Japantown so we can get some information on the parade itself. So we end up telling him about Wakako and how she runs a parlor down on Jig Street. Talking to Wakako, she's initially a bit apprehensive considering Takemura is wanted by Arasaka, Arasaka, but we tell her, as a way of convincing her, that we have money and she wants it. She ends up giving us a data shard, which is actually what we needed. This is the map of Japantown and the parade route. Hanako is going to be giving a speech from the largest float. The security is expected to be extremely tight, and in the last parade, Arasaka undercovers actually went into the crowd and infiltrated it. On top of all that, there's going to be a couple snipers, some drones, and even one netrunner. She gives us a heads up on the access point for all of the cameras in the area because they use them. So after that, we leave the parlor. Takemura mentions he's going to have to investigate a little bit further, so we have to just wait around for him to be ready. So after 4 in-game days, which was not how long it was supposed to take, Takemura ends up calling us and letting us know he has information of his own and he wants to give it to us. So he tells us to meet him in the south of Japantown. Also, if you're ever in the situation where the quest seemingly just won't pop, he won't call you, I found my solution over on Reddit about going and talking to Misty. I showed up to her place and it popped, so maybe it's a coincidence, I don't know. But it worked for me, maybe it'll work for you. After stealing Takemura away from an NCPD officer, we end up getting the information that he had, and that information is the person who actually arranged this parade was none other than Yorinobu himself. Now, it's not just out of tradition or because of his heritage, it's actually because he really wants to put on a display of power. So Takemura gets to talking about his plan, and his plan is to get onto Hanako's float and speak with her in private, and he's going to do that by jumping onto it. We bring up the security risks, and he mentions that he knows where all of the floats are actually held for the parade, and that is the Arasaka Industrial Park. What we're going to do is find the right float, and we're going to inject a virus into its systems. He tells us he already has an infected shard we can use to disable all the security on the float, and that it's not to worry. It will work. He ends up saying that taking control of the float is one thing, and honestly, that's kind of the easy part. The snipers are actually the biggest issue because obviously if he's trying to jump onto the float or he's on it himself, they're going to be a bit of a problem. However, if you remember, Wakako told us about the cameras and how they use the CCTV for the security. So Takemura wants us to test out this shard and take control of all of the cameras right now. We end up finding the port that we can use to install the software, being the chip, and it actually ends up working foolproof. Sitting down with Takemura, Johnny ends up showing up and saying that Takemura might actually be somewhat useful and that all he needs are orders and he'll do what we want him to. But when he outlives his purpose, we're going to kill him. We tell Johnny that he's most likely still completely out of our league when it comes to fighting him because even though he may not have his implants, he's still very dangerous. After a little bit of waiting, Takemura has officially laid out the plan in its entirety. We're going to go to Arasaka Industrial Park, and then we're going to hack into the float. During the parade itself, every single sniper is going to have to be eliminated. The third step is that he's going to get onto the float. The fourth step is he's going to tell Hanako-sama of the truth, or at least try to. Takemura, after explaining the whole plan to us, mentions that he needs to get some reconnaissance done and that we're going to part ways. But Johnny ends up saying, do not let him off of his leash. So we convince him that he's a stranger in a strange land and that we should go with him to help him. Johnny seems pretty pleased with this, and Takemura ends up agreeing. Before we leave, we end up asking him, why did Saburo tolerate Yorinobu and all of his stuff that he was doing? Takemura tells us that it was a weakness he had, and it was his only weakness, and that weakness was Hanako. So for some context, Yorinobu didn't really care for the Arasaka name, the legacy, whatever came with it. He ended up forming a band of his own hounds, and this was meant to be a war on his family. Saburo could have simply ended this entire thing with a singular word, but he didn't because he didn't want Hanako to suffer the consequences of that. After some time, Yorinobu ended up coming back to the family, and Hanako had to convince Saburo to actually give him a second chance. This also ends up showing the power that Hanako had because Yorinobu most likely would have been a dead man had it not been for her. It's a bit of an ironic situation, seeing as now we're trying to convince Hanako that Yorinobu needs to pay the consequences to his actions, being obviously the death of Saburo. After that, we're at a construction yard where we're going to be using this for reconnaissance. Takemura ends up explaining at the top of the building that we need to look for weaknesses and vulnerabilities so that we can just do a little bit of sabotage. We don't want Arasaka to discover our intentions. We do some scanning and we find the antenna, which is actually connected to the security hub, which Takemura ends up saying is perfect for sabotage. Before we just run in there going gung-ho, he ends up mentioning that we need to make sure that we have not overlooked anything, so we have to wait for a bit. While we wait, we actually get into a conversation with Takemura, who ends up mentioning he's from the slums of Chiba 11 and he was actually desperate to leave. He ends up mentioning that sometimes that there would be these transporters that came through and Arasaka would end up selecting certain children. The reason for this is so that they could turn these children into soldiers. He ends up explaining to us that in the army he had everything that he didn't have before. That includes discipline, food, and eventually an education. We end up in a very heated argument with Takemura about corporations, how he supports them and thinks that they're good, and then we bring up the fact that Chiba 11 is the way that it is because of corporations. Obviously, there's much more that goes into the corporation argument, but at the end of it, Takemura mentions that in that day during Konpeki Plaza, we both lost somebody important, and because we haven't gotten to grieve properly, we're not at peace with it, we seek out conflict, which is kind of funny because this is the one time we actually agree with something. After some more waiting around, it's time for the mission itself. The first step is breaking into the Arasaka Industrial Park. After using some of the spy work I learned in Phantom Liberty, I snuck through the entire industrial park without taking out a single enemy, and I hack the float. After we do the hacking, Takemura ends up opening up the roof, which we use to very easily get out of the park itself. And after all that, this mission only took me 5 minutes, give or take, and now we just have to wait. We just have to be a bit patient. So meeting up with Takemura, after doing some waiting, we get another rundown of the plan. He's observed all of the CCTV, so he actually knows where all the snipers are this time. We also now know that there's 3 of them. We end up both getting into position, and now it's time to start the mission. The first sniper is about as easy as it gets. You just go up, and then there he is. So that's 1 sniper down. On the elevator ride up to the second sniper, we end up getting a mention from Takemura who says that Oda is talking to someone, so he links us in, and then we listen. The conversation begins with Oda saying that the security is substandard and it doesn't meet the norms, and seeing as he's Hanako's bodyguard, he's very distressed about it. The other voice asks, why are you questioning Yorinobu, and to just do your job. Getting up to the top of the elevator, Johnny knows who that voice is. That voice is none other than Adam Smasher. Seeing as Johnny and Smasher have a bit of a interesting history to say the least, he has a bone to pick. Back to the main objective, the second sniper is already down. We end up hearing another part of the conversation between Oda and Smasher, and he mentions that Hanako needs to be pulled out of this because it's simply too dangerous. Because Yorinobu is paying Smasher, he mentions that the situation is fine. After doing some scaffolding and some elevator riding, we're up to the third and final sniper, who I accidentally blew up with a mine. After that, our next target is the Netrunner. She has control over all of the networks, and we have to go take her down. After we find the Netrunner, we end up jacking her out of the net, and who else but Oda to come in and try to save the day. Now, his design is incredible, but the fight itself is not that good. It's not bad. It's just, you know, the game has improved a lot, and so his fight in retrospect really isn't that hard. So there you go. Anyway, we end up sparing Oda's life, and we jack into the system. We end up disabling the security measures, and we actually get to witness the conversation between Hanako and Yorinobu. Hanako is very clearly distressed. Oda isn't responding, and they were alerted of potential threats at this parade. Yorinobu doesn't want to cancel the parade, though, because it would be seen as a weakness. Hanako mentions that she only agreed to this as an honor to her father. Yorinobu mentions that he understands one word from her and that they can end this whole thing and it will be over, as a kind of manipulative tactic. It ends up working because she agrees to let the celebration continue even though all of these threats have happened. After that conversation with Yorinobu and Hanako, in steps Takemura. Obviously, since Yorinobu has framed Takemura for murdering Saboru, she's less than happy to see him. While trying to explain that he wants to talk about the truth behind the death of Saboru, she ends up trying to make a break for it, and he stuns her, which was not in the original plan that he told us about. So because of that, now we're really in some shit, and we have to get out of the building that we're in. Getting into the elevator to escape, he ends up calling us and tells us that he has no time to explain and that we must meet. He tells us it's an abandoned apartment block on Vine Street, 2nd floor, number 303, and that's where we should go. Getting to the building and knocking on the door, Takemura answers and very quickly pulls us inside. Once we're inside, we ask him what he was thinking, and he explains he used a sedative because she was going to enable her tracker. In a pretty funny moment, he tells us he offered her some tea, and V ends up mentioning that you kidnap Hanako Arasaka and you offer her tea, and, well, obviously she didn't accept it. So we end up sitting down across from Hanako Arasaka, and we mentioned that at that night at Konpeki Plaza, we saw Saboru Arasaka die, and that he wasn't poisoned. It was a lie that her brother had made up and spread. Obviously, she doesn't really believe us, so we have to be a bit more firm with our stance. So we outright say it. We have a voice in our head. It's actually one of Arasaka's personality constructs, an engram, which seems to pique her interest. So we end up telling her we stole the relic Yorinobu also ended up stealing from Arasaka, and the relic saved us after we caught a bullet to the head. And also, a bit ironically, it's the thing killing us now, and we're trying to stop it. After that, Takamura ends up stepping in and mentioning that we're living proof of the terrible crime that Yorinobu ended up committing, and that they can confirm every word that I just spoke if she decides to help us with the relic. At this point, she's gone fully silent, and we hear a noise in the hallway, and Takamura tells us to go investigate it. Opening the door, nothing immediately pops out until we turn around, and some bullets start flying through the wall and the windows. We see it's an Arasaka assault squad, and before we can get found, the floor ends up collapsing. We end up waking up after going unconscious for a couple seconds, and Johnny says that it's Delta time. We need to get out before we end up like Takamura. So, fortunately or unfortunately, this is one of the last missable achievements I get to talk about in this video. The achievement itself is actually pretty easy to get. You just go back up and you save Takamura. Also, if you decide to go do this on your own, you're not going to immediately get the achievement because it's tied to an ending to the base game. So do not be worried you didn't miss out on it. Just save Takamura and then go to the end of the game. So after we do a bunch of fighting with Takamura, we end up outside of the building where the relic has a malfunction and we fall over, and Takamura says we have a way better chance of surviving if we go different ways. We end up splitting up, and 24 hours later, we're sitting in a motel with Johnny to have a conversation. We also have a shotgun pointed at the door because of the entire situation with Arasaka. We end up wondering about Takamura, and Johnny says that it's been 24 full hours since we split up, and he hasn't said a single thing. He's pretty much as good as dead. After a little bit of conversation, we end up hearing a car, and it's very strange that there would be a car out in the middle of nowhere at a random motel in the middle of the night. The person behind the door mentions they have a message specifically for V, which again does not bode well for us. After we yell who's there at the person behind the door, they ask us if we're gonna let them in or if they want the whole motel to hear this conversation we're about to have. So we end up reluctantly letting them in. So after sitting down, she mentions that the message is going to be starting soon. Johnny refers to her as a doll, but we end up clocking it as being more of a proxy because the person that's actually giving us the message is none other than Hanako Arasaka herself. She starts off by calling us insane still, but that she believes our story because she can't fool herself anymore. We ask her how she managed to find us, and it's because Takamura actually has a tracker on us. Even without the tracker though, if Arasaka wants to find someone, they will. We ask her about Takamura, and she tells us that he's in a secure location, but that's all we really get out of that. After that, we ask her, now that she believes us, what do we do next? She ends up explaining that Yorinobu has done some pretty irreparable things, very obviously, and while the wound is fresh, she must make some action, and we're gonna help her because we're living proof of his treason. So we have to agree to some terms, and we tell her that she has to help us first. And the reason for that is because we're dying. Even if we wanted to move quickly, we kind of can't because a dead body is not a great witness. So we ask her about Mikoshi. She tells us that Mikoshi was one of Saboro's flagship projects and that it's a data fortress with servers all around Earth in orbital stations. Obviously, we've known about this for a little bit because of Johnny and Alt, but essentially it just holds all of the engrams and the personality constructs. She mentions that salvation will not be found through just Mikoshi. We would need extensive knowledge of the relic and also the construct creation procedure. We end up telling her we actually managed to make contact with Alt Cunningham, and that seems to pique her interest because obviously Alt made the Soul Killer. We also mention Anders Hellman and how he thinks the engram will eventually kill me no matter what we do because the process simply can't be stopped. We end up letting her know we actually have the relic schematics on hand. She lets us know that she's going to get into contact with Anders, and she's not too happy about him sort of deserting Arasaka. At the end of this conversation, she tells us we need to meet in person, and this is everybody's favorite mission because this is the one everyone leaves off on for the longest time. Before she gets disconnected and before I explain the point of no return, she lets us know that we need to exercise extreme caution going forward. So obviously I was being sarcastic about the favorite mission thing. The reason I say that is because when you go to meet with Hanako, you enter the point of no return. That's where you're locked into the ending beginning of the game. So if you decide to go off and do this on your own, just know that before the Nocturne mission, save the game. If you go into it, you have to pray that you don't have a manual save from, 30 hours ago, or that you get a lucky autosave before you went into the mission itself. After a quick conversation with Johnny, this is actually our final guaranteed achievement of the playthrough. This is meeting up with Hanako, and that's the achievement for it. After stepping out of the motel room, we end up having a bit of an issue, and as you can see, we're starting to more and more become just like Johnny, to the point that our left arm is even becoming his iconic silver hand. We end up waking up in a completely different scene with a pill bottle in our hand. Johnny obviously had to take over and get us out of wherever we were. Now we're in Pacifica. He tells us we're at the Pistis Sophia, an old hotel, and that we're the only people here. He wants to show us something. After doing some stumbling around, we come to an open window, and after we climb through, Johnny ends up telling us that there's actually a little secret stash where he's standing and that we should open it and see what's inside. Opening it up, we end up getting some dog tags, and because we went through Phantom Liberty, I can actually tell you now, there's some new dialogue for this. So this also isn't the only instance of updated dialogue post Phantom Liberty. If you go through all the other routes at different points in the game, you can actually get some interesting ones. There's one with all the Caldos, there's even one that you can get with Rogue. Anyway, back to the conversation, Johnny ends up telling us that after he deserted, he was here. He locked himself in this room and just stared at the ceiling for an entire month. We end up asking why he's giving us these dog tags, and he asks us to imagine being deployed together, fighting in a war. Would we take a bullet for him? We tell him yes, we would take a bullet for him, and so he explains that these tags belong to a man who ended up sacrificing himself for Johnny. Obviously, we know who that is now that we've played through all of Phantom Liberty, but regardless, he tells us that he will do us no wrong. When the time comes, it'll be Johnny's life for ours. He'll agree to getting wiped. And these tags are proof of his word. Eventually, he ends up asking if we're really considering Hanako's offer. We ask if he has a better idea, and he doesn't, but he does have a request for us. He brings up Adam Smasher, and he wants him to die. No matter what happens to Johnny, he just wants Adam Smasher gone. We end up agreeing to aid him in this request, and he mentions that he wants Rogue to be there. So instead of us telling Rogue everything, Johnny thinks it'd be better for him to do it. He wants us to drop the pills from Misty so he can guide the ship a bit, and he's going to have a quick conversation with Rogue about Smasher, and then he's out. Obviously, we're a bit reluctant to just give him our body, so we ask him for his plan. His plan is simple. He's just going to mention Smasher, serve him up on a platter, then muse over the old days, and should be as good as new. So we end up agreeing, and we'll let him do it. So completing Tapeworm leads into an optional side job, which is called Chippin' In, and if you want to get every single achievement, you have to do Chippin' In. And at the very end of the mission, there's a very specific part where you'll have to do very specific dialogue, which I'm going to get into when we actually get there, but just know that you need this mission to do that. Heading over to the afterlife, Johnny is already waiting for us, and so we take our pills, and it's time to go. Johnny ends up using our body for a lot more than what he originally planned, but Jeremiah Grayson is an operator for Smasher, and that comes from Cassius Ryder, who is a tattoo artist that Johnny paid a visit to. So I can't show you most of this mission. It would get this video age-restricted or TOS'd pretty much instantaneously. However, we end up waking up as V in a bed with Rogue sitting in a chair across from us. So Johnny ended up telling Rogue about the whole thing, and obviously she was initially surprised, but she's seen a lot in Night City, so she's not surprised anymore. Rogue is going to call us about Smasher when she actually learns something more and something useful. Rogue ends up mentioning Ebunike, and she actually found something out. At the docks at Maelstrom's Turf, it's actually a ship, but we're going to learn more when we get to the afterlife. So the basis of this explanation is Grayson's going to be on that ship, and we're going to find him, and that's where we're going to clock him. So just before that, Rogue ends up mentioning she got us something, and this is a very specific jacket belonging to one Johnny Silverhand, or I should say it's a replica of one anyway. Getting onto the ship where all the Maelstrom people are, we end up taking them all down, and Johnny notes that somebody has a certain weapon that sounds exactly like his specific weapon, and that's that's because Grayson has Johnny's revolver. Taking Grayson down takes maybe 5 seconds at best, but what we end up getting as a result of that is Johnny's gun, the Malorian. And with this, we get another achievement. This is for getting every single piece of Johnny's equipment in one playthrough. So the most important parts of this conversation are Grayson letting us know that Smasher is head of security over at Arasaka, and we know where Johnny's body is buried. He tells us exactly where this is, and it's actually by a landfill near the oil fields in the Badlands if we go north. At the end of this conversation, you're going to be met with the choice to either kill or spare Grayson, and there is no consequence. You can still get the reward at the end of this mission whether you kill him or not. So I personally do, because you find out later on if you leave him alive that he actually does some other stuff, and it just makes you feel like a piece of shit. So Johnny wants to go find his body, and since we know where that is, we're headed to the oil fields. So before we head over there, if you guys want to see what this access card leads to, you drop this crate down from the crane, and by opening this crate up, you're going to be met with something pretty cool. And it's actually Johnny's Porsche. This is his car. So now comes the fun part for me. I get to explain for all of you how you can get a secret achievement and a secret ending to the base game. And I actually showed an image of this at the very beginning of the video, and now I can finally talk about it. So the first step to this is when you get to the oil fields, Johnny's grave doesn't actually have anything. So you're going to choose the option to inscribe his initials into this thing on top of it. After you do that, he's going to ask you, what would you write on his actual gravestone if he had one? And the option you want to choose is the guy who saved my life. So this conversation is actually really important. I would argue it is the most important conversation you'll have as V with Johnny in this entire playthrough. So it's going to start with Johnny admitting to himself and to us that he's messed up a lot, and he's let down or used every person who gave him their trust. And he admits that he was a selfish person for doing that. He mentions that he hasn't messed up this yet, what Johnny and V have, and you're going to pick nah, fuck that up too when you're met with your options. V tells him straight up that you used me, you lied to me, and that there is no trust there. So Johnny asks, is it too late for a second chance? You're going to get another set of options, and this time you're going to choose what do you want from me. Johnny then admits that most of the people he thought were his friends couldn't even stand to be in the same room with him, but because he's inside of our head 24/7, we're always there. Therefore, we're the closest person he has. And on top of that, we don't seem to absolutely hate him, at least until now. So the next option you're going to get is, okay, but as far as second chances go, this is your last. Choose that one. Johnny tells you after you say that he's going to try really hard to not mess up this second chance you're giving him. The next set of options, you're going to choose you were a real dick at first. After choosing that, you're going to have a little bit of some reminiscing to do with Johnny. He brings up how when we woke up at Victor's not knowing about Johnny, that we claimed, oh, I'm seeing things, I'm scared, and how when we were moaning to Misty about how we don't want to die, V ends up clapping back a little bit saying, I remember you whining about not being able to smoke in the middle of the night and how you weren't able to kill me. And Johnny says that he never thought we'd make it this far, and you're going to be met with two more options. So you have to bring up, when you said you let your friends down, did you mean Rogue? He mentions a lot more than just Rogue though. Alt, Carrie, Santiago, all of these people, so V tells him that it's not over yet, at least with Rogue. Johnny's going to bring up that he can't just pretend nothing's changed over 50 years. He can't just insert himself into her life again. These next set of options, you're going to pick Smash or Biz really got to her. V tells Johnny that he ought to talk to her at the very least, and he brings up that he did end up promising her to actually a date at the movies. He wants to do this, so he asks us to call her for him, and that he's going to need control of us again. When you're met with your next set of options, yeah, I'll call Rogue is the one you want to pick. After that, the conversation ends with Johnny saying, let's leave, there's nothing here, but he says it was worth coming out here, and he ends up thanking us. He also mentions that of all of the heads he could have been brought back into, he's glad that it was us. The achievement hasn't popped yet, and that's because you have to go on that date. After you do that, you're going to get met with the Bushido and Chill achievement. Speaking of getting achievements, I finished the Judy storyline, I finished up Carrie's storyline, and I maxed out any single skill. So up to this point, I have gotten every single achievement that is not related to an ending for the base game. and Nocturne is the mission you must do, and this is also the point of no return. So hopping into the elevator with Johnny, we end up having a conversation where he is less than excited to talk to Hanako. Obviously, he doesn't have a great relationship with the Arasakas. He ends up giving us a warning that at the first sign of trouble, we gotta leave. So the conversation with Hanako begins with her telling us why she changed her mind and wants to help. She actually knew that Yorinobu was the person that killed her father, and she's known this since the very beginning. And not just her, but every board member at Arasaka actually knew this information. So due to an assortment of events, Hanako realized that Saburo was correct about Yorinobu not giving a single care about the Arasaka family. Hanako wants to bring justice to Yorinobu, and obviously we need the Arasaka help, at least that's the way that they view it, to cure ourselves of the relic. So she brings up Mikoshi and says that she can lead us there, assuming we help her. She ends up telling us that Mikoshi doesn't exist in the real space, but its access points do, and there's actually an access point beneath Arasaka Tower. So Hanako's plan is that Yorinobu is going to be calling up a meeting of the board soon, and representatives are expected to attend there from every faction of Arasaka. She views this as the perfect timing to tell everybody about Saburo's death and the truth behind it, and she wants us to testify at this meeting against Yorinobu. It's a simple give and trade. We help get rid of Yorinobu, she helps us get rid of the construct. Hanako ends up realizing something about V, and that's that V is bleeding, and obviously we're running out of time. So she warns us that we may want to think quickly about the decision we want to make regarding the construct. We end up in the elevator where Johnny ends up saying that he warned us, and he stops the elevator and he notices that we can't even stand on our own 2 feet and that it may just be hours before V is gone and Johnny ends up taking over. Johnny ends up telling us he wants to save our life, and he tells us that we should take some of those medications and let him get behind the wheel and drive our body. He wants to call Rogue so that he can bring us to Mikoshi without Hanako's help. The reason that Johnny wants to call Rogue is because she has experience, she has resources and connections, so it's not going to be that hard to get underneath Arasaka Tower. Before we can even begin to discuss the possibility of this working, we end up blacking out. We end up waking up at Victor's shop, and he tells us that we dragged ourselves here and we looked absolutely terrible. We even scared Misty a bit. I think it goes without saying that obviously this wasn't us. Johnny ended up bringing us here. Victor warns us that we've reached a critical juncture and that there won't be a next time, and that this is the final chance we have to take matters into our own hands. He shows us that we have one final dose of medication I'm not qualified to say, and it comes straight from Misty, and we can just simply leave our body and give it up to Johnny if we so feel like it. However, he offers up a different solution, which are the blockers, and he tells us we can find a different way and figure it out without giving in to Johnny, at least fully anyway. We take the pills and the gun from the table, and before we leave, we thank Vic. And we also end up apologizing to Misty about the outburst that we ended up having, because, well, that wasn't entirely us. Misty ends up letting us know that she knows of a place that we can decide what we want to do, and the reason she's bringing this up is because she actually brought Jackie there once. We end up following Misty to an elevator, and we end up on the top floor of a building, and it is a pretty damn good sightline, I must say. So before you end up having the conversation with Misty about this entire thing, I'm here to warn you right now, save your game. If you want to get every single achievement, this is your final time that you can save the game and reload it to get every ending on a singular playthrough. So Johnny ends up telling us that he thought that was it for us, that we were going to just be gone before he could do anything. Johnny ends up telling us that before we make a decision, we should call whoever we need to and say our final thing to them, just in case that this is it. This has a risk that is intense and it's very high, and he doesn't expect us to die, but on the off chance that we do, well, make sure you get your final words in. After that, we get our options, and this is where the endings begin. So the first ending we're going to get is the Devil, where we have to side with Arasaka, and obviously this pisses off Johnny immensely. Hanako tells us that Yorinobu made a move, and Hanako is currently at his house in North Oak. We end up meeting up with Misty, and after an Arasaka vehicle pulls up, she admits that this is a betrayal, and you can't justify that. The people that showed up in the Arasaka vehicle are none other than Taka Takamura and Anders' helmet. After making quick work of all of Yorinobu's security he had around, we meet up with Hanako. We end up hopping into an AV, which is going to be taking us all the way up to Arasaka Tower. After stumbling out of the AV, we end up getting help from Takamura. After a lot of walking, Hanako brings us to a secret elevator and reminds us that Mikoshi can only be accessed from a room beneath Arasaka Tower. We end up sitting down next to Hanako after that elevator ride, and out pops a certain somebody from the very beginning of the game. That right there is Saburo Arasaka. At the board meeting itself, we sit down and we testify against Yorinobu, and after it isn't taken seriously, Hanako whips out a trump card, and that trump card is Saburo himself. He tells everybody there to follow Hanako and to treat every word she says as if it came from him. After that, an assault squad ends up showing up and lays fire to the meeting, and a lot of the people there end up dying. Hanako says she's going to gather a force and take control of the tower. We have to go find her brother, so she gets us access codes up to a lift that will take us to the upper atrium where we can find Yorinobu. After a solid 15 minutes of fighting with Takemura, we end up on the floor where Yorinobu is, but we're not there yet. Adam Smasher shows up to defend him. Now, this fight isn't particularly challenging on the damage that he does to you part, but he does have quite a bit of health, even at this stage of the game. Bringing out the Malorian, we do that for Johnny. We take down Adam Smasher, which, if you remember, was the one thing he wanted us to do. We end up finding Yorinobu on the ground with a gun next to him, and, well, we just have to sit and wait for Hanako to show up. After a pretty long conversation, Hanako ends up showing up and sends us on our way to honor her end of the deal. Heading into cyberspace after an elevator ride, we're met with our achievement, The Devil, which was help Takemura avenge the death of Saburo Arasaka. We end up finding Johnny in the cyberspace and told him that Hanako kept her word, but he views it completely differently. We didn't just betray him, we betrayed every person we knew, and that includes ourselves. The conversation is quite serious, and Johnny mentions that it's not about life and death or you versus a corporation. It's about the code you live by that defines you. It's the principle of everything. And to him, it's pretty clear that V, at least the current V, sitting here talking to Johnny after betraying not just Johnny, but also themselves, has lost the principle. They've lost what they lived by. The last thing he tells us is, remember what Dexter told you of living a quiet life or going out in a blaze of glory? He believes we chose wrong, and it's a shame that we did. After that, we wake up in a almost unsettlingly white room, and there are multiple doctors and stuff around us, and as far as we can tell, the surgery or whatever was actually a success. Now, I'm going to tell you that this ending is drawn out in such a way that it feels like you're slowly losing your mind from the repetitiveness and the length of it, and that's intentional. This ending is designed in a way that you feel just like V in this current situation. So for starters, well, Saburo is back. He's actually living through the body of Yorinobu. They ended up taking his construct and putting it into the body of Yorinobu, and clearly it was a success. So the routine that you have to follow is seemingly pretty simple. You do a bunch of tests, but they don't really amount to anything. They want you to solve a Rubik's Cube, but before you can, they strip it away from you. The next test is she's going to tell you a word, and all you have to do is immediately respond with the first thing that comes to your mind. The final test is simply just walk on a treadmill, and well, that's it. That's the entire routine that you follow. After a while of this, they let you know that you can contact whoever you want. And the specific part of this is you can phone home to Earth. The reason for this is because you're on a space station currently orbiting the planet. After a while of, again, the same tests that seem to amount to nothing, out pops Takemura to actually give us a proposition. He offers us something. Before offering anything to us, though, he lets us know that while we're alive right now, we're not going to be. We're going to be dead before winter. The surgery may have seemed like it was on paper a success because we're alive, but we suffered permanent brain damage as a result of it. So their solution is pretty simple, at least if you decide to accept it, and that is to join the Secure Your Soul program. They're going to make an engram of you and store it within Mikoshi. They also mentioned that if you decide to accept the offer of becoming an engram and being stored in Mikoshi, that you have to wait for a body that is suitable for the engram itself, and, well, I think you can probably infer what that would end up being like. The explanation for this ending is pretty simple. If you decide to accept becoming an engram, you're having to come to terms with you will very likely be forgotten by Arasaka in its entirety, and proof of that is pretty simple. Hanako already forgot about you. Not to mention that Mikoshi is still standing, Johnny and Alt never got to reunite, and if we don't accept the offer, we're going to be dead within 6 months anyway. There really is no good outcome for this entire ending. It is objectively the worst ending for the base game that you can pick. You're left with either becoming an engram and being forgotten, or you have to live with the fact that you betrayed every person you've known, including yourself, including Johnny, Misty, Vic, just for 6 months of life that honestly wasn't even worth it in the end. And that is the ending, the devil. Now it's time for another ending that is kind of negative, but I think is a little bit more bittersweet, and that is going to be the tower ending that they added during Phantom Liberty. The ending starts with Johnny initially being pretty apprehensive. He doesn't exactly like the FIA, and us entrusting our life with them doesn't really sit right, so he wants us to find another way. Do not call Reed. We end up tossing away both of the pills, not just one of them, and we mentioned that the choice is pretty clear, figuring something that could potentially work or a surgical procedure. And with that, we end up calling up Reed. Reed ends up dispatching an AV, and we tell him that we're on top of the building known as Misty's Esoterica. Before that, though, we end up having a conversation with Johnny, and he's not mad at us. He's actually been in it for us to succeed and to live on for quite a while now. While waiting for the AV, we end up messaging every person that we've met so far and letting them know we're going to be back in a couple weeks' time. Don't forget about us. When the AV shows up, Reed isn't here. He's actually pretty busy right now, but Agent Vice, who shows up, is actually honored to meet us because as far as they know, we saved the president. Getting inside of the AV, they're going to run a quick nervous system scan, so we end up plugging ourselves into the AV itself. We ask how it looks, and he mentions that the neural network degradation seems to be reversible. Johnny ends up showing up and says that he wants to get one last look at Night City. After some convincing, Vice ends up agreeing to open the door, which gives Johnny his last look of Night City. Johnny ends up having a conversation with us where he says that we fought long and hard and that we definitely deserve this, and that it's okay to feel a little bit proud of yourself. Now, this ending, the relationship between V and Johnny is much better than the one in The Devil because we made peace at the oil fields and nothing has changed. We didn't betray Johnny, and he's happy to see us pull through, and he's also happy that he had a chance to call us his friend. We end up wondering what would have happened if we'd never met. The way that Johnny sees it is the bullet to the brain would have just killed us right at the very beginning of the game, and if he wasn't here, well, we would have never survived the rest because his advice was just absolutely preem. The actual reality is he has no idea what our life would have been like. We may have lived a quiet, normal life, or we would have ended up in a jail cell. The doctor who was monitoring us mentions that he has a reading spike of strong emotions, so he ends up pulling out a stabilizer. And now we are met with arguably the most emotional moment in the game. This brought me to tears 3 years ago, the first time that I saw it, and I'll be the first to admit that nothing has changed. My eyes were not dry by the end of this conversation. Johnny wants us to promise him one thing, and it's not that he wants us to just simply give up. He just wants us to learn to let go. He tells us to not let anyone change who we are, and his last words to us are, "Good night, Valerie. Today was a good day." After some auditorial flashbacks, we're met with a brand new scene, and we're on a hospital bed recovering. We end up rolling over to see none other than Solomon Reed, who doesn't look as he did the last time we saw him. He mentions that stay at Langley long enough and it'll make you its own, and he was no exception to that. He ends up dropping a pretty big truth onto us, and it wasn't simple enough that the doc saved us. There was some caveats to that. And unfortunately, they had to do some pretty invasive work on our nervous system to get the engram out safely. He ends up telling us that our neurons can't handle most implants. Basically, we can handle the personal link and maybe some processes, but we can't use any combat implants, and if we tried, we would most likely die. The life we once knew as a merc is effectively erased. It's gone, and there is no foreseeable way of getting that back. And also, as if that wasn't enough, it's been 2 years since the operation. It's no longer 2077, it is 2079. So the reason that we actually can't use any of the implants and stuff is because the neural matrix reduced our cells' regenerative capacity, which effectively makes us allergic to any and all extensive chrome. We end up asking him, when can we go back to Night City? And he mentions if we wanted to, well, we could do it today. Reed ends up warning us that our body will never be back to what it was prior to this operation, and Night City's a city you can't just manage in. You need something, and well, we'll never have that again. He offers up a job here at Langley as opposed to going back to Night City, because at this point we're reduced to doing basic things like a desk job, which obviously V isn't too happy about. We end up telling him that maybe someday we'll come back and accept him on that offer for a job here, but we need to go home to Night City. Before Reed ends up leaving, we give him one final word, and that is simply thank you. So to summarize everything that has changed, we end up calling Judy, who is now married and living in Pittsburgh, and she doesn't want us to take that away from her. She's happy where she is. Pan Am sent us a long string of messages, called us a lot, and when we tried to call her back now, her number is disconnected, so we have no way of talking to her. We call River, and he mentions he needed money for Randy's rehab, so he sold out a bunch of secrets about the NCPD over to the trauma team. He's not the man we used to know, and he believes that we should just forget about him. We end up calling Carrie, who is simply too busy for us. He's on world tour, and it's going to be months before he's back in the NUS. We end up calling Vic, who's actually pretty happy to hear from us, and we tell him about the whole situation and how we can't use Chrome, but he doesn't think that that's true. So he wants us to go and see him, and we know where to find him. After that, we get a jump cut to us inside of a Delamain, and we're back in Night City. We ended up asking Delamain to pick up a bottle of liquor for us, and it's exactly the right one. Vic will love it. A lot has changed around Night City, and this includes Arasaka pulling a bulk of its operations out, and of course, a bunch of corporations are looking to step in and take that mantle. Walking over to Misty's Esoterica, we end up getting harassed by some dude named Terry who questions us because he's never seen us around. After that, though, we discover that a Zeta Tech building is currently in place of where Misty's building used to be. Vic's shop is still there, though, and we see him in the flesh. We hand him the bottle of liquor, and he mentions that they have a rule where he can't drink anywhere in the clinic. He'll get reprimanded for it, but this bottle is a very specific one, and that's because him and Jackie ended up sharing it at one point. We end up jacking in to see if it's true that we cannot use any implants, and we mentioned to Vic that we lost all of our plans, our dreams, they're gone. We may have survived the relic situation, but we can't function in our environment anymore. The us from 2 years ago is never coming back. We question why Vic ended up selling out to a corporation, and he mentions that they piled on pressure, anonymous threats of arson over and over. He had no choice. Obviously, Misty didn't agree with his decision, and she's pretty pissed off about it. She stopped showing up. The biomonitor that Vic has been running this entire time proves that it's true. Our cortex doesn't allow for implants anymore. Vic ends up bringing up the fact that we may have changed, but we're alive, and just like him having to adapt to a situation, he was still able to do what he loves doing, which is being a Ripper Doc, even if it isn't the exact same situation as before. We end up getting interrupted by somebody named Tyler who says that they need surgery immediately. Before we end up having him break his contract, we tell him that he has a patient and that it's okay, he doesn't need to worry about us, and so we end up leaving. He asks us to come back again again at any time, and obviously we shake his hand and tell him we will be back. Terry ends up showing up again while we go back to our Delamain and mentions that we're a corpo rat and he wants our money. We try to fight back and we threaten him by saying that we can fry his brain, but obviously this is just a bluff that ends up amounting to nothing, and so he punches us down the staircase. Misty ends up showing up, finding us, and she looks a little bit different. We end up telling Misty that we just aren't what we used to be anymore, and even a common street thug is able to get the better of us. She ends up telling us that we'll learn to live like a regular person. We're going to avoid dark alleys, run when we hear gunfire, and that's just the life that we have been given now. We're no longer recognizable. We're just a regular face in the world full of them. She ends up telling us why she plans on leaving Night City. It wasn't totally due to the fact that Vic ended up selling out to Zeta Tech, although she wasn't happy about it and they ended up arguing over it. Her breaking point was actually when her favorite herbal store ended up burning down one day. She went there to buy some stuff and she found a charred, burnt building. She realized in that moment that nothing was the same anymore. Not only was Jackie gone, but so were we. So she decided that she couldn't find balance in herself, so how could she help other people find theirs? She ended up closing the Esoterica. She mentions that nothing is tying us to Night City, and if she can leave, then we can too. We end up mentioning that there are a bunch of places we haven't seen yet, and maybe that leaving is how we end up finding the new us, and it's just somewhere out there waiting for us to discover it. Her ride ends up showing up, so she asks us to walk her to it, where we get our first look at post-Operation V. We don't have any of our implants anymore. As you can see, we have a personal link, and that is it. I mentioned at the very beginning that this ending was pretty bittersweet, and if you couldn't tell by now, it definitely is. We survived Night City, we survived the relic, but now we're nobody. We can't use implants anymore. Misty's leaving Night City. Victor got bought out by a corporation. Pan Am is unreachable. Judy is married over on the other side of the country. And River ended up selling out his secrets from the NCPD for some money and doesn't want to see us anymore. On top of that, we no longer have Johnny, and Carrie is simply just too busy to make some time for us. We ended up losing our pendant that had the bullet that Misty gave us at the very beginning of the game, and she tells us to not go look for it. It doesn't matter anymore. This cutscene ends up concluding with us fading into a crowd. We've become another face in a world full of them, and we can do whatever we want. We can go wherever we want, and we can discover a new us in a world that will, hopefully anyway, end up accepting that. As the credits roll, we are met with our next ending achievement being the Tower. Our next ending on the agenda is the Star, and to do this, we have to call Pan Am because we're going to be calling the Aldecaldos for some help. We tell her that we need to find a way into Arasaka Tower pretty much immediately because if we don't do something soon, I'm gone. We end up telling her about Mikoshi and that it's underneath Arasaka Tower, and that's the only place that Johnny and I are actually going to be able to disentangle ourselves. She ends up agreeing pretty much instantaneously and asks where we're at, and we tell her we're at Vic's clinic and she's going to be right there. Another quick tarot reading from Misty, and Pan Am is here. We follow her to her car, and we awaken at the Aldecaldo camp. Mitch ends up mentioning that we had everybody worried because they couldn't wake us up. So Pan Am at the moment is currently debating Saul on the plan because we need help, but obviously they got to figure out how to do that. Meeting up with Saul and Pan Am, the details need a bit of ironing out, but for the most part, the plan is set in stone. Their plan is to dig a tunnel underneath of Arasaka Tower. There's a new maglev line being built in the area, and while it's guarded by Militech, we can just simply bust through it. Once we're actually inside of the tunnel, it's about half a mile to get underneath of Arasaka Tower. Once we're actually inside, though, it's going to be a bit of improvisation because there's guards, security, and everything else that we can't account for yet. Saul is a bit concerned about the information we have, but we have to accept the risks, and they owe us that much at the very least. We ask him if he has any decent net connections so that we can ask Alt for some help. He's pretty apprehensive, seeing as Alt is an AI, which doesn't seem to really bode well for us, but he mentions that Dakota has a set that we can use. Meeting up with Dakota, Carol shows up to help us as well, and we're currently dunked into a tank of ice while we go into the cyberspace. Meeting up with Alt, we let her know that Johnny is currently indisposed and we're by ourselves now. She mentions we treat him like an unwanted passenger. She also brings up that we're really good at repressing Johnny and that we're improving. We ask Alt if she would prefer to just talk with Johnny, and she mentions that that would be pointless because she can just read any isolated construct like it's another line of code. She ends up bringing up that the sole human factor here is us, and so we have to tell her that rapidly we are running out of time. She asks us if we truly believe that time is our greatest concern. We tell her that it's a matter of perspective, but it seems like we came back from the dead. What now? She asks us if we believe that we actually cheated death, but instead she says that death cheated us. We are in an in-between. She mentions that we'll come to understand this in Mikoshi, or that we already should have some sort of notion because we played through Phantom Liberty. If you've played through Phantom Liberty, you get a new dialogue option here. So we ask if she's talking about Somi and her link to the Black Wall. Alt confirms that that is exactly what she was talking about, that Somi merely touched the Black Wall and we witnessed the consequences of it. Somi wanted to cheat death, but nothing lasts forever in our reality. After that, though, we ask Alt what we should be expecting in Mikoshi. She describes it as though that will be the sole moment in our life when the true weight of our existence finally hits us. We ask about Johnny and what'll happen to him, and she doesn't have the data required to answer the question. She does know one thing is guaranteed to happen, and that's that Mikoshi will cease to exist. All of the engrams within Mikoshi will be integrated within her. She calls Mikoshi a prison, and through her, they'll be able to gain the chance to become part of something greater. To conclude the conversation with Alt, she mentions that she sent a program over to one of Dakota's shards, and once we're inside Mikoshi, we should use it. After that, we end up getting pulled out of the cyberspace, and needless to say, it's not looking too hot. Or I guess I should say that it's too hot? Anyway, our temperature ended up skyrocketing up to 105, and everything around us is certainly feeling the effects of it. Obviously, Dakota is pretty pissed off because we ended up melting about half of her tech. We bring up a shard and how there's some software on it and we're going to need that, but Dakota doesn't believe that they have it. She then realizes that they do have it, and she's pretty scared of the thing, so she hands it to us pretty quickly. After that, we meet up with Mitch and Panam, but she has to step away to go talk to Saul, so Mitch explains what they've done with the Panzer. In theory, anyway, they fitted it with an afterburner and a mini RPG, and they also took out about 60% of its total mass. While they fixed the Panzer up, we end up having a word with Saul, or actually, it's pretty much the entire Aldecaldo clan. He starts off by saying that they will help us, but we're still an outsider. We're a merc from Night City. It's about time we end up changing that, though. He tells us we're going to become an Aldecaldo, which means that this family is willing to go to hell and back for us. Panam ends up bringing out a jacket which makes us an official member of the Aldecaldo's clan. Panam lets us know we earned the jacket and a rightful spot within the Aldecaldo's family. We end up sitting down with Panam, who admits to us that she's so tense that she hasn't gotten sleep in 2 days. Tomorrow, she's going to be leading her whole clan into basically near death, and Saul is seemingly butting heads with her with everything that she says. Even if everything were to go wrong, they believe Panam will be there for them because who else but her? She doesn't believe that she should be totally responsible for this whole thing and that Saul should at least be taking part of it. She asks us if we're not afraid to die, and we tell her all the time, point blank. She's pretty impressed at how well we are at hiding it. Quick time skip later, and it's go time. Following Panam, we end up seeing the effort that people are putting in. We have a ton of people showing up for this raid. Saul just did some reconnaissance, so he hands us a shard so we know what we're getting ourselves into. After getting some more concrete details about our plan, it's go time. We're pretty much ready. So we hop into the Militech Basilisk and begin this raid. Very quickly on, we end up getting a warning from the Militech captain claiming that we are trespassing on protected property. After we avoid some missiles, the Basilisk ends up sustaining some damage. All of the circuitry is dead, but Panam says she's going to try to fix it. However, we need to handle the drone. So we take a sniper and we start to shoot. We buy Panam enough time to get all the Panzer systems back on, but Bobby is not so lucky. He activated the jammer, but just as he did, he ended up coming to an end. We fight to the main gate, and after we go through, the Panzer once again proves that it may be a potential downfall of this mission. After some fighting, we escort Mitch and Carol up to the top of the tower where they're going to fire up the circ that's going to get us to the Arasaka Tower. Militech, needless to say, is pretty pissed off, so we get to do some more fighting. Eventually, an AV ends up showing up, and unfortunately, another person ends up falling, and this time it's Teddy. A lot more fighting later, Pan Am mentions that the Panzer systems are back up again, so we run to get inside of it. We use the Panzer to get rid of any Militech strike team that is still remaining and trying to get at us. All that's left after that is for us to blow through an incredibly brittle gate, and we enter the tunnel. Something doesn't seem to be totally normal within the tunnel itself, because Mitch and Saul are having a conversation about something that sounds pretty important. Saul tells us that Carol and the rest are currently up on the surface still, and they're all rattled off because of Militech cutting off the comms. So Mitch wants to take the Panzer by himself to go play hero. Pan Am objects to this because if Mitch goes in there and tries to control the Panzer by himself, it could fry his brain. It would be a one-way mission. We end up agreeing with Mitch and Saul, and we mention that without Mitch, they're all dead, but us three, Pan Am, Saul, and I, we actually stand a chance. We jack into the drill's control systems, and Pan Am lets us know that nothing broke, it was just overheating. We end up giving it a lot of power, and as a result of that, it shakes around violently, and it gets to a point that something drops onto our head. After waking up from some blunt force trauma, we yell out to Pan Am, who isn't responding, but it's okay, she is alive. We meet up with Saul, who lets us know that the tunnel is clear for now, but he hasn't heard anything from Mitch. He chalks it up to being a problem with comms, not that he's actually gone. Walking through the tunnel, we end up in an area where Saul notices some seismic dampeners, which means that we're still below the basement. So we end up finding a maintenance shaft with hopes that it'll take us into the basement itself. Climbing out of the maintenance shaft, it's clear we are running on the most borrowed time yet, as we have another seizure from the relic. After taking out some guards, Saul ends up connecting to the system and mentions that everybody is on high alert because they might have sensed the vibrations from the drill. We ask him if there's any access points near us, and he checks and he notes that there is one not too far from here. Getting to the access point, we let Alt know that the shard has been inserted, and almost instantaneously we see the effects that she has, as all of the systems are off. The lockdown has concluded, and there's no one standing in our way anymore. Just before we can get to Mikoshi scot-free, a certain somebody, a very familiar face, ends up showing up, and it's none other than Adam Smasher. Smasher ended up knocking Saul to the ground, and in one final stand, he mentions the Aldecaldos. He shoots at Smasher with his shotgun, but it means nothing to Smasher. He crushes his head like a grape, and just like that, Saul meets his end. One Smasher fight later, we take him down and put him in the ground, but this time it's not just for Johnny, it's also for Saul. After that intense fight where many people have died for this point, we end up where we need to be. This is Mikoshi. After barely making it to the access point so we can connect to it via personal link, we end up jacking in. We fall into the water and let it take us as we go into cyberspace. We're met with a decently familiar sight as we walk to where Johnny is, but this time we actually have Alt reciting a poem in the background. If you're curious, there's actually two poems you can get. If you go in as V, you'll be getting the love song of J. Alfred Prukok by T.S. Eliot. If you're here as Johnny, you'll be getting It's Sailing to Byzantium by Yeats. Meeting up with Johnny, we end up saying that we did it. Somehow, despite it all, we made it. Since we didn't betray him this time, he mentions that we devised a solid plan and pulled it off. He ends up congratulating us. Sitting down with Johnny, he apologizes for Saul because he blames himself for Smasher being where he was. Johnny tells us that Alt already split us. Once we jacked into Mikoshi, she actually used Soul Killer on us. After referring to Alt as Output, she ends up showing up and mentions she is not his girlfriend. We tell her that Johnny could have used someone like her by his side, which is kind of funny because Johnny just so happens to mention that we're a fellow construct stuck in Arasaka prison with him. The plan for Johnny and Alt hasn't changed. They still plan on obliterating Mikoshi, and just like Alt told us a little bit earlier, she's going to free all of the constructs by simply assimilating them with her. We ask what happened with us exactly, and Alt explains that by applying Soul Killer to us, it separated our psyches. Therefore, it created a very distinct construct of V. The only problem with this is it wasn't able to get rid of everything that Johnny's data had already overwritten. She tells us that the reconfiguration from the relic has gone too far. Alongside the invasive medications we've been using, the immune system is attacking its own neurons. When Alt ends up transferring the construct back into our body, we will die. It is inevitable, and we can't stop it. She estimates that we'll live for maybe around 6 months, maybe more, maybe less. Due to the biochip's nanites having permanently affected our body, it is now, for all intents and purposes, Johnny's. Johnny lets Alt know to just give us a minute because we need to have a conversation about this. V might be frustrated, but Johnny is simply sticking to the plan. He's going to be going with Alt, and we are going to be keeping our body. Johnny tells us that Alt is going to be taking him beyond the black wall to become a part of her, and he doesn't even know what that means. Alt ends up showing up and mentions that Johnny can actually keep our body, but we would be going with her. Alt ends up letting us know that we have earned that right to choose through will and through endeavor. We can choose who lives and who moves on with her into cyberspace. So by choosing I want to live out whatever life I got left, you'll be met with the ending for the Aldecaldos, because you're not giving your body up to Johnny. That's a different achievement we're going to be getting right after this one. Johnny doesn't want us to apologize. We knew how this would play out in the end. Hopping into the well to go back into our body, Johnny sits down right next to us and pushes us and tells us to never stop fighting. After that, we end up waking up on a pretty familiar looking spot. We're at the dam. After getting out of the car, we end up seeing Panam watching over Night City. We end up doing a little bit of reminiscing, and we bring up the fact that she had it in for the Raffins, and if Mitch and Scorpion ended up actually agreeing to help her that day, she probably would have told us to just leave her alone. She brings up the city and how the people at Arasaka are probably wondering right now how they managed to lose everything, but by the time they realize it, we'll already be long gone. She mentions that the reason she's here is to get one final look at the city, and that maybe one day this will be a happy memory for her. We end up letting Panam know that we used to think of this city as a part of us. We were bonded in some way, but there's nothing there left to keep us. Panam wants us to promise her something. When we leave the city and we head south, we'll go to find her contacts and we'll fix whatever we need fixed. We tell her it's a promise. When we make it to Arizona, we're going to set up there and find someone to fix us. She tells us something Saul ended up telling her, that anyone is truly free once, and that happens when they have nothing left to lose. We tell her that that's us. For these next couple months, we have nothing to lose, and we're living just like that. Before we head out, we give Night City one final farewell, telling it good night and good luck. While driving to the place that we have to go to get out of Night City, on the radio, it's confirmed Hanako has actually met her demise in this attack. Outside of that, though, Panam lets us know that most of the Aldecaldos people have already crossed the border out of Night City. So, due to the fact that we currently have some highly illegal shit from Mikoshi that we stole, we can't just go to a regular border crossing, because Arasaka is definitely going to have people. But there is a less than traveled road that we can use. We find it a bit ironic that in our new beginning as an Aldecaldo, we ended up stealing from Arasaka, which just so happens to line up with our new beginning as a big shot at Night City during the beginning stages of the game. Mitch ends up rolling up alongside us, showing that he did not die from that solo Panzer adventure. Panam lets us know that he was actually bedridden for weeks, and if it wasn't for his synapses being toughened up from the Panzer days back in the war, he most definitely would have met his end. Getting to the meeting spot, Panam asks if everything is arranged. Mitch lets us know that everything is almost set, and there just so happens to be somebody waiting for us. So meeting up with Mitch and Panam, the plan is pretty simple. We're not going to use any official crossings. We're going to use an old smuggling tunnel because, like I said before, we have a lot of shit from Mikoshi. After we cross the border, we're going to go for our meeting point. We're going to join up with the rest of the Aldecaldos, and then we're going going to move towards Tucson. Pan Am lets us know that starting today, it's no longer all on our back. We're no longer alone. The whole family is going to help us. Mitch brings up that they've stolen enough Arasaka tech to build an aircraft carrier, and Pan Am lets us know that on a list of people wanted dead or alive, their names are right under ours. So finding out who is actually waiting for us, who else but Judy? So the way that you get Judy to show up here is by successfully romancing her, and then you do the all to call those ending and she'll leave with you. The conversation itself is quite deep, and I actually think that this ending is the best ending in terms of the Judy V relationship. We end up telling her that even though she hasn't found a home yet, that we will have a home and that we'll be there very soon. She's happy to hear it, and we let her know that we're heading out soon. Hopping into the Basilisk, we now get to follow the nomads over to where we'll be crossing the border, and the storm ends up overtaking us. We end up at the smuggling tunnel that we were using to cross the border, and we tell Pan Am to not slow down, just speed up and don't stop. This is an ending that I've always really enjoyed. I think that it is a good feeling ending, and you can always assume, due to the fact that it's open-ended, that maybe V ended up actually finding a way to prolong their life past 6 months with the help of all the Caldos. If you decide to look at it from a path of maybe, she didn't end up finding a solution to the problem, well, at least V was surrounded by the people she could call family, and that includes Judy. This ending ends up concluding with us dropping the pendant off into whatever body of water we find ourselves over in the Basilisk, and we begin a brand new life. Hitting the credits scene, we get the star achievement, Leave Night City with the Aldecaldos. It is now time for us to get our second to last achievement. This is going to be the sun. It starts off by us telling Johnny that he should go with Rogue. They have the best shot together. We trust Johnny, so we end up taking our pill that allows him to have full control over us, and we tell him to just go a little easy on us. He tells us he's going to see us on the other side and pulls us into him. Heading to the afterlife, Rogue is taking a call and thinks that it's V showing up, but Johnny ends up very quickly squashing that. Johnny brings up to Rogue the crew from Atlantis, and by some insane coincidence, only Rogue made it out of that. Rogue ends up taking offense to this, but Johnny is simply just trying to fill in some gaps. He's been gone for 50 years. He finds it odd that no one from that crew ended up getting a happy ending, except for Rogue. After that, a very pissed off Rogue ends up shutting down the afterlife. She tells everyone to go home, they're closed. She asked what Johnny was insinuating by that, and Johnny just outright says it. You sold out. She ends up mentioning that after mourning the loss of Johnny, that her and Smasher worked for the same people. She didn't like the situation. She had a choice, and when she ponders about regretting it, she admits that she very much regrets it. She asks why we came here, because clearly we had a reason. Johnny lets her know that V is dying and he's the reason for it, and that the process can be stopped. Rogue doesn't believe Johnny wants to help V out. It's always something involving him so he can feel better about himself. Johnny mentions that maybe he's changed, and when that clock strikes 12, Johnny disappears, and so does V, and he needs to get out of her head before that ends up happening. He ends up bringing up Alt and how they managed to get into contact and that she agreed to help. The only place that she'll help us at is called Mikoshi, which just so happens to be underneath Arasaka Tower. Obviously, she doesn't like hearing about that. Johnny died at Arasaka Tower, and only an idiot would do the same thing over and over and over, expecting a new result to happen. She asks if we have a plan, so we bring up that she's the best fixer in town, and that she is going to tell us how to do it. She asks us when this needs to be done, and Johnny just outright says it. Why not right now? Johnny mentions that Rogue owes him one, and not just him, but everybody that she buried going to the very top. After sharing a drink, Johnny asks if she's gonna lend a hand, and one kiss later, and we end up in a blackout. We end up waking up 20 hours later after we ended up sleeping, and Wayland is there. We follow him back into the bar, and Rogue mentions that he's gonna be our pilot and our ride to the Corpo Plaza. We end up getting these things called retro thrusters. They're a gift from Rogue. Rogue, and what they do is they have anti-gravity within them. Rogue ends up giving us a shard and explains the plan. So Arasaka Tower is one of the most secure buildings in Night City, so the front door is not in our table. Instead, we're going to be making our own window. We're going to be flying in on a Militech Strix tactical bomber. We're going to end up taking out all of the anti-air on top of the building, and then using it, we're going to breach a wall on the 76th floor. We're going to jump from the AV and survive due to our anti-gravity boots. After that, we're going to find a shaft that runs along the vertical axis of the tower, and this is going to go all the way to the bottom floor. We end up hitting the lab floor, we reach the access point, the rest is in Johnny's hands. There is a bit more though. We have to do some extra stuff if we really want to survive. There's a satellite off in orbit that just so happens to be connected to the comms. By taking it down, it's going to freeze the comms in all of California, which should give us 3 to 4 hours. She ends up bringing up having an acquaintance at Orbital Air, and I'm actually going to tell you about this a little bit later. Anyway, Rogue is going to pay him enough to give us access to that satellite. The rest will be up to our old Netrunner friend. That's right, we have to go contact Alt. Heading to the back, we end up in a net running room where the guy running it tells us to put on the suit, but he's not going to be here after this, so we have to resurface on our own. Once we're in the cyberspace as Johnny, he calls out to Alt, who lets him know that she already told him that Alt Cunningham is no more. I'm not going to leave you in the dark though, it's time for some lore. Over the last 50 years, Alt has spent her time in cyberspace detached from her human form. Obviously, we saw this during the 2013 raid when Johnny ended up disconnecting her from the net too soon. What this did was it activated a failsafe that Alt had put into place, which would disconnect her mind, being an engram, into the net in the event that she died, which obviously ended up happening. Since then, she's been consuming other AIs, and that allows herself to become larger and more powerful. Because Mikoshi at that point didn't exist, so engrams didn't have a place to stay that was actually somewhat safe, she needed a form to take so she would not go insane. And she ended up using her own form. All of this is to say that, for what it's worth, this isn't the same Alt that Johnny once knew. Yes, it's her, but she's changed so much that she's only a fraction of what she used to be. Now, I'm not gonna lie, my explanation for this is probably pretty wrong. I know that a lot of people have interpreted the I'm not Alt Cunningham thing as their own thing, and my explanation is one of many. So if you want more insight onto the situation with Alt and her not being Alt, go look into it. I implore you to. One of the most interesting characters in the Cyberpunk universe with some of the best lore. Go look into it. Anyway, getting back to the mission, she agrees to help us. She's going to help take down the satellite and get us into Arasaka Tower so we can connect to Mikoshi. Now, by this point, we already know that the data constructs are going to be morphed into one being to become part of something greater, but Johnny doesn't, so Alt ends up telling him about that. After that, Johnny ends up jacking out of the net, and we get to meet up with Rogue. We're both ready to do the job, and she mentions that that lunatic is going to take off without us if we don't hurry. We end up on the rooftop after a short elevator ride, and it's time to get into the AV. Hopping up into the AV, Johnny ends up almost stumbling out of it due to a relic malfunction, but Rogue catches us. Alt proves her power by absolutely obliterating the satellite. The anti-air defense that they have on top of Arasaka Tower is locking onto the AV, and we have to improvise a bit, so we just send it straight into the building. After our landing, Johnny notices that we're bleeding pretty profusely, and Rogue mentions that Wayland never jumped. Wayland ends up hopping onto the comms and mentions that he's still alive, so we have to go find him. We sneak around a little bit, take everybody down, and out pops Wayland. After that, we find ourselves on an elevator straight to the atrium. We have to get to the security room, but the elevators are jammed, so we have to jump down. In the security system, we open the door and we jack Alt in, and just like during the Aldecaldos ending, she definitely proves her worth. While moving our way through the building, we notice just the extent that Alt has on the security system. She clears it out in seconds. Heading down to the bottom floor, Alt mentions that some Netrunners have stormed the tower systems, so she has to stop them, which means we're on our own now. She does give us one last warning though. There is an elite security unit following us. In a scene pretty reminiscent of the Aldecaldos ending, this time we have Rogue with us. We open the gate to get to Mikoshi. The elite security unit is none other than Adam Smasher, who remembers Rogue. Rogue tries to fight back and shoots him, but it's no avail, and her arm gets broken and he grabs her through the chest and picks her up with one arm, but she loads a grenade into his collar and blows it up, which is the unfortunate end to Rogue. After the intense Smasher fight, we're staring at a very broken, borged out man, and we end him right there. That one was for Rogue. Stumbling up to the access point into Mikoshi, we end up jacking in. And just like before, we're met with a very ominous and sort of familiar scene at this point. I mentioned before with V and with Johnny, you'll actually get 2 different poems from Alt, so this time we're getting the extra one because we're here as Johnny. In a shot we haven't seen yet, this time we're actually grabbing the shoulder of V. We tell V about Rogue and how Smasher showed up and she ended up dying as a result of it. We let V know that she died for Johnny, not for her. V ends up asking about her body, and Johnny lets her know that it's parked in Arasaka's basement, plugged into the network. V ends up bringing up Soul Killer and how Alt was using it on her, which means clearly she's a construct. The reason Alt hasn't shown up yet is because she's doing some final checks before V goes back into her body. Alt ends up showing up and explaining the same thing we learned during the Aldecaldo's ending. The DNA reconfiguration has gone too far, which means the body's immune system is attacking its own neurons. V will eventually die within 6 months. It's inevitable. Sitting down next to V, Johnny mentions that there's no intention of switching the deal that they've already established, that Johnny will be giving V their body back. To do this, Alt says to just cross over to the bridge and will become a part of her for something greater, and V will go back to their body. Walking to the bridge, we get stopped by V, who is happy that she was able to meet us, and she's sorry. She stops us again and says, I don't want to die, but who does? She doesn't see a way out. So Johnny says that we'll find a way, but V ends up saying that they're out of options. There is nothing we can do, and she doesn't have the strength to keep fighting anymore. She does want us to promise her one thing, and it's pretty simple. She doesn't want Johnny to forget about V. Getting to the end of the bridge, Johnny is coming to terms with becoming a part of Alt now and moving beyond the black wall to only described as greater things. Once more, we awaken within V's body and we roll over to see none other than Judy. Hopping into the shower, we end up coughing out some blood. We ended up hiding this from Judy, who asks us a little bit later about Mikoshi. Did something happen that we're not telling her about? Judy can obviously see that V is putting up these walls, and she wonders if maybe it's this new job that she's got. We end up having a conversation with her outside, and it's actually the exact same one as the Aldecaldo's ending, but this time it's a lot more sad. There's a lot more emotion involved in this. In the Aldecaldo's ending, Judy has the promise of a new life, a new home within the Aldecaldo's right next to V, and in this ending, that's not the case. She's going to be leaving Night City, and there will be no V. There may not even be a home for her to stay at. Judy ends up bringing up this job that V has with the afterlife and wonders if that's why the wall has been created between them and why V feels the need to hide things. And it's exactly that. V finally has some time left and she wants to make something of it. V's AV ends up showing up and we have a pretty tearful goodbye with Judy. We grab our replica of Johnny's samurai jacket and we hop into the Delamain AV and tell it to take us to the afterlife. Getting to our booth, we meet up with somebody named Mr. Blue Eyes, and this is a person that I have to talk about. So, if you remember, I mentioned that Rogue had a pretty secret contact she was talking to, arranging the satellite thing at the very beginning of this route's ending, and this is him. This is the contact. If you remember as well during Phantom Liberty at the ending where we took Somi to NCX and she told us that she had to get into contact with somebody to get the flight off of the planet to the moon. This is him. This is that contact. To tell you about Blue Eyes' power in a meaningful way is he knew about Songbird and her meddling with the Black Wall and everything that the NUSA has done, and he also knows about the relic that is killing V. So why is Mr. Blue Eyes talking to V and giving them a job? Well, it's pretty simple. V needs a solution to a problem that's been plaguing them since the very beginning of the game. And if she ends up surviving the mission, he may or may not have a solution to said problem. The only problem with this mission and the grounds of it is this isn't happening on Earth, it's happening in space. More specifically, it's a location called the Crystal Palace. It is an entire space station. And just conveniently enough, nobody has ever done what he's asking V to do. This is the first time anyone has ever even fathomed stealing from the Crystal Palace. Blue Eyes tells V that the reason he hired her is pretty simple. She is willing to do whatever it takes to survive, even if it means robbing the single largest space station orbiting planet Earth. After that, we end up in a spaceship and we turn it on to autopilot. Blue Eyes lets us know that the satellites are down and the signature cloaking has been activated. He reminds us that we only have one shot at this and there will never be another opportunity. If this ends up working out, we'll gain more than we ever could have imagined. Entering and decompressing the airlock after getting suited up, we end up looking directly at our target. And that target is once again the Crystal Palace space station. While we float through space, I may as well mention this is another ending with an open ending. You can choose to believe whatever you feel. Did V survive this entire journey and successfully complete the job, or did they die trying to do something no one else has ever attempted and very likely never will? Once the credits start rolling, we get our achievement, The Sun, become a legend in the afterlife. It is officially time for our final achievement, and I figured it would be pretty symbolic to do the Don't Fear the Reaper route as our final achievement. So to unlock this, you have to do the very specific dialogue options I already pointed out earlier in the video during chipping in when you're sitting there with Johnny in the field. If you do that during chipping in, when you're sitting up at the top of Misty's Esoterica for 5 minutes without picking any of the options presented to you, you'll end up having Johnny talk to you about how it's hard to have people to choose from when it comes to dying for you. His suggestion is pretty simple. Johnny is already dead, and this is going to be a one-way mission. Let's just send it and go out in a blaze of glory. V tells him that if she's got to die, she'd rather do it on fire and not have anyone else suffer because of her. And as Johnny sees it, we just discovered our path to becoming a legend. Walking through Arasaka's security terminal at the front door, it's time to party like it's 2023 again. This ending is pretty quick. There is no plan. It's just walk into Arasaka Tower and succeed or die trying. It is very bare bones and it is a lot of fun. Johnny tells us that before the first tower went up in smoke, the labs were underground, but we need an access token to activate the elevator. You end up having to fight through wave after wave of enemies to get the access token that gets you access to the elevator. Now, this ending and this route in its entirety is actually not that easy, and I'm going to explain why. So for starters, you end up losing a quarter of your health bar. You're losing 25% of your health bar by simply walking through the front door. So you're not able to save at all during this mission. It's okay if you die, by the way, they give you autosaves. But if you die during this mission, you actually get some dialogue that you only get if you choose to jump off of Misty's Esoterica, because it's not an intended ending that you're meant to get. Everyone ends up being pretty pissed off at you because you just took the easy way out. Anyway, some other stuff that makes this mission hard is every single time you see relic malfunction detected, you're losing 1% of your entire health bar. So you initially lose a quarter of it. You lose 25%. While the mission goes on, the longer you take, the more HP you lose. Now, the good news is because this route is actually pretty closely reminiscent of Rogue's route, I get to edit out a lot of this because it's really not that different. The only difference is Rogue isn't here, so we just walk on through and we don't have to wait, and also Rogue won't die. The good news is I mentioned I get to edit a lot of this out, which is true. We're 4.5 hours into this video. I am sure you're tired of hearing me and my explanations by this point. Down in the Netrunner room, Johnny notices that there isn't anything for us to jack alt into, but V notices that there's a mainframe and it's likely under the floor. We end up finding a terminal that hopefully will eject the mainframe from the ground, which it does. After fighting a bunch of enemies and waiting just a little bit longer for the thing to get out of the ground, we end up jacking in Alt so that she can compromise the security system. Now, obviously, I've mentioned it already about 5 different times, but we get to fight Smasher one final time, and we get to do it alone. This is also the one time I'm going to mention it, but this version of the Smasher fight is genuinely challenging. This Smasher kill was for everybody that we've met along this journey. V, Johnny, Judy, Rogue, Panam, River, Carrie, Takemura, the entire Edge Runners crew, even Alt. And of course, this also includes you. You've been along this journey with me for the last 4 hours. I appreciate it. The song and dance continues. We connect to Mikoshi, cyberspace. Alt tells us we're going to die no matter what. This time with our prompt, though, we're going to be choosing that the body is Johnny's and we are going to leave it. Johnny initially becomes very pissed off at us because his plan was that he leaves and we stay. He ends up confronting us on the bridge to Alt multiple times. He thinks we're just rolling over instead of fighting for what's ours, and we're just going to decommission ourselves because we're too scared to say goodbye. He calls us loyal but dense, saying we haven't changed a bit since we met. V tells Johnny that she's tired and just wants to start new, and maybe it'd be good for him as well. Johnny eventually admits that he's just scared for us, and our last words to him are that we'll see him around. We end up shaking hands, and he doesn't want to let go. Not yet, but eventually he does. And with that, V ends up crossing the black wall after assimilating with Alt, and this is the end of her story and the start of a new one. We wake up in a familiar body, but obviously things have changed. Since V is gone, Johnny has taken over, and even he admits that he'll never get used to this. So some pretty important things to note are that Johnny has given none of V's friends and family a real closure. He hasn't had the courage to talk to any of them since this has happened. He ends up picking up a bus ticket, and it seems like he's going to be leaving Night City. We grab our duffel bag and put on our replica of Johnny's jacket, and we're in the hallway to talk to somebody named Steve. Johnny mentions that he needs some wheels and a good driver for the day because there's some things in town he has to take care of, and he asks Steve to do that. And he ends up agreeing. So to clue you in on who Steve is actually Johnny's neighbor. After Johnny moved into a building in Pacifica, they ended up growing close just from proximity. Steve is actually someone who wants to become a musician. He's a large fan, but he doesn't have the experience to be able to do that, and admittedly, his family treats him pretty poorly. His dad is not the greatest. He puts his hands on Steve, and his mom is always drunk and doesn't really seem to care about him. Johnny ends up confronting his dad, and after that, we end up in the car. So our first stop on our journey is this place called the Time Machine. Johnny ends up giving Steve a bunch of advice throughout this entire mission, and while I'm not including everything, it's definitely worth going and seeing for yourself. I highly recommend it. For example, one thing Johnny tells him is when he writes his songs to just be honest, never lie about anything, including your feelings. After that, we end up at the Time Machine, which turns out to be a music store. You can actually get instruments here too. We head to the back of the store with the owner, who tells us about 2 very vintage guitars. Johnny ends up grabbing one of the guitars and plays a Silverhand classic, which even Steve notices. Steve brings up that Johnny apparently never took any lessons. He was completely self-taught and made up his own style. Johnny tries to lightly allude to the fact that what Steve is looking at is Johnny Silverhand, but obviously I'm playing as Feminine V, and on top of that, Johnny would be pretty old by this point. So obviously Steve doesn't buy the explanation, and all Johnny tells him is that you just have to come up with your own style. Don't try to imitate others. We end up handing him the guitar, and he mentions that his hands are shaking, but he plays a pretty decent recreation of the Silverhand. After that, we pay for the guitar and we head out. Our next destination is going to be the cemetery. On the drive over to the cemetery, Johnny messes with the pendant V was keeping, which was the bullet that introduced the two. Steve ends up noticing the pendant, but Johnny tells him that it isn't his. He tells him it belonged to a woman he once knew, and now he's in her place. This is the piece of lead that ended up killing her, and after Steve asks what we're going to do with it, Johnny lets him know we're putting it back where it belongs. At the cemetery itself, we end up paying $4,000 to get a niche. Finding the niche, it belongs to V, and Johnny has some somber and final words to his old friend. The first thing he tells her is that he can't carry this around anymore. He can't keep obsessing over what happened. He also says he couldn't forget you anyway. I'm wearing your face. After that, he ends up thanking her for everything, places the pendant inside of the niche, and closes it off, ending the chapter of his life that involved V. His final words to V are simple. He's wiser now and doesn't plan to waste it. So this is officially goodbye. Once we leave the cemetery, Johnny tells Steve he has a bus to catch. Before that, though, Steve asks if the person we visited died a while ago, and Johnny mentions it wasn't even that long ago that she ended up dying. He ends up admitting that he actually misses her a little bit. After that, we go into the bus and insert our ticket, we put our luggage up in the compartment, and we're met with our final prompt of the playthrough and of the video, and it's a simple one: leave Night City. Steve ends up running alongside the bus and has a guitar in his hand, seemingly as if Johnny ended up forgetting about it. Johnny ends up mentioning that he didn't forget a single thing. This was his final gift to Steve. And with that, we get a nice long shot of Johnny in V's body in the bus leaving Night City. And once the credits start rolling, we get our 57th achievement: Temperance. Let Johnny Silverhand keep your body. Now, I'm not gonna lie, as I'm recording this voiceover at the very end, I'm a bit emotional because this has been a project I've been working on for a very long time. And if you're here at the end of a 4.5 hour long video, I want you to know that I am appreciative, I'm thankful, and it's all because of you. If you could do your best to leave me some feedback, I would very much appreciate it. From the footage I showed, the background music I used, to the explanations I provided, I would love to hear all of your feedback going forward so I can hopefully make some more videos just like this for all of you to enjoy. Once more, from the bottom of my heart, with every fiber of my being, thank you truly for joining me on this journey through Cyberpunk 2077. Now, obviously, I've mentioned it before in the video, but I love this series. I love this game. Phantom Liberty is my favorite expansion of all time. Cyberpunk is in my top 4 of all time. Edgerunners is in my top 5 animes of all time. So needless to say, when the sequel game ends up coming out, I'm going to be making a video just like this for all of you. With that being said, though, this outro is done. I want to once again thank you all for joining me. If you guys have game suggestions for videos just like this in the future, let me know. With that being said, though, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'll see all of you later. Thank you once more.